Hi friends, my name is Maruti and I am the co-founder of Cracku. In this video, we'll be looking at 100 very important quant questions for XAT. All of these questions have detailed video solutions. So the question will be first given. I would recommend you to pause the video, try to answer it on your own. If you are not able to understand how to solve this question, you can then look at the video. Cracku is providing an excellent crash course for XAT. It is completely designed by Sai Lee, who has done extremely well in XAT in the last couple of years. So if you are somebody who is seriously preparing for XAT, you should definitely check out the XAT crash course. The link for the XAT crash course is given in the description of this video. We have also uploaded a lot of videos which will help you in doing well in XAT decision making. That is one key section which many students struggle with. So you should check out those videos on XAT decision making also. You can subscribe to our channel and you'll find the videos for XAT decision making in our YouTube channel. If you're looking for previous papers of XAT, you can download all the previous papers in PDF format completely for free on our Cracku website. The link to download the XAT previous papers is also given in the description of this video. If you are having any doubts with respect to any of these 100 questions, please feel free to leave a comment below this video. We'll look at all of those comments and we'll try to help you out as much as we can.
In this question, it is told that a table is sold at a profit of 20% from a manufacturer to a wholesaler. So let us assume that there is a manufacturer, and for him to make this table, the cost price is say C. He is selling this at a profit of 20%, so his selling price will be equal to 1.2 C. This is bought by a wholesaler. For a wholesaler, the cost price is how much he has expended to get one table. So the cost price for a wholesaler will be equal to 1.2 C. And the wholesaler sells this at a profit of 60%. So for him, the selling price is 1.2 C into 1.6, which is equal to 1.92 C. This is the mark price, or this is the price at which he is selling each table, but he is giving some tables for free. So for the purchase of every 5 tables, he is giving one table for free. So the selling price of 5 tables is equal to 1.92 C into 5, which is equal to 9.6 C. But if somebody is purchasing 5 tables, then he is giving one table extra. So essentially, for a group of 6 tables, the selling price or the money that the wholesaler is receiving is 9.6 C. So effectively, the selling price of one table for the wholesaler is 9.6 C divided by 6, which is equal to 1.6 C. Now a retailer bought 30 tables, including the free tables. So a retailer bought 30 tables, and for him the cost price for each table is 1.6 C. Notice that when we are actually saying that this is 1.6 C, we have included that one table is being given free. That is the reason we have divided 9.6 by 6. So for the retailer, the cost price is 1.6 C, and he sold tables and he bought 30 tables for 24,000. So when he is buying 30 tables, the total amount that he is spending is 30 into 1.6 C, which is equal to 48 C. Now we are told that 48 C, which is the total money that the retailer has paid, is equal to 24,000, or the value of C is equal to 24,000 divided by 48, which is 500. This is the cost price for the manufacturer. For the manufacturer, the cost of making a table is 500. Now for the retailer, the cost price is 1.6 C, which is equal to 800 rupees. Now he sold it to his customers at a profit margin of 10%. So for the retailer, each table cost him 800, and the selling price is 10% greater than this. So the selling price will be 880. So what is the difference between the manufacturing cost, which is C, that is 500, and the customer price of a table, and the customer price of a table is 880. So the difference between these two is 380. So the answer in this case is 380.
In this question, we are required to find out the number of non-negative integral points which satisfy one inequality, which is 2x plus y is greater than 16, and an equation x plus 2y is equal to 20. Whenever you have this kind of a question, it is very important, in my opinion, to first draw the x-axis and the y-axis so that you can exactly picture what are the lines looking like, what are the points that we'll have to enumerate. So you have 4 quadrants.
This is the first quadrant, second quadrant, third quadrant and fourth quadrant. We are only supposed to look at points in the first quadrant because it was mentioned that they are non-negative. So x is greater than or equal to 0 and y is greater than or equal to 0. Now let us look at each of the inequality and the equation. Let us first look at the equation because it is easy. X plus 2y is equal to 20 is a line. So first let us find out where it intersects the axis. Then we can draw a line to join both the points. So when x is equal to 0, y will equal 10. So some point over here which is 0, 10. And when y is equal to 0, x is equal to 20. So something over here, 20, 0. Therefore the line x plus 2y is equal to 20 will be something like this. And now let us look at the inequality. 2x plus y is greater than 16. Now 2x plus y is greater than 16. To draw that inequality, let us first draw the line. 2x plus y is equal to 16. Now once you draw the line, it will divide the plane into two segments. One will lie on one side and the other will lie on the other side. So all the points which lie on one side will satisfy one inequality, which will be either greater than 16 or less than 16. And all the points which are on the other side will be the exact opposite. So to actually find that, let us first draw the line. 2x plus y is equal to 16. We'll use the same method that we used earlier, where we find out the value of x and y when the other one is 0. So in this case, when x is equal to 0, y is equal to 16. So this will be something like 0, 16. And when y is equal to 0, x is equal to 8. So something like this, 8, 0. So the line 2x plus y is equal to 16 will be something like this. And all the points which satisfy the inequality 2x plus y is greater than 16 will lie on the right side of this line. So now we are required to find out all the points which lie on the earlier line that we drew, which fall on this side of on the right side of the inequality 2x plus y is equal to 16. Let us consider this to be A and this to be B. So basically we are required to find out all the points on the line AB which satisfy x plus y is equal to 20. So let us first find out the coordinates of A. We already know the coordinates of B, and then we can try to start enumerating. To find out the coordinates of A, we'll have to find out the point of intersection of these two lines. One line is 2x plus y is equal to 16 and the other line is x plus 2y is equal to 20. To find the point of intersection, we have to just simply solve this. Because the coefficients of x and y are symmetric, let us add both of them. So it will be 3x plus 3y is equal to 36, that is 16 plus 20. So x plus y is equal to 12. Now once you have x plus y and these equations, you can easily find out the value of x and y. In this case, x will be 4 and y will be 8. This is basically the point A. And the point B is 20, 0. Now once you put x is equal to 4 and y is equal to 8, we can find out the next value of x. If you input x is equal to 5, remember that they have to satisfy the equation x plus 2y is equal to 20. When you input x is equal to 5, you will get that the value of y will be 7.5, which is not an integer. So this can't happen. All the values of x have to be even numbers. So the next value will be x is equal to 6, in which case y will be 7. Next is x is equal to 8 and y will be 6, and so on. Finally, when you get to x is equal to 20, y will be 0, which is this. Now but again notice that x is equal to 4 and y is equal to 8 will lie on the line 2x plus y is equal to 16. We are only looking at values, we are only looking at points where 2x plus y is greater than 16. So we have to disregard even this point. So the only points which satisfy start with x is equal to 6 and end with x is equal to 20, and in all these cases x is even. So the number of points are 1, 2, 3. If you count them, you will get that there are 8 points. So the answer in this case is 8. Remember what we have done in this question. We have first drawn both the line and the inequality. We have identified what is the region that we will have to calculate. Then we have tried to find a pattern of the number of points which satisfy the inequality and the line, and then simply enumerated them. In this case, we are getting that the answer is 8.
In this question, there is a dishonest milkman and he sells milk to 3 customers, A, B and C. So this is A, this is B and this is C. Let us assume that the total volume of the solution is say 100 liters. Initially, all the 100 liters was milk. But before he is selling to A, he replaces 20% of this with water. So the amount of milk is 80 when he sells to A and the amount of water is the remaining 20 liters. Now before he sells to B, he replaces 25% of this mixture with water. So if he is mixing 25% of this mixture with water, what is the amount of milk in it? It will be 80 liters into 0.75. So the amount of milk when he sells to B is 60 liters and the entire remaining solution, that is 40 liters, will be water. Now before he is selling to C, he replaces 30% of this mixture with water. So what is the amount of milk in it? It will be 60 liters into 1 minus 30%. So that is 60 into 0.7, which is 42 liters will be milk and the remaining 58 will be water. What we are required to find out is the percentage of pure milk in the mixture sold by the milkman to C. So the percentage will be equal to 42%.
In this question, it is given that an empty reservoir can be filled by a water tap in 9 hours. So there is a reservoir and there is a tap, it fills it in 9 hours. But because there is a leak in the reservoir, it will take 14 hours to fill it up. So there is some water which is going down, because of which it takes 14 hours to fill the tap. We are told that the tap is opened at 4 AM and it was closed at 1 PM and we are required to find out at what time will the reservoir be empty, because there is some water which is leaking out. So in order to make calculations easy, let us assume that the volume of the reservoir is equal to LCM of 9 and 14. Now LCM of 9 and 14 is 126 liters. Therefore, because of the water tap, every hour the amount of water that is filled is 14 liters per hour. How do we know this? Because 126 liters are filled in 9 hours. So every hour 14 liters are filled by the water tap. But because of the leak, so water tap plus leak, the amount of water that is actually being filled is 126 divided by 14. So 9 liters per hour. This would imply that because of the leak, the amount of water that is going away is 5 liters per hour. Now initially the tank was empty, and for how long was the tap opened? The tap was opened at 4 AM till 1 PM. That is, it was opened for a total of 9 hours. So in those 9 hours, the water tap was open and the water was also leaking. So it was effectively being filled at 9 liters per hour. So the amount of water that is being filled is 81, that is 9 into 9, 81 liters. So at 1 PM, the reservoir had 81 liters and then the tap was closed. So from now on, the water was only leaking and it was leaking at 5 liters per hour. So how much time will it take for the water to get empty? It is going to take 81 by 5, which is equal to 16.2 hours. So 16.2 hours after 1 PM is when the water tank will become empty again. So from 1 PM to 1 AM, it is 12 hours. So from 1 PM to 5.2 AM is 16.2 hours. But what is 0.2? 0.2 is 1/5 of an hour, that is 12 minutes. So at 5:12 AM the next day, the water reservoir is completely empty. So the correct answer is 5:12 AM.
In this question, it is given that there is a square ABCD and points E, F, G, H lie on the sides of the square. So let us draw the square. So let us assume that this is the square A, B, C and D. Now points E, F, G, H lie on the sides of the square such that E, F, G, H is also a square. So it would mean that suppose this is E, then this is F, suppose this is G and this is H. Now we are told that if we connect all these points, the 4 points inside the square E, F, G, H, this itself
is a square. This would mean that EB, let us assume that this is x, and let us assume that A is equal to 1. Now EFGH will be a square only if all the 4 points EFGH intersect ABCD in proportional ratio. So for example, this would mean that CF is also equal to x and BF is equal to 1. Similarly, GC is equal to 1 and GD is equal to x. Similarly, DH is equal to 1 and AH is equal to x. What we are saying is EFGH will be a square only if EB is equal to FC is equal to GD is equal to AH. This is by symmetry. This would also imply that AE is equal to BF is equal to GC is equal to DH. Now then what we are assuming is that let the length of the side AB be equal to 1 plus x, and we are assuming that the first part, that is these 4 points, the length of these 4 small line segments is equal to x. Therefore the length of the remaining line segment AE is equal to 1. Once we have this, we have some more information. We are told that CG is longer than EB. CG, the length of CG is 1 because CG is greater than EB. The length of CG is 1 and the length of EB is x. So we are also told that x is less than 1. What we are again told is that the length of the square EFGH is 62.5% of the length of the area of the square ABCD. Now area of ABCD is equal to length square. Now each of the side of the square ABCD is 1 plus x. Therefore the area of ABCD is 1 plus x whole square. Similarly for EFGH, let us calculate the length of one side. The length of EF, for example this, by Pythagoras theorem is equal to square root of x square plus 1. Therefore the area of the square EFGH is equal to length square again, which is x square plus 1. Now what we are told is that x square plus 1 by x plus 1 whole square is equal to 0.625 or 62.5%. Using this equation, we will find out the length of x. Once we find out the length of x, we are required to find out the ratio of EB to that of CG. Now EB is x and CG is 1. So we are required to find out the value of x by 1, which is basically the value of x. So we'll just solve this equation, then we are going to get the value of x. It's a quadratic equation. So x square plus 1 is equal to 0.625 into x plus 1 whole square. Now x plus 1 whole square is x square plus 2x plus 1. When you multiply the terms inside the bracket with 0.625, it will be x square plus 1 is equal to 0.625 x square plus 1.25x plus 0.625. You can simplify this by taking all the terms to the other side. So it will be 0.375 x square, this is 1 minus 0.625, minus 1.25 x plus 0.375 is equal to 0. Now you can use your calculator, or you can observe that each of these coefficients is a multiple of 0.125. So for example, 0.375 is equal to 0.125 into 3 and 1.25 is equal to 0.125 into 10. So what we'll do is we'll divide each of the coefficients by 0.125, or basically we'll multiply each of the coefficients with 8. That is equal to 1 by 0.125. So we will multiply each of the coefficients with 8. So 0.375 into 8 is equal to 3. So 3x square minus 1.25 into 8 is 10x plus 0.375 into 8 again is equal to 3. This is equal to 0. This is a simple quadratic equation. This will be 3x square minus 9x minus x plus 3 is equal to 0, or 3x minus 1 into x minus 3 is equal to 0. So x is either equal to 1 by 3 or x is equal to 3. But what we know is that x is less than 1. So x cannot equal 3, so x has to equal 1 by 3. Now once we know that x is equal to 1 by 3, we are required to just find out the value of x, which is 1 by 3. So the answer in this case will be 1 by 3 or 1:3. This is the ratio. So in this case we have just drawn the diagram. We have understood that if EFGH is a square, it would mean that all these 4 line segments EF, FC, DG and AH have to be equal. So we assumed that the length of each of those 4 line segments is equal to x. We have also assumed that the length of the remaining line segments is equal to 1, just to simplify our calculations. So AE will equal 1, similarly BF will equal 1, similarly GC will equal 1 and HD will equal 1. So once we have both of this, we know that the length of the bigger square, length of the side of the bigger square will be 1 plus x. Then we have calculated the ratio of the areas of the smaller square to that of the bigger square in terms of x. We got a quadratic equation in x. We solved it to find out that the value of x is 1 by 3 and we are required to find out just the value of x. So the answer in this case is 1:3. In this question it is given that there is a water tank. It has 2 types of inlet pipes, type A and type B. When all the inlet pipes of type A are open, they bring water at the same rate. Same is the case for all the inlet pipes of type B. Now an empty tank can be filled in 30 minutes if 10 inlets of type A and 45 inlets of type B are open. So it takes 30 minutes if there are 10 inlet pipes of type A and 45 inlet pipes of type B are there. Similarly, it takes 1 hour, that is 60 minutes, when there are 8 inlets of type A and 18 inlets of type B are open. We are required to find out in how many minutes the empty tank will get completely filled if 7 inlets of type A and 27 inlets of type B are open. So this is a very standard question which is often asked in time, speed and distance. These kind of questions are often asked. So what we'll do is we'll assume that the tank has a volume of say 60 liters. Now why are we implying this to be 60 liters? Because we want it to be a multiple of 30 and 60. So the LCM of 30 and 60 is 60 liters. So if 10 inlets of type A and 45 inlets of type B are used, the 60 liter tank is filled in 30 minutes. So in 1 minute, 2 liters of water is filled. Similarly, if there are 8 inlets of type A and 18 inlets of type B, the 60 liter tank is filled in 60 minutes. So in 1 minute, 1 liter is filled. What we are assuming over here is that inlets of type A fill A liters per minute and inlets of type B fill B liters per minute. So if there are 10 inlets of type A and 45 inlets of type B, they fill 2 liters in 1 minute. Similarly, 8 inlets of type A and 18 inlets of type B fill 1 liter per minute. Using these 2 equations, solving them, we'll find out the value of A and B. Then we'll calculate the value of 7A plus 27B and then we'll use it to solve the answer. So if you're looking at the first equation and the second equation, there are many ways in which you can solve it. We will multiply the first equation by 2 and the second equation by 5. Then we can eliminate B. So when you multiply the first equation by 2, you are going to get 20A plus 90B is equal to 4. And when you multiply the second equation by 5, you get 40A plus 90B is equal to 5. If you subtract the first one from the second one, you are going to get 20A is equal to 1 or A is equal to 1 by 20. So inlets of type A fill 1 by 20 liters per minute. Using any one of the 2 equations, you can solve for B also. So if you are using the first equation, 10A is 10 into 1 by 20 plus 45B is equal to 2 or 45B is equal to 2 minus half, that is 3 by 2, or B is equal to 1 by 30. So inlets of type B fill 1 by 30 liters per minute. We have 7 inlets of type A and 27 inlets of type B. So how many liters will they fill in 1 minute? It will be 7 into 1 by 20 plus 27 into 1 by 30. This will be 7 by 20 plus 9 by 10, which is equal to by 20, 7 plus 18 is 25. This is equal to 5 by 4 liters per minute. So 27 inlets of type A and 7 inlets of type A and 27 inlets of type B fill 5/4 liters every minute. Now the volume of the tank we have assumed to be 60 liters. So the total amount of time it will take is 60 divided by 5/4. This is equal to 60 into 4 by 5. This is 12 into 4. This is equal to 48 minutes. So the answer in this case is 48 minutes.
Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. In today's video, we are going to take a look at a simple question on logarithms. It is very simple if you know two properties. The first property is that x raised to log of a to the base b is equal to a raised to the log of x to the base b. Now how does this come about? See, basically consider this is LHS and this is RHS, okay? Now if I take LHS is equal to this. If I take log to the base b of LHS, what do I get? If I take log to the base b of LHS, so I'll get log of a to the base b, log of x to the base b. Okay, this is what I'll get if I take log to the base b of LHS. If I take log to the base b of RHS, what do I get? Right hand side. Again, log of x to the base b will come down, the index will come down, and this will be log of a to the base b. If you see these two things, they are the same because essentially it's a product of two values. A into b is equal to b into a. Now if once you understand that, you realize that both, since these two values are same, this should be equal to this. So essentially if you have x raised to some log value, or whatever is there in that log, you can bring that down as the base of your index and you can put x up. So this is the basic property that you need to learn. The second property is that log of a to the base b is 1 by log of b to the base a. If you know these two basic logarithms properties, this is a very easy question to solve. So let's take a look at the question. If a raised to log of x to the base b the whole square minus 5 times x raised to log of a to the base b plus 6 is equal to 0, where a is greater than 1, b is greater than 1 and a is not equal to b, then the value of x can be what? So essentially first thing that I'll notice is whatever is in this bracket, instead of a raised to log of x to the base b, I can write that as x raised to log of a to the base b. So I can write this as x raised to log of a to the base b the whole square minus 5 times x raised to log of a to the base b plus 6 equal to 0. Now let m equal to this, okay? Let m equal to x raised to log of a to the base b. Let m equal to this. So that basically means that m square minus 5m plus 6 is equal to 0. Now this is a simple quadratic equation. I can write this as m square minus 3m minus 2m plus 6 is equal to 0. I get this as m minus 3 and into m minus 2 is equal to 0, which means that m is equal to 3 or m is equal to 2. So I get two possible cases. So essentially x raised to log of a to the base b is equal to 3 or it is equal to 2. Now if it is equal to 3, what can I tell about the value of x? X will be equal to 3 raised to 1 by log of a to the base b, or it can be equal to 2 raised to 1 by log of a to the base b. But now as I said, 1 by log of a to the base b is essentially log of b to the base a. So this means that x is essentially 3 raised to log of b to the base a, or it is 2 raised to log of b to the base a. So once you know this, this is basically the value of x. So from the options, what do I get? This is wrong. It should be log of b to the base a. So a is wrong. B should not be in the base. This is right. It can be this value. And again, a should not be in the base. So the only option which is right is option B. So the answer to this question is option B. So this is basically how you should solve logarithms questions. If you knew those two properties, this was a fairly easy question to solve. If you did not know those two properties, it would have been very difficult to solve.
In this question, we are given 2 points, 2, 1 and minus 3, minus 4, and we are told that these are opposite vertices of a parallelogram. So in a parallelogram, you have two sides which are, the opposite sides are parallel to each other. So this is a parallelogram, and we are told that we have been given the one set of opposite vertices. We are told that this is equal to 2, 1 and this is equal to minus 3, minus 4. We are also told that the other two vertices lie on the line x plus 9y plus c is equal to 0. So let us first connect both the opposite vertices. So these are the diagonals of the parallelogram, and we have been told that this line is x plus 9y plus c is equal to 0, and we are required to calculate the value of c. So both the opposite vertices, if you are calling them to be a, b, c and d, they a and c lie on the line x plus 9y plus c is equal to 0. So does the point of intersection of both the diagonals, that is, say, is equal to O. But we know the coordinates of O. O is the midpoint of B and D. So the coordinates of O will be 2 plus minus 3, that is 2 minus 3 by 2, which is minus 1 by 2. And the y coordinate will be 1 minus 4 divided by 2, which is equal to minus 3 by 2. So even O lies on the line x plus 9y plus c is equal to 0. Or if you substitute the coordinates of O in the given line, it should equal 0. That is, the x coordinate is minus half plus 9 times the y coordinate is minus 3 by 2 plus c is equal to 0, or the value of c is equal to half plus 27 by 2, which is equal to 28 by 2, which is equal to 14. So the value of c is 14. In this question, we are told that there are 4 racers and they are racing around a circular track, and their speeds are 1 meter per second, 3 meter per second, 4 meter per second and 6 meter per second, and they are all traveling in the same direction. We are required to find out what is the different points of intersection around the circular track where at least 2 of these racers meet. So if you are given a question where there is a circular track and there are 2 people running around it, if the ratio of their speeds is x is to y in the lowest possible form, and if they are running in the same direction, the number of points at which they meet will be equal to modulus of x minus y if they are running in the same direction. If they are running in opposite directions, the number of distinct points at which they meet will be equal to modulus of x plus y. This is if they are running in opposite directions. So in this particular case, let us consider all the 6 possibilities. There are 4 runners, so if we are comparing them as pairs, we will have 4 C2 pairs, which is 6. So the first pair that we consider are the guys who are running at 1 meter per second and 3 meter per second. In this case, how many distinct points would they meet in? They would meet at exactly 2 distinct points, because 3 minus 1 is 2. And those 2 points will be, one of them will always be the starting point, and because it is only 2, the second point has to be exactly diametrically opposited. So these are the 2 points at which 1 and 3 meet. Next, let us consider 1 and 4. 1 and 4 will meet at exactly 4 minus 1, so that is equal to 3 distinct points. And what are those 3 distinct points? One of them will be the starting point, one of them will be over here, and one of them will be over here, which is, and each of them will subtend an angle of 120 degrees at the center. Next, let us consider the case of 1 and 6. They meet at 6 minus 1, so exactly at 5 distinct points. So if you are looking at the points, one of them will again be the starting point, one of them will subtend 70 degrees at the center, the other one will subtend 144 degrees, the third one will subtend 216, and the fourth one will subtend 288 degrees. So these are the 5 points at which the runners 1 meter per second and 6 meter per second meet. Let us consider the last 3 cases. Then we will have 3 and 6, next we will have 3 and 4, and finally we will have 4 and 6. So if you are looking at the number of points at which each of them meet, 3 and 4 will meet at exactly 1 point, because 4 minus 3 is 1. 3 and 6, they don't meet at 3 points. We have to decrease each of them to the lowest form possible. So 3 is to 6, the respective ratio of their speeds can be actually transformed to equal 1 is to 2. So they meet again at exactly 1 point, which is at the starting point. Finally, if you are looking at 4 and 6, 4 is to 6 is again, if you decrease it to the lowest form, will equal 2 is to 3. So they will also meet only at the starting point. So if you are looking at all the different distinct points at which a pair of these runners meet, they will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. The starting point is already counted, so we can ignore it. And so other than the number of, if you are looking only at the number of distinct points at which they meet, it is going to be 8. In this question, we are asked to find out how many 4-digit numbers are there which are greater than 1000, such that all the 4 digits are distinct and they have 1 7 and 1 3, such that 7 comes before 3. So let us consider 2 cases. we have a 4-digit number. Now the first case is that the first digit is 7 and 3 comes somewhere in the remaining 3 digits, and the second case is that the first digit is not 7, and because 3 cannot come before 7, the first digit cannot even be 7 or 3, it is some other number, and 7 and 3 will come in this 3 remaining digits. So let us look at the first case. This is case 1. If 7 is the first digit, we have to select a place for 3. It can be any of the remaining 3 places. So we can choose the place for 3 in exactly 3 ways. And once we choose the place for 3, suppose we have chosen this to be the third digit, then we can choose the second digit and the fourth digit in exactly, because it can't be 7 or 3, it can be 8 into 7. The remaining 2 digits can be selected in 8 into 7, that is 56 ways. So the total number of ways is 3 into 8 into 7, which is equal to 168 ways. This is the first case in which 7 is the first digit. Now if you are considering the second case where 7 is not the first digit cannot be 7, it cannot be 3, and it cannot even be 0, because it is a 4-digit number which is greater than 1000. So the first digit can be selected in exactly 7 ways. It can be any of the remaining 7 digits. We can select the places for 7 and 3 in exactly 3C 2 ways. That is, out of these 3 blanks, we can select 2 blanks in 3C 2 ways, and once we have selected both the blanks, the place for 7 and 3 is already prefixed, because 7 has to come before 3. For example, if you have chosen the 2 blanks to be the second digit and the third digit, then the second digit has to be 7 and the third digit has to be 3. That is, once we have selected the 2 blanks, there is no ordering again in place, because 7 has to come ahead of 3. So once we have selected the positions for 7 and 3, we have also selected the first digit. So the only remaining digit can be selected in exactly another 7 ways, because it cannot be 7, it cannot be 3, and it cannot even be the first digit. So the remaining 7 digits can be allowed to take the last place. So the total number of ways in which this can be done is 7 into 3 into 7. This is equal to 49 into 3, which is 147. Therefore, the total number of 4-digit numbers which satisfy this condition is 168 plus 147, which is equal to 315.
In this question, we are told that Prasoon has purchased a new bike M15, and this met with an accident, because of which he had to go and get it serviced. Let us assume that the total servicing cost is equal to 100x. Now this is divided into 4 different costs. We are told that the cost of labor is 5%. Similarly, we are told that the tire replacement cost is 15%. The accessory replacement cost is 25%. And the servicing cost is 35%. Now, we are told that the remaining charges were for oil replacement. What is the remaining charges? The total charges are 100%, of which you have accounted for 35 plus 25 is 60, 60 plus 15 is 75, plus 5 is 80%. So out of 100%, you have accounted for 80%. So the remaining cost is 20%. This is the oil replacement cost. But because Prasoon is an old customer or a lucky customer, he has gotten discounts on each one of them. For example, he has gotten 10% discount on labor. Similarly, he has gotten 10% discount on servicing, and he has gotten 10% discount on oil replacement, and he has gotten 20% discount on accessory replacement. Now the insurance company paid 8% of the total fees, and that was 56,960. We are required to calculate what is the original bill amount for the accessory replacement. So without the discounts, as the total servicing cost is assumed to be 100x, what is the labor cost? That would be 5x. TRC, tie replacement cost, would be 15x. Accessory replacement cost would be 25x. Service cost would be 35x, and oil replacement cost would be 20x. Now with the discounts, we have a 10% discount on 5x, so the final cost would be only 4.5x, which is 5x into 90%. We have no discount on the tie replacement cost, so the final price will be 15x. We have 20% discount on accessory replacements, that is on 25x, so the final cost will be 25x into 80%, which is equal to 20x. On servicing cost, we have a 10% discount on 35x, so the final cost will be 31.5x. And finally, oil replacement also has 10% discount on 20x, So the final cost will be 20x into 0.9, which is 18x. So what is the final cost? The final cost will be 4.5x plus 15x, that is 19.5x, plus 20x, so that is 39.5x, plus 31.5x, so that is 71x, plus 18x, so this is 89x. This is the final cost, and the insurance company has paid 80% of it. So 89x into 0.8 is equal to 56,960. You can divide 56,960 by 0.8 and you will get that 89x is equal to 71,200. You can divide 71,200 divided by 89, or the value of x will be equal to 800. What are we required to calculate? We are required to calculate the original bill amount for the accessory replacement, that is 25x. If x is 800, what is the value of 25x? 25x will equal 20,000. So the answer in this particular case is 20,000. In this question, we are told that Radheshyam is an alcohol bootlegger. He initially had 625 liters of alcohol. So he had alcohol and water. Initially, he had 625 liters of alcohol. Then he did a process. He replaced 20% of this content with water. What is 20% of 625? 20% is 1/5. So 20% of 625 is 125 liters. So 125 liters he replaced with water. So now he has 500 liters of alcohol and 125 liters of water. After this, he doubles the quantity of alcohol in the tank by adding pure alcohol. So now he has 500 into 2, that is 1000 liters of alcohol and 125 liters of water. Now he doubles the percentage of water by adding pure water. What is the percentage of water right now? There is 125 liters of water and the total volume of the solution is 1000 plus 125, which is 1125. So the percentage of water is 125 divided by 1125 into 100. This is equal to 125 by 1125 is essentially equal to 1 by 9 into 100. This is doubled by adding water. Suppose he added a total of x liters. So what is the total amount of water in the solution right now? It will be 125 plus x. And 125 plus x, and what is the total volume of the solution? It is 1000 plus 125 plus x, which is 1125 plus x. This is double the earlier percentage. Earlier it was 1/9, so now it will be 2/9. Now if you cross multiply, 9 into 1125 is again 9 into 125 is 1125 plus 9x is equal to 2250 plus 2x, or the value of x is equal to 1125 by 7. So the total volume of water right now is 1125 by 7, which is added, plus the original 125, and the amount of alcohol is 1000. Now his boss doesn't like this overall complex method, so he asks him to take the original 625 liters of alcohol and just mix a solution so that we directly come to the last step from the first step. So in that solution, what is the amount of alcohol that should be there? It should be 1000 minus 625. So the amount of alcohol has to be 375. And what is the amount of water that should be there? It should be 125 plus 1125 by 7. If you simplify this, you take 125 common, it will be 1 plus 9 by 7. So this is 125 into 16 by 7. This will come to approximately equal to 285.71. You can use your calculator to find the answer. So what is the total volume of this solution? It will be 375 liters of alcohol plus 285.71 liters of water. So that will equal a total of 660.71 liters. And what is the concentration of alcohol? It will be 375 divided by 660.71 into 100. So that will be approximately 56.75%. So the correct answer is option C. In this question, it is given that f of x is a function such that f of 5 plus x is equal to f of 5 minus x for every real value of x. We are also told that f of x is equal to 0 has 4 distinct real roots, and we are asked to find out the sum of these roots. So just to understand this function, let us assume that 5 plus x is equal to y. Then let us try to calculate what is the value of 5 minus x. So 5 plus x is equal to y, or x is equal to y minus 5.
Therefore, the value of 5 minus x will be equal to 5 minus of y minus 5, which is equal to 10 minus y. So essentially what is given to us is that for every value of y, f of y is equal to f of 10 minus y. Now we are told that f of x is equal to 0 has 4 distinct real roots. So if you assume that one of the roots is f of a, this is equal to 0, then f of 10 minus a will also be equal to 0. If you assume that another root is b, such that f of b is equal to 0, then the other root will have to be f of 10 minus b. This will also equal 0. So the 4 roots will be a 10 minus a for some value of a, and b and 10 minus b for some value of b. So the sum of all of these 4 roots will be a plus 10 minus a, which is equal to 10, and b plus 10 minus b, which is also equal to 10. So the sum of the 4 roots will be 10 plus 10, which is equal to 20. In this question, we are told that there is a series a1, a2, a3 dot 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 till an, which consists of positive numbers, such that a1, a2 and a3 are in geometric progression, while a2, a3 and a4 are in arithmetic progression. So a1, a2 and a3, these are in GP, while a2, a3 and a4, they are in AP, and it continues. This pattern repeats such that if it is starting with an odd number, a2n minus 1, a2, a2n plus 1 is in GP, and if it starts with an even number, that is a2n plus 1 and a2n plus 2 are in arithmetic progression. We are told that a1 is equal to 1 and a6 is equal to 70. We have to find out the value of a10. So we are given that a1 is equal to 1. Let us assume that a2 is equal to x. Therefore, what is the value of a3? a1, a2 and a3 are in geometric progression. Therefore, the value of a3 will equal a2 square divided by a1. So this is equal to x square. Now if you have the value of a3, we have to find out the value of a4. What is the value of a4? Remember that a2, a3 and a4 are now in arithmetic progression. So the value of a4 will be 2 times a3, that is 2x square, minus a2, that is x. Remember something, that if you have 3 terms a, b and c, if they are in arithmetic progression, the value of c will equal 2b minus a, because b is the arithmetic mean. And if a, b and c are in geometric progression, the value of c is equal to b square by a, because b is the geometric mean. So we'll continue to use the same formula to keep iterating further and further. So in this case, a5 equals, because a3, a4 and a5 are now in geometric progression, the value of a5 will equal a4 square divided by a3, that is equal to 2x square minus x into 2x square minus x divided by x square. Notice that both the terms have x in them, so you can cancel x square in the denominator, and a5 will equal 2x minus 1 whole square. That is the value of a5. And now you can calculate the value of a6, because a4, a5 and a6 are in arithmetic progression. So the value of a6 will be 2 times a5 minus a4. This is equal to 2 into 2x minus 1 whole square minus, what is the value of a4? 2x square minus x. 2x square minus x also contains 2x minus 1. So this is equal to 2x minus 1 into 2 times 2x minus 1. That is 4x minus 2 minus of x, because 2x square minus x is x into 2x minus 1. So if you are taking 2x minus 1 common, it will be 4x minus 2, which is the first term, and minus x, which is the second term. So this is equal to 2x minus 1 into 3x minus 2. This is the value of ax6. But we are told that the value of a6 is actually equal to 70. So you can solve the quadratic equation to get the value of x. So 2x minus 1 into 3x minus 2 is equal to 70, or this equals 6x square minus 3x minus 4x, so that is minus 7x plus 2 is equal to 70, or 6x square minus 7x minus 68 is equal to 0. This you can simplify, you can find out the roots. Now to find out the roots, you need the product of the roots to be the when you're trying to factorize, it should be 68 into 6 and the difference should be 7, so it has to be 24 and 17. So this can be factorized as 6x square minus 24x plus 17x minus 68 is equal to 0. This is 6x plus 17 into x minus 4 is equal to 0, or the value of x has to be either minus 17 by 6 or 4. We are given that the series consists of only positive numbers, so the value of x also has to be positive. So x can equal only 4. Once you have the value of x, we'll calculate the value of a6, we'll calculate the value of a5, and we'll continue to calculate the value of a10. For example, a5 will equal this is 2x minus 1 whole square. 2x minus 1 whole square is 4 into 2, 8 minus 1 whole square is 49. a6 is equal to 2x minus 1 into 3x minus 2. 2x minus 1 is again 7 into 3x minus 2 is 3 into 4, 12 minus 2 is 10. So a6 is 70. a7, because a5, a6 and a7 are in geometric progression, will equal 70 into 70 divided by 49. So you can cancel 7 from both the terms in the numerator. So this will become 100. a8, now a6, a7 and a8 are in arithmetic progression. So the value of a8 will be 2 times a7, that is 100 plus 100, that is 200, minus a6, that is minus 70. So this will equal 130. a9, again a7, a8 and a9 are in geometric progression. So the value of a9 will be a8 square, that is 130 into 130, divided by a7, that is 100. So you can cancel the numerator zeros, so that will be 13 into 13, so that is equal to 169. Finally a10, which is what we are supposed to calculate, is equal to 2 into a9 minus a8, that is 2 into 169 minus 130. 169 into 2 is 338 minus 130, this is equal to 208. So the required value of a10 is 208. In this question, we are required to find out the total number of positive integral solutions for the equation integral part of x by 7 is equal to integral part of x by 9. Here the function integral value of a is defined as the greatest integer which is less than or equal to a. So one thing you will observe immediately is as x becomes very big, say x becomes 100, then integral part of x by 7 will be integral part of 100 by 7. This will be around integral part of 14.2, which will be 14, and integral part of 100 by 9 will be integral part of 11.11, which will be 11. But when x is smaller, say x is say 3 or 4, if you are looking at 3, integral part of 3 by 7 is equal to 0, and similarly integral part of 3 by 9 is also equal to 0. So initially both of them will be the same, but after a point of time, integral part of x by 7 will become much greater than integral part of x by 9. So to calculate the total number of values of x for which both of them are the same, let us assume that integral part of x by 7 is equal to integral part of x by 9 is equal to k. Now we'll keep jotting down all the numbers for when k is equal to 0, when k is equal to 1, and so on, and then calculate the total number of values of x. So when k is equal to 0, x can lie between, it can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6. In all of these cases, integral part of x by 7 is 0 and integral part of x by 9 is 0. But the moment x becomes 7, integral part of x by 7 will become 1. So only these 6 numbers are valid. Now let us look at the values when k is equal to 1. For this, x has to be greater than 9, greater than or equal to 9, because till then integral part of x by 9 will be 0. So the numbers will be 9, 10, 11, 12 and 13. The moment it becomes 14, integral part of x by 7 will become 2. So again it won't be valid. And the number of cases where this is possible is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Similarly, if you are looking at k is equal to 2, x will belong to, again we will start with 9 into 2, which is 18. We look at 18, 19 and 20. The moment it becomes 21, integral part of x by 7 will increase from 2 to 3. So in this case, the number of possibilities is 3. If you're looking at k is equal to 3, x can be, again we'll start with 9 into 3, which is 27. But the moment you go to 28, x by 7 will become 4. So there are no other possibilities. So this is 1. And you can see that when k is equal to 4, we'll have to immediately start with 36. That will be the least number for which x by 9, the integral part of it, will be greater than or equal to 4. But at 36, integral part of x by 7 is already greater than 5. So over here there is no overlap. And similarly for any number k which is greater than 4, the overlap between x by 7 integral part and x by 9 integral part will be a null set. So the total is 6 plus 5 plus 3 plus 1, which is 6 plus 5 is 11, 11 plus 3 is 14, plus 1 is 15. So the answer in this case is 15. For these kind of questions, just start from start from the lowest possible value, which is 1, and after a point of time you will see that both the equations don't equal each other.
Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. In this particular question, we are going to take a look at a slightly tricky question on logarithms. So let's first take a look at the question and then I'll discuss the basic formula that it requires to solve the question. So consider the question: if log of 2 to the base 2 minus 2 times log of 4 to the base square root 2 plus 3 times log of 8 to the base cube root of 2 and so on till minus 10 into log of 1024 to the 10th root of 2 is equal to k, what is the value of mod of k? Now in this case, basically you just need two formulae. The first formula is log of a to the base b, a raised to m to the base b is, you can take this index out and this becomes m log of a to the base b. Similarly, log of a to the base b raised to m, here you are raising the base to some value m, is equal to 1 by m times log of a to the base b. So essentially this is the only concept that you have to know. Also just know that log of a to the base a, that is to the same base, is equal to 1. In case of, instead of having an integral value of m, if you have a fraction, so instead of saying m, you have say 1 by m, just remember then it becomes log of a to b raised to 1 by m. So in this case you get 1 by m, so this becomes essentially m times log of a to the base b. This is the basic thing that you need to know to solve this particular question. So now that we know this, let us take a look at how to simplify the given equation. So in this case, k is equal to log of 2 to the base 2 is how much? It is 1, because it is the number to the same base. In this case, what do you get? You have 2 into, now this is 2 raised to half. So 2 raised to half, since it is base of the logarithm raised to half, you will say that this will be 1 divided by 1 by half. So 2 comes up, and this is 2 square. So raised to power of 2, so the power 2 comes out, and then this becomes log of 2 to the base 2 essentially. So in this case, this becomes minus 8 times 1. So this is basically 1 minus 8 as such. This part is 3 is given as is, and this is 1 by 3. So essentially it should come into the numerator. So this is into 3 and this is 2 cubed. So again you get 2 this as such, and then this becomes log of 2 to the base 2. As I said, this is essentially 2 cube, so this power comes out directly, and this is 2 raised to 1 by 3, so this comes as 1 upon 1 by 3, so that is essentially 3 itself. So again that multiplication has to come here, so you get 3 into 3 into 3 log of 2 to the base 2, and this continues. So I can see that this is essentially 1 minus 2 cube plus 3 cube minus 4 cube and so on till minus 10 cube. Now in this case, this is basically essentially you have to alternately add and subtract a cube. So let us say this is k. I can directly solve by like expanding it and taking calculation, but that will be unnecessarily time consuming. So instead of that, what I do is I say that s is equal to 1 cube plus 2 cube till 10 cube. So this is basically sum of cubes. The sum of cubes of first n natural numbers is n into n plus 1 by 2 the whole square. So this would be 10 into 11 by 2 the whole square. So this is 55 square. This is how much? This will be 3025. Okay. Now this is 3025. Now we have the second part would be k. So in this case, I have to essentially, what I have to do is I have to cancel out all the odd terms. Once I cancel out all the odd terms, I can show that if I take 2 cube in common, This is essentially, the even terms are essentially 2 cube times 1 cube plus 2 cube plus 3 cube till 5 cube. So I'll just tell you exactly what I mean. So if I take s minus k, what do I get? Odd terms cancel out and I get this is 2 times 2 cube plus 4 cube and so on till 10 cube. Okay, if I take s minus k. So this is essentially, if I take 2 cube out in common, I get 2 times 2 cube into 1 cube plus 2 cube till 5 cube. So this is essentially 16 times, this is sum of first 5 cubes, so that is n into 5 into 6 by 2 the whole square, so this is 3, so 15 square, so this is 16 into 2 to 5, so this is equal to 900, so this is 3600. So s minus k is 3600, but s itself is 3025, which means that k is equal to, this is equal to 3025 minus 3600. So this is equal to minus 575. Therefore, what is the value of modulus of k or absolute value of k? This is equal to 575. So the answer to this question is 575. So this is basically how you should answer questions of this type. You should figure out what is the general form of this, try to remove the logarithm as much as possible. See, whenever you see that the actual numbers were also powers of 2, the base was also a power of 2, you know that you have to essentially remove the logarithms completely and have a simple equation as such. So this is basically how you solve questions of this type. Now that you know how to solve simple logarithm questions of this type, please take more questions from our study room. Thank you.
In this question, it has been given that there are two swimmers who are swimming towards each other from different ends of the shore, and once they meet, they continue swimming towards the other shore and swim back and meet again at a different point. We have been asked to find out the width of the river. So for these kind of questions, I would first try to draw a simple diagram so that I can visualize what the data has been, what is the data that was given, and try to find some equations and try to get the answer that is needed. In this case, there is a river and there are two shores. Both the guys are on different sides. Let the total length of the river be, let total width be s. So what should we calculate? We should calculate what is the value of s. So initially it has been given that both of them meet at a point which is 1500 meters from one end. So suppose they meet here. After that they continue swimming and then they again go and they meet at a different point which is 900 meters from the other shore. This is 900 meters from the other shore. Now we have to calculate the value of the river, the width of the river. In this case, notice that we haven't been given the speeds of the both the swimmers. So what is the best way in which we can do it? In general, for these kind of things, I try to find the ratio of the distances that were traveled by both the swimmers. The ratio will remain constant in both the events. The first event is before they have met. In that time period, the speed, the distance that has been traveled will be the same as the distance that was traveled after they met for the first time. So to put it in equation to make it easier, the distance traveled by the first swimmer before they meet for the first time is this one. And what is the value of this? This is s minus 1500. And what is the distance traveled by the second swimmer in the first one? It is this one. And what is the value? It is 1500. Now this is the ratio of the distances traveled by them. This is equal to the ratio of their speeds. At the same time, this ratio will be same as the distance traveled by each of them after they meet. So in the second event, what is the distance traveled by the first swimmer? He first covers this 1500 meters, then he turns back and he covers this 1500 and he continues till he is 900 meters away from the shore. So the distance traveled by the first swimmer is 1500 plus s minus 900. And what is the distance traveled by the second swimmer in this meantime? He goes from here, he reaches the other shore, this is s minus 1500, and then he comes back and travels 900 meters. So this distance is equal to s minus 1500 plus 900. Once you get this equation, all that is needed is just solving for s. In this case, if you simplify, this is s by 1500, s minus 1500 by 1500 is equal to s minus 600, sorry, this is s plus 600 by s minus 600. Now this is quite straightforward to if you just cross multiply, you will get s square minus 1500s plus 1500 into 600 is equal to, sorry, there is another minus 600s is equal to 1500s plus 1500 into 600. This is just multiplying both the equations. You can cancel off this common term. So this becomes s square is equal to 3600s. If you cancel s, you get the value of s to be 3600. This is 3600 meters. So that is the actual answer. In this equation, in this type of questions, normally just picturing it is the first important step. Second, you should realize that the speeds of both the swimmers hasn't been given to us. So if you involve some sort of ratio, it will become easier. So once we have gotten the ratio of the distances traveled by both of them during both the periods, the answer is quite trivial. In this question, it is given that there are terms in an arithmetic progression a1, a2 dot dot dot, and we are required to find out the value of the sum of 1 by square root of a1 plus a2 plus 1 by square root of a2 plus a3 dot 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 for n terms. The final term will be 1 by square root of an plus square root of an plus 1. In the examination, this kind of a question can be easily answered by substituting the value of n to be equal to 1 and then 2 and then so on. For example, if you substitute the value of n to be 1, the sum will be the sum of the first one term, that is 1 by square root of a1 plus a2. If you see and substitute the value of n to be 1, option C will become 0, option B will become 0, and option A will become 1 by square root of a1 minus square root of a2, which is not correct. And the only option, the correct option will be option A, where when you substitute the value of n to be 1, this will become 1 by square root of a1 plus square root of a2. So immediately you can tick A and go to the next question. So this is a shortcut to do these kind of questions, but if you want to solve it and find the value, we can do it now. So let us assume that the sum is s, which is equal to 1 by square root of a1 plus square root of a2 plus dot 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 plus 1 by square root of an plus square root of an plus 1. Now for the first term, multiply the numerator and denominator by square root of a2 minus square root of a1, because then the denominator will become a2 minus a1, and because a2 minus a1, a2, all these terms are in arithmetic progression, a2 minus a1 will become equal to d, which is the common difference. So if you just substitute that here, this will become s is equal to square root of a2 minus square root of a1 by a2 minus a1 plus square root of a3 minus square root of a2 by a3 minus a2, and then so on, and the last term will become square root of an plus 1 minus square root of an by a of n plus 1 minus a of n. Now if you observe closely, all the denominators will equal the common difference d, because they are all in arithmetic progression. And then if you take the common denominator as d, the terms other than the first and the last will get cancelled. That is, here it is square root of a2, and in the second one it is minus of square root of a2. Similarly, the third term, for example, would have been square root of a4 minus square root of a3 by d. Again, a3 over here will get cancelled with a3 over here. And the only terms that will remain are the last term, which has a positive value, which is square root of an plus 1 minus, and the first term which has a negative value, which is square root of a1. The key to simplifying this is that the denominators for each of these terms are the same, because they are in arithmetic progression. So once you have this as square root of an plus 1 minus square root of n by d, you can again simplify this by multiplying the numerator and the denominator by square root of an plus 1 plus square root of a1. Then the numerator will become, this will equal an plus 1 minus a1 by d into square root of an plus 1 plus square root of a1. Now again, as these are in arithmetic progression, a n plus 1 minus a1 will equal n into d. This is equal n into d by d into square root of a n plus 1 plus square root of a1. You can cancel d, which is the common difference, and the final answer will be n by square root of a n plus 1 plus square root of a1. So again, as you can see, the correct answer is option A. This is the answer.
In this question, we are told that Rahul started a work at 9 a.m. and Gautam joined him 2 hours later. So Rahul started a work at 9 a.m. and Gautam joined him 2 hours later, so that is at 11 a.m. They worked together and finished the job at 5 p.m. So how much time did Rahul work? Rahul worked from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. So that is 8 hours. So if he does R units of work every hour, the total work done by Rahul is 8 hours, plus Gautam worked from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. That is, he worked for 6 hours. If you assume that he does G units of work every hour, 8 hour plus 6G is the total work that needs to be done. We are told that if Gautam, instead of joining him at 11 a.m., if he had joined him at 9 a.m. itself, then the work would have been finished half an hour earlier. That is, the work would have finished at 4:30 p.m. In this particular case, Rahul and Gautam, both of them would have worked for 7.5 hours each. So 7.5 hour plus 7.5 G is also equal to W. We can equate both of them. If you are equating both of them, we will get a relationship between R and G. It would imply that 0.5 R is equal to 1.5 G, or the value of R is equal to 3G. Therefore, what is the total work that needs to be done in terms of R? It will be 8R plus what is 6G? 3G is equal to R, so 6G will be equal to 2R. This is the work that needs to be done, or work that needs to be done is 10R. So if Rahul is working at it alone, he would have taken 10 hours to finish the job. So that is option B. In this question, we are told that Mr. Cooper has 3 alcohol solutions. He has A, B and C. The percentage of alcohol in A is 25%. The percentage of alcohol in B is A%. And the percentage of alcohol in C is B%. We are told that he mixes 40 ml A. So this is 40 A with 60 B and 100 C. So what will be the total volume of the solution that he gets? It will be 40 plus 60 plus 100, which is equal to 200. This is a new solution D, and the concentration is 56%. Using this, we are going to get one equation in A and B. And after that, he mixes 100 ml of D with 40 ml of B and 60 ml of C. To get a new concentration, what will the volume of this concentration be? It will be 100 plus 40 plus 60, which is equal to 200 ml, and the concentration will be 59.5%. Using this, we are going to get another equation in A and B. We'll have to solve for A and B and then find out the difference between A and B. So let us first look at the first equation. 40 ml of A, what is the amount of alcohol in it? It will be 40 into 25%. So that will be 10 ml. Plus 60 ml of B with A% concentration. How much alcohol will be there in it? It will be 60 into A by 100, which is equal to 3A by 5. Plus 100 ml of C with B% concentration will have B ml of alcohol. This will be the total alcohol present in the 200 ml solution of D. It has 56% concentration. So the total amount of alcohol present in it will be equal to 56% of 200, which is equal to 112. If you simplify it, 3A by 5 plus B is equal to 102. This is the first equation. In the second equation, we mix 100 ml of D. D has 56% concentration. So 100 ml of D will have 56 ml of alcohol, plus how much alcohol is present in 40 ml of B, which has A% concentration. It will be 40 into A by 100, which is equal to 2A by 5. Plus 60 ml of C with B% concentration will have 60 into B by 100, which is equal to 3b by 5. This is the total amount of alcohol present, and that is equal to 200 into 59.5 divided by 100, or that will equal 59.5 into 2, which is equal to 119. So 2a by 5 plus 3b by 5 is now equal to 119 minus 56, which is equal to 63. So this is the second equation. So we have two variables and two equations. We have to solve for them and find out the value of a and b. Then we have to find out the difference between a and b. So let us multiply the first equation by 5. 3a plus 5b will equal 510. This is the first equation. If you multiply the second equation also by 5, it will be that 2a plus 3b is equal to 63 into 5, which is 315. We have just removed the fractions. Now let us multiply the first equation by 2, because this is 3a and 2a. So to solve it, we'll make the coefficient of a to be the same. So if you multiply the first equation by 2, you are going to get that 6a plus 10b is equal to 1020. And if you multiply the second equation by 3, you are going to get that 6a plus 9b is equal to 945. Now if you subtract the second equation from the first equation, the value of b will be equal to 75, which is 1020 minus 940. And the value of a, we can calculate it from any of the equations. Say from this equation, 3b will be equal to 225. So 315 minus 225 will be 90. That is the value of 2a. So the value of a will be equal to 45. So the difference between a and b will be equal to 30. In this question, we are told that a and b are two positive integers such that 2 to the power a plus 3 to the power b minus 2 is 145. As a and b, both of them are positive integers, both of these should be powers of 2 and 3 respectively, and they should add up to 145. If you are trying to see the powers of 3, it has to be either 1 or 3 or 9 or 27 or 81, and the remaining powers of 3 will be greater than 145, so we can ignore them. If the powers of 3 is say 1, then the power of 2 has to be 145 minus 1, which is 144, but this is not possible because 144 is not a power of 2. The powers of 2 are 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64 and 128. These are the powers of 2 which are less than 145. Let us look at the next power of 3. If the power of 3 is equal to 3, the power of 2 has to be 142. This also is not present in the powers of 2, so we can ignore it. If the power of 3 is 9, then the power of 2 has to be 136 minus 9, which is 145 minus 9, which is 136. This also is not a power of 2. If the power of 3 is 27, then the power of 2 has to be 145 minus 27, which is 118. This also is not a power of 2, so we can again ignore it. The only remaining number is that the power of 3 is 81, in which case the power of 2 will be 145 minus 81, which is 64. This is a power of 2. This would imply that 3 to the power b minus 2 is equal to 81 and 2 to the power a plus 3 is equal to 64, or b minus 2 is equal to 4 because 81 is 3 to the power 4, or b is equal to 6. Similarly, a plus 3 will be equal to 6 because 64 is 2 to the power 6, or the value of a is 3. Now let us see if the second equation actually fits in. The second equation is 2 to the power 2a plus 1 plus 3 to the power 2b minus 7. If a is 3, 2a plus 1 is equal to 7. So this is 2 to the power 7 plus 3 to the power 2b minus 7. 2b minus 7 will be equal to 5. This is equal to 128 plus 243. 128 plus 243 is equal to 371. This is actually fitting. So we can confirm that the value of a is 3 and the value of b is 6. Let us look at what we are required to calculate. We are required to calculate the value of 2 to the power 3a minus 5 plus 3 to the power b minus 1. If a is 3, 3a minus 5 will be equal to 4. So we are required to calculate the value of 2 to the power 4 plus 3 to the power 5 because b is equal to 6. This will be 16 plus 243, which will equal 259. That is option A.
In this question, we are given two right angle triangles OPQ and OAB. They have formed right angles at A and P and have a respective common vertex O. we are also given the lengths of each one of some of the sides, that is PQ is 1, OP is 2, BA is 1 and OA is 3. We are also told that AB and OP are parallel to each other. So these two lines are parallel to each other. Now we are required to find out the value of QOB, that is we are required to find out the value of this. So to do this, first thing we will notice is that angle POA is equal to 90 degrees. So what we will find out is, we will find out the length of this angle, this is A, and say this is angle B. We will find out A plus B, what is the value of that. Once we find out A plus B, we will subtract it from 90 to get the value of C, which is what we need to find out. We need to find out angle QOB, which is equal to C. But we know that A plus B plus C is equal to 90 degrees. So we will find out the value of A plus B and subtract it from 90. Now tan A is equal to PQ, that is this line, by PO, which is equal to 1 by 2. Similarly, tan B is equal to AB, that is this line, by AO, that is this line. This is equal to 1 by 3. Once we know tan A and tan B, we will find out tan of A plus B, and from that find out A plus B and subtract from 90. So tan of A plus B, this is an important formula especially for XAT, which you can remember. Tan of A plus B is equal to tan of A plus tan of B by 1 minus tan A into tan B. So you can use the values that we have found out about tan A and tan B to calculate tan of A plus B. This will equal 1 by 2 plus 1 by 3 by 1 minus 1 by 2 into 1 by 3. 1 by 2 plus 1 by 3 is equal to 5 by 6 by 1 minus 1 by 6, this is also equal to 5 by 6, so this is equal to 1. So tan of A plus B is equal to 1. But we know that tan of 45 degrees is equal to 1. So we know that A plus B is equal to 45 degrees. From this we can calculate that C is equal to 90 minus 45, which is equal to 45 degrees. So the answer that we are looking for is 45 degrees.
In this question, we are told that there is a wire and that is used to form a square of side 30 centimeters. This is divided into 3 parts, and the length of the longest part is 25 centimeters of the length of the second longest part, and the shortest part is 20 centimeters less than the longest part, and we are supposed to find out the area of the triangle formed by these 3 parts. So to start off with, what is the length of the wire? The length of the wire is the perimeter of the square of side 30 centimeters. Therefore, the length of the wire is 4 into 30, which is equal to 120 centimeters. Now this 120 centimeters is divided into 3 parts. Let us assume that they are A, B and C. The value of A plus B plus C will equal 120 centimeters because the length of the wire hasn't changed. But we are told that the longest part, let us again assume that A is greater than B is greater than C. The longest part is 25% more than the second longest part. So the value of A is 125B, 1.25B or 125% of B. The second longest part will still be B. And the third longest part or the shortest part is 20 centimeters less than the longest part. So the value of C will be 1.25B minus 20. So now if you add all of them up, you have only one variable and their length should total up to 120 centimeters. So you have one equation, one variable and one equation. So you'll find out the value of B. From that you can calculate the value of A and C also. So in this case, if you are adding all of these 3 up, it will be 1.25B plus B plus 1.25B minus 20 is equal to 120, or this is equal to 3.5B is equal to 140, or B is equal to 40 centimeters. Therefore the length of A has to be 1.25 into 40, so that is 50 centimeters. B is 40 centimeters, and the shortest side is 20 centimeters less than the longest side, so that is 50 minus 20, so that is 30 centimeters. Now 30, 40 and 50 are a Pythagoras triplet, that is 30 square plus 40 square is equal to 50 square. Therefore this is a right angle triangle, so you will have it something like this.
So this is 30 and this is 40 and this will be 50. Therefore the area of this triangle will be half into base is 40 and height is 30. So the area of the triangle is half into 40 into 30. So this is 20. So this is equal to 600 centimeter square. So the area of the triangle is 600 centimeter square. In this question, it is given that there was a shopkeeper who arranged a stock of apples that he had in a triangular format. By triangular format, the first row will have 1, the second row will have 2, the third row will have 3, and so on. Now, after a point of, and he was selling all the apples from the top down. So first he was clearing off the first row, then he was clearing off the second row, and so on. After a point of time, there was a customer who came and saw that there were 126 apples when she came to buy. And we are supposed to find out the number of rows that were remaining when the customer came. So it was also given that the initial number of apples did not exceed 150. If we assume that the number of rows initially were n, the total number of apples that were there will be 1 plus 2 plus ... plus n. This is equal to n into n plus 1 by 2. Now we know that this is greater than or equal to 126 because that was the number of apples that she saw after the shopkeeper sold some apples, and it is also less than or equal to 150. This was given to us in the question. So using this we can get a sense of what n is. So if you multiply all the numbers by 2, we are going to get an inequality which says that 300 is greater than or equal to n into n plus 1 is greater than or equal to 252. Now 252 is close to 16 square, that is 256. So we will first assume that n is equal to 15. If n is equal to 15, n into n plus 1 will be 15 into 16. This is equal to 240. Now this is not satisfied because we need n into n plus 1 to be between 252 and 300. So n is not equal to 15. Now let us assume that n is equal to 16. In that case, n into n plus 1 will be 16 into 17. 16 into 17 is 256 plus 16, that is 272. This falls within the window. So one of the options for n is that n is equal to 16. Now let us assume that n is equal to 17. Then 17 into 18, which is n into n plus 1, 17 into 18 will equal 289 plus 17, which is equal to 306. Now this is greater than the highest bound, so n can't be 17 or any number above it. So the only valid number for n is that n is equal to 16. So initially in the triangular row there were 16 rows of apples, and the total number of apples that were there initially will be 16 into 17 by 2. This is equal to 17 into 8, which is equal to 136. So the initial number of apples that were there were 136 and they were in 16 rows. Now by the time the customer came to purchase, there were only 126 apples. That means 10 apples were sold off already. After the first row is sold off, there will be 1 apple which will be sold off. After the second apple, 2 more apples, that is a total of 3 apples are sold off. After the third row is sold off, 3 more apples are sold off, that is 3 plus 3 is 6 apples are sold off. And after the fourth row is sold off, 6 plus 4, that is 10 apples are sold off. So from 136 apples, 10 apples are sold off after 4 rows are sold off. So the first 4 rows will contain 10 apples which are sold off, and the remaining 12 rows will contain 126 apples which are remaining. So by the time the customer comes, she sees 126 apples and the number of rows that she sees are 12. So the answer that we are looking for is 12. To solve this, we have first calculated the number of rows that were there initially. There is only 16, which is a valid number of rows. Once we have found out that there were 16 rows, we found out that there were initially a total of 136 apples. Once we knew that it was 136 apples, we figured out that 10 apples were sold, because 136 minus 126 is 10. So if 10 apples are sold, it means that the first 4 rows are empty. And if the first 4 rows are empty, there are 12 rows remaining. So the required answer is 12. In this question, a trapezium ABCD is given such that the sides AB and CD are parallel. We are required to find out the value of sine of BAC by sine of BAD. So let us draw the trapezium slightly bigger so that we have a better idea of what it is. So this is A, D, C and B. We are told that these two lines are parallel to each other and where the diagonal is also drawn. So we are required to find out the ratio of sine BAC to that of the larger angle sine BAD. To do that, let us first draw two perpendiculars from D and C to the line AB. This is the height of the trapezium. Let us assume that this height is h. Now in triangle BAC, sine of angle BAC will equal h, that is the opposite side of the angle, by AC, which is the hypotenuse. Similarly in triangle, this is say R1 and this is say R2. This is in triangle R1AC, this is sine BAC, and in triangle R2AD, the angle sine BAD, which is the larger angle, is equal to h, which is the height, and the hypotenuse is equal to AD. Now when you are required to find out the ratio of these two sines, you just divide h by AC whole by h by AD, and you are going to get AD by AC, which is equal to sine of angle BAC by sine of angle BAD. So the key to solving this question is drawing the two perpendiculars from D and C to the line AB. Once you are done, you are going to get the answer, which is very straightforward. In this question, we are told that there are two circular tracks, T1 and T2. So this is T1 and this is T2. The radius of T1 is 100 meters and the radius of T2 is 20 meters. Both of them meet at a point called A, and from both of these points, Ram and Rahim start walking on the tracks T1 and T2. So in this track T1, Ram is walking, and in T2, Rahim is walking. The speeds of both of them is given. Ram is walking at 15 kilometers per hour and Rahim is walking at 5 kilometers per hour. We are asked to find out the number of rounds that Ram will make before he meets Rahim again for the first time. So let us try to identify how much time Ram is going to take to finish one round, because if they are meeting at any point, that point has to be A, which is the only point of intersection. So Ram will complete one round in 2 pi r, which is the circumference of T1, which is 2 into pi into the radius is 100, divided by his speed, which is 15 kilometers per hour. We'll convert that into meter per second. So this is equal to 2 pi into 18 by 5 into 100 divided by 15. 100 divided by 15 is equal to 20 by 3. For the sake of this question, we need not simplify 2 pi into 18 by 5. So let us consider that to be equal to a constant k. So Ram will complete one round in 20 by 3 k seconds. Similarly, one round will be completed by Rahim. This is Ram. In how much time? By the same logic, it will be 2 into pi into the radius of T2 is 20 meters divided by his speed is 5 into 5 by 18. This is again equal to 2 pi into 18 by 5 into 20 divided by 5, that is equal to 4. As we have said earlier, let us consider this number, that is 2 pi into 18 by 5, to be the constant k. So this will equal 4k seconds. So Ram is going to complete his first round after 20 by 3k. He will complete the second round after 40 by 3k seconds, and he will complete the third round after 20 by 3 into 3, that is 20k seconds. So now let us look at Rahim's completion of his rounds. He will complete the first round after 4k, he will complete the second round after 8k, he will complete the third round after 12k, he will complete the fourth round after 16k, and he will complete the fifth round after 20k. So if you see the list of numbers in both the series, the first overlap occurs at 20k seconds. So both of them meet at 20k seconds, and by this time, how many rounds did Ram complete? Ram has completed 1, 2 and 3 rounds. So the correct answer is 3. In this case, because of some ambiguity in the phrasing, CAT has given both 2 as well as 3 as the correct answer, but in our opinion, the more appropriate answer is 3. In this question, we are asked to find out how many 3-digit numbers are there. such that the product of their digits is more than 2 and less than 7. Let us assume that a 3-digit number A, B, C satisfies this condition. So the product of its digits, that is A into B into C, is greater than 2 and A into B into C is less than 7. So the possibilities are that A into B into C is equal to 3, or A into B into C is equal to 4, or A into B into C is equal to 5, or A into B into C is equal to 6. These are the 4 possibilities. For each one of them, let us calculate the of numbers that are possible for this. If the product of 3 numbers is equal to 3, the only case in which this will happen is if the 3 digits are 1, 1 and 3 in some order. And how many such numbers are possible? We have to fix 3 in either the first place or the second place or the third place. So the total number of ways in which this is possible is 3. Similarly, if you have the product of 3 numbers to be equal to 4, here you have 2 cases. One case is that they are 1, 1 and 4 in some order, or they are 1, 2 and 2 in some order. 1, 1 and 4 can be done in 3 ways. Basically, you have to figure out whether 4 is in the first place or the second place or the third place. So there are 3 cases possible. And 1, 2, 2 can also be decided in 3 ways. Here we have to figure out whether 1 is in the first place or the second place or the third place. So again you have 3 cases. So the overall total is 6 cases. In the third scenario, when the product of the numbers A, B and C is equal to 5, the only way in which this is possible is if the 3 numbers are 1, 1 and 5 in some order. And the number of numbers for which this is true is again equal to 3, basically depending on which position the number 5 actually is in. In the final case where the product is equal to 6, we have 2 cases. Either the 3 numbers are 1, 1, 6 in some order, or they are 1, 2 and 3 in some order. 1, 1 and 6, the number of 3-digit numbers which can be formed using 1, 1 and 6 is equal to 3, depending on where 6 is. And if you are using the 3 digits 1, 2 and 3, the number of 3-digit numbers that you can form is equal to 3 factorial, which is equal to 6. Because you can decide which position in 3 ways, and once you fix the position of 3, you can fix the position of 2 in 2 other ways, and the remaining position will go to 1. So the total is 3 into 2 into 1, which is equal to 6, or the total number of cases in this particular scenario is equal to 9. So the overall total is 3 plus 6, which is equal to 9, plus 3, which is equal to 12, plus 9, which is equal to 21. So you will find 21 3-digit numbers such that the product of their digits is greater than 2 and less than 7.
In this question, we are told that there are 2 friends who are walking around a circular track. Let us assume that the circumference of the track is equal to c. Let us assume that in 1 minute, the amount of distance that Meera walks is equal to m, and the distance that Amal walks is equal to a. We are told that if they are walking in opposite directions, within 3 minutes, they complete 1 round. So the distance that Meera walks in 3 minutes is 3m. The distance that Amal walks in 3 minutes is 3a. So 3m plus 3a is equal to c. We are also told that if they are walking in the same direction, after 45 minutes, Amal completes exactly 3 more rounds than Meera. In 45 minutes, the distance that Amal walks is 45a. The distance that Meera walks is 45m. The difference between these two is 3c. Now we can find out the value of m and a in terms of c. So let us first try to do that. We will multiply the first equation by 15. So 45m or 45a plus 45m is equal to 15c. So now if you subtract the first equation from the second equation, we are going to get that 90m is equal to 12c, or the value of m is equal to 12 by 90c, which is equal to 2 by 15c. So in 1 minute, Meera walks 2 by 15th of the circumference. So in 1 hour, she is going to walk 2 by 15 c into 60. 60 by 15 is 4, so this is equal to 8c. So in 1 hour, she will complete 8 rounds around the circular track.
In this question, it is given that there is a quadrilateral ABCD such that the length of the side AD is equal to the length of the side CD. It is also given that if BD is joined, then angle DAB is equal to angle DBA. is equal to 24 degrees, and we are required to find out the value of angle ACB. So let us first draw the diagram of the quadrilateral and then we will see how it looks like. So suppose this is the quadrilateral. This is just not to scale. This is A, B, C and D. Initially it is given that AD is equal to CD, that is the lengths of these two are the same. Then you connect B and D, that is you have connected these two, and you are told that angle DAB, that is DAB, this angle is the same as angle DBA, that is this angle. So if you look at it in triangle ADB, if two angles are the same, then their respective sides are also the same. What this would imply is that if angle DAB is equal to angle DBA, then this would imply that AD is equal to BD. What this essentially means is that from vertex D, the other three vertices A, B and C are equidistant. This is the same as saying that there is a circle. Let us assume that this is a circle and the center of the circle is D and the points A, B and C lie on the circumference of the circle because all of them are equidistant from D. So let us just draw the 3 points. So let us assume that this is A, this is B and this is C. So the quadrilateral will look something like this. This is AB, this is BC, this is CD and this is AD. This is the quadrilateral. Now you have connected B and D. What this is essentially saying is that AD is equal to BD is equal to CD. This is how the quadrilateral is looking like, where D is the center of the circle. We are also given the angles. We are given angle BAD, this is equal to 24 degrees, and angle DBA, this is also given as 24 degrees. Because these two are the same, that is the only reason we have actually said that AD is equal to BD and that ABD is an isosceles triangle. Now what are we required to find out? We are required to find out what is the value of ACB. So for that, let us first connect A and C also. Now we have connected A and C and we are required to find out what is the value of the angle ACB. How are we going to solve this? This is easy to solve because we now know what is the angle ADB. Angle ADB is equal to 180 degrees minus 24 degrees minus 24 degrees. Because ADB is a triangle of which two of the sides are 24 degrees each. So the third angle will be 180 degrees minus 24 minus 24. If you simplify this, you are going to get this as 132 degrees. And so what is the value of angle ACB? Angle ACB will be half of 132 degrees. This is equal to 66 degrees. Why is this equal to half of 132 degrees? Because if you draw a circle and you have the center of the circle and you have a chord, suppose this is the chord, let the center of the circle be O, let the 2 points on the circumference be P and Q. If the angle subtended by the chord PQ at the center is say X, then the angle subtended by the chord PQ at the circumference, at any point on the circumference, so this is another point R, then the angle subtended by this chord PQ, by the same chord PQ at the circumference, this is going to be equal to X by 2. So this is going to be half of the angle subtended at the center, and this can be any point. You can draw another circumference, something you can draw it from another point. Even this is going to be equal to X by 2. As long as the angle subtended at the center is X, the angle subtended at the circumference is always X by 2. In this case, if you are looking at the chord AB, the angle subtended by this chord or this arc AB at the center is 132 degrees. Therefore, the angle subtended by this arc at any point on the circumference will be 132 by 2, that is 66 degrees, which is actually the value of angle ACB. Therefore, the required answer is 66 degrees. In this question, we are given that there is a walking track AB, which is the diameter of a circular park of radius 10 meters. So let us assume that this is the circular park and this is the diameter AB. AB is the walking track. Now a pole of height 6 meters is standing on the circumference of the circular track and it subtends an equal angle at A and B. That is, it is equidistant from both A and B. So it will be at the midpoint of the arc AB. Now let us assume that the base of the pole is say R. Okay, there is another point R. So let us assume that the base of the pole is say P. A point R lies on the line AB and the pole subtends 30 degrees at R. So there is a point R on AB, and when you connect the base of the pole to R, and if you draw another line from R to the top of the pole, remember that this is in 3-dimensional figure. So this angle, that is the angle subtended by the top of the pole at R, is 30 degrees. We also know that the height of the pole is 6 meters. So from this we can get the distance of PR on the ground. So PR 6 by PR is equal to tan 30 degrees. Therefore, PR is equal to 6 root 3. Now, PR is on the ground. The pole is up in the air. So, 30 degrees is subtended at the top of the pole. So, tan 30 degrees will be the height of the pole by the distance on the ground, because that is opposite side by adjacent side. So, we get that PR, that is the length from R to the base of the pole, is 6 root 3. Now once we know that, we are required to find out the distance of point R from the center. Let us assume that this is the center O. Now if you connect P and O, because P is equidistant from both A and B, it will be a perpendicular at the center. Now this is a right angle triangle. You know one of the side, this is the radius of the circle, which is 10 meters. And you know the length of the hypotenuse is equal to 6 root 3. You are required to find out the length of the third side, which is OR. Now OR square plus 10 square by Pythagoras theorem is equal to 6 root 3 whole square, which is 6 square into 3. 6 square is 36 into 3 is 108. Therefore, OR square is equal to 108 minus 100, which is equal to 8, or OR is equal to square root of 8, which is 2 root 2 meters. Now, if you are able to visualize this simple diagram in three-dimensional space and figure out that the length of PR is 6 root 3, the question is nearly solved. In this question, we are told that a train travels at 1/3 of its usual speed and it reaches the destination 30 minutes after the scheduled time. So let us assume that its original speed or the scheduled speed is s and the normal time it takes is t. But if it is traveling at s by 3, then the amount of time it takes is t plus 30 minutes or t plus 1 by 2 hours. Note that the distance it has traveled is the same in both the cases. Therefore, s into t is equal to s by 3 into t plus 1 by 2. We can cancel s on both sides, or the value of 3t is equal to t plus 1 by 2, or the value of t is equal to 1 by 2 divided by 2, which is 1 by 4 hours, which is equal to 15 minutes. So normally the time that the train takes to move from one place to another is 15 minutes. But what has been told to us is that while coming back, it travels at its usual speed for 5 minutes. So let us assume that again the speed is s. So what is the distance it has traveled in 5 minutes? That will be equal to s by 12. That is s into 5 by 60. Then it stops for 4 minutes. So the total time that has elapsed is 5 plus 4, which is equal to 9 minutes. And then it again restarts, and now we have to figure out by what percentage should the train speed be increased so that it reaches the destination at the scheduled time. We know that the initial time or the original time that was scheduled is 15 minutes, that is 1 by 4 hours. So what is the total journey? The distance of the journey will be s into 1 by 4, which is equal to s by 4 kilometers, of which it has already travelled s by 12. So what is the distance that is remaining? That will equal s by 4 minus s by 12, which is equal to by 12 3s minus s, which is equal to 2s by 12, which is equal to s by 6 kilometers. So s by 6 kilometers are remaining. And what is the time that is left? Initially we have 15 minutes, of which 9 minutes have elapsed. So there are only 6 minutes left, and in this 6 minutes it has to travel s by 6 kilometers. So what should its speed be? Its speed will be equal to s by 6, which is the distance remaining, divided by 6 by 60. This is the time left. That is equal to s by 6 divided by 1 by 10, or you can multiply it by 10. This is equal to 5s by 3. So the train has to travel at a speed of 5s by 3 to reach its scheduled destination at the same time. So what should be the percentage increase in its speed? The original speed is s, the new speed is 5s by 3. So the increase should be equal to 5s by 3 minus s, that is 2s by 3, divided by the original speed, that is s, into 100. This is equal to 2 by 3 into 100, which is 67%. This should be the increase in its speed. In this question, we are given two definitions. We are told that S of n is the sum of all the digits of a number till a single digit is obtained, and On is defined as the number of times Sn has to be performed. So just to make the understanding clearer, if suppose the number you are given is say 3158, now you add all the digits of this number, so you will get 3 plus 5 is 8, 8 plus 1 is 9, 9 plus 8 is 17, and if you add the sum of the digits again, you are going to get 1 plus 7, which is 8. So the S of 3518 is 8, and the number of times we have to perform this summation operation is twice. We have to perform it for 3518 and we have to perform it for 17. So the O is 2 and the S is 8. This is the case for the random number, which is 3518. What is mentioned to us over here is that we have to figure out the number of 3-digit numbers such that S of n is 8 and O of n is 2. So let us assume that the 3-digit number which satisfies this criteria is A, B, C, where A, B and C, all three of them are single digit numbers. A cannot equal 0, but B and C can equal 0. Now what is given to us is that the summation operation was performed once and you are getting a 2-digit number. Let us call that number PQ, and the summation operation was done again, and after it was done, then you are getting the final number, which is equal to 8. This is what is given to us because we are told that O of n is conducted twice, that is the summation happened twice, and the final result is equal to 8. Now what can we infer from this? We can infer that A plus B plus C is equal to PQ, that is the 2-digit number PQ, and P plus Q is equal to 8. One more thing that we can infer is that because A, B and C are all less than 10 or all less than or equal to 9, their sum has to be less than 30. Therefore, the value of P, which is the first digit of the 2-digit number, has to be either 1 or 2, because A plus B plus C has to be less than 30. This would tell us that there are only two cases. One case is that P is equal to 1, in which case Q will equal 7. In the other case, P is equal to 2, in which case Q is equal to 6. Now let us first look at the second case because it is easier. So we have to find out the number of digits, a number of 3-digit numbers A, B, C, such that A plus B plus C is equal to 26. How many such numbers are there? The only way you will get 3-digit numbers to sum up to 26 is if they are 9, 9 and 8 in some order. Because the maximum sum of a 3-digit number, maximum sum of the digit will be 27. That is when all the 3 digits are equal to 9. When it is 9 plus 9 plus 9, then it will be 27. But because you are given 26, the only possibility is that one of them, instead of being 9, is actually 8. And how many such numbers are there? Out of the 3 digits, you have to have one digit as 8. So the number of possibilities is 3. The 3 possibilities you can easily enumerate will be 998, 989 and 899. These are the only 3-digit numbers whose sum of the digits is equal to 26. Now let us look at the first case, in which P is equal to 1 and Q is equal to 17, or A plus B plus C, that is the sum of the digits, is equal to 17. Now we are supposed to calculate how many 3-digit numbers exist such that A plus B plus C, that is the sum of its digits, is equal to 17. Now we will enumerate. Let us assume that A is equal to 1. In this case, the value of B plus C will equal 16. So the values are B will be 9 and C will be 7, or B will be 8 and C will be 8, or B will be 7 and C will be 9. So you have 3 cases possible. If A is equal to 2, B plus C is equal to 15. In this case, B can be 9 and C will be 6, or B can be 8 and C will be 7, or B will be 7 and C will be 8, or B will be 6 and C will be 9, or there are 4 cases. Similarly, when A is equal to 3, B plus C is equal to 14, and the value of A can change from 9 to 5. So there are 5 cases. Similarly, when A is equal to 4, B plus C will equal 13. Therefore, the value of A can change from 9 to 4. Or there are 6 cases. When A is equal to 5, B plus C is equal to 12. So the value of B can change from 9 to 3, or the number of cases is 7. Similarly, when A is equal to 6, B plus C will be equal to 11, or the value of B can change from 9 to 2. So there are 8 cases. When A is equal to 7, B plus C will be equal to 10. So B will change from 9 to 1. So there are 9 cases. When A is equal to 8, B plus C will be 9. So B can be any number from 9 to 0. So there are 10 cases. Finally, when A is equal to 9, the value of B plus C will be equal to 8. So the value of B can now change only from 8 to 0. In this case, B cannot equal 9, because then A plus B itself will become 18 and C will be minus 1. So that is not possible. So the number of cases in the final instance is 9. So the total cases in the second instance is 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 plus 9 plus 10 plus 9. What is the value of 3 plus 4 plus ... till 10 plus 9 is what we are supposed to find out. The value of 3 plus ... till 10 is quite easy to calculate. It will be 10 into 11 by 2 minus 1 and 2, because the sum of the first 10 digits, that is 1 plus 2 plus ... till 10, is equal to 10 into 11 by 2. This is 55. In the current summation, you don't have 1 and 2, so the sum will be 52, plus you have to add 9, so this is plus 9, so this is 61. So in the case where P and Q are 1 and 7, that is 17, you have 61 cases. In the case where P and Q are 26, you have 3 cases. So the total number of cases is 61 plus 3, which is 64.
In this question, we are told that the total male and female population in city increased by 25% from 1970 to 1980. So this is the numbers in 1970, this is the numbers in 1980, and we'll have some numbers in 1990. The total population, let us assume in 1970 was X. So it has increased by 25%, so it becomes 1.25x. We are told that during the same period, the male population increased by 40%. So if you assume that the number of males in 1970 is M, the number of males in 1980 becomes 1.4m. And the number of females increased by 20%. So if you assume that the number of females in 1970 is F, the number of females in 1980 becomes 1.2f. Now we have two equations and we can figure out a relationship between M and F. What are the two equations that we have? M plus F will be equal to X, because the number of males plus the number of females is the total population in 1970, and it is the same case even in 1980. You have 1.4m plus 1.2f is equal to 1.25x. So we have three variables and two equations. But the first thing we want to figure out is what is the relationship between M and F. So we'll try to eliminate X. We have X on the right hand side here and 1.25x. We'll try to make both of them the same. So we'll multiply the first equation with 5 so that the right hand side becomes 5x, and the second equation will multiply by 4 because 1.25x into 4 is again 5x. Or essentially what we are saying is that 5m plus 5f from the first equation is equal to 5x, and from the second equation 1.25x into 4 is also equal to 5x. So that will equal 4 times 1.4m plus 1.2f. So that is 5.6m plus 4.8f. Or this would imply that 0.6m is equal to 0.2f, or the value of 3m is equal to f. So now we'll substitute f with 3m. Therefore, the value of 1.2f will be equal to 3.6m. And the value of x will be m plus 3m, which is equal to 4m. Therefore, the value of 1.25x will be equal to 5m. So the total population in 1970 is 4m, which had m males and 3m females. The total population in 1980 is 5M, which had 1.4M and 3.6M females. We are given some information about 1990. We are told that the female population increased by 25% from 1980 to 1990. So there is an increase of 25% from 3.6M. So the number of females in 1990 will be 1.25 into 3.6M, which is equal to 4.5M. And the number of females is twice the number of males. So the number of males will be 2.25M. Therefore, the total population in 1990 will be 2.25M plus 4.5M, which is equal to 6.75M. Therefore, the percentage increase in the total population from 1970 to 1990 is 6.75 minus 4 divided by 4 into 100, which is equal to 2.75 into 100 by 4, which is equal to 275 by 4. This is 68.75%, which is option B.
In this question, we are supposed to find out the product of all the values of 3 to the power x plus 2 such that the values of x satisfy the given equation. So let us first find out what are the values of x which satisfy the given equation, and for each value of x, let us find out the value of 3 to the power x plus 2 and then multiply each one of them. So if you are looking at the equation that is given to us, it says that log of 18 minus 3 to the power x to the base 3 is equal to 3 minus x. Or if you simplify this, this is equal to 18 minus 3 to the power x is equal to 3 to the power 3 minus x, which is equal to 27 divided by 3 to the power x. So let us assume that 3 to the power x is equal to a. Now what does the given equation look like? It will look like 18 minus a is equal to 27 by a. Or if you simplify this, this will equal 18a minus a square is equal to 27, or a square minus 18a plus 27 is equal to 0. This is a quadratic equation in a, or this is a quadratic equation in 3 to the power x. Let us assume that the roots of this equation are p and q. What are we required to find out? We are required to find out 3 to the power x plus 2. So we are required to find out the product of p plus 2 into q plus 2. This is what we are supposed to find out, because we know that p and q are the roots of the equation a square minus 8a plus 27. We also know that both of them are real roots, because if you look at the discriminant, it is 18 square minus 4 into 27, which is equal to 108. This is greater than 0. So both p and q are real roots. So if you're looking at their product, this will equal pq plus 2 into p plus q plus 4. What is the product of pq? The product of the two roots is 27. And what is the sum of p plus q? The sum of the roots of the two of this quadratic equation is 18. So this will be 2 into 18 plus 4. Or if you simplify this, this will equal 27 plus 36 plus 4. 36 plus 4 is 40 plus 27 is 67. So the required answer is 67.
In this question, we are told that a, b and c are three positive numbers such that log of a to the base 10 into log of cb to the base 10 plus log of b to the base 10 into log c to the base 10 is equal to 388. And we are told that a into b into c is equal to 10 to the power 99. And we are asked to find out the value of square root of log of a to the base 10 whole square plus log of b to the base 10 whole square plus log of c to the base 10 whole square. So the first thing you should notice is that we have a lot of terms which involve base 10. So let us assume that log of a to the base 10 is equal to x, log of b to the base 10 is equal to y, and log of c to the base 10 is equal to z. Now what is the information that is given to us? We are told log of a to the base 10, that is x, into log of bc to the base 10. What is the value of log of bc to the base 10? This is equal to log of c to the base 10 plus log of b to the base 10. So this is essentially equal to x into y plus z plus log of b to the base 10 into log of c to the base 10. That is equal to y into z. This we are told is equal to 388. Or what we are given is xy plus yz plus xz is equal to 388. We are also given the product of a, b and c. This is equal to 10 to the power 99. or log of ABC to the base 10 is equal to 99. This is the information that is given to us. And what is the left hand side equal to? This is equal to log of A to the base 10 plus log of B to the base 10 plus log of C to the base 10. Or we are given that x plus y plus z is equal to 99. And what we are required to calculate is the value of square root of x square plus y square plus z square. So just square the equation that is given to us. X plus y plus z whole square is equal to x square plus y square plus z square plus 2 times xy plus yz plus xz is equal to 99 square. And what is 99 square? That is 9801. We know that xy plus yz plus xz is equal to 388. And what is 2 times 388? That is equal to 776. So the value of x square plus y square plus z square is equal to 9801 minus 776, which is equal to 9025. So the value of square root of x square plus y square plus z square is equal to square root of 9025, which is equal to 95. So the required answer for this question is 95.
In this question, it is given that the density of a material is its mass divided by its volume. That is, density of any material is mass given by volume. We are told that there are 3 liquids A, B and C, and the densities are in the ratio 1:2:3. So let us assume that these are the 3 liquids A, B and C, and their densities are in the ratio 1:2:3. There are 3 different masses of A, B and C which were in the ratio 2:3:5, which were mixed. Let us assume that the mass is given as in the ratio 2:3:5. Then find the ratio of the overall density of the new mixture. So a new mixture is formed when these 3 are mixed. It will have its own density, it will have its own mass, it will have its own volume to that of the density of B. So when you are adding 3 liquids of 3 different masses, the overall mass will be the sum of the 3 masses. So it will be 2 plus 3 plus 5. But because these are just ratios, let us assume that the mass of each of the liquid is 2m, 3m and 5m. Therefore, the total mass of the mixture will be 10m. This is 2m plus 3m plus 5m. Similarly, let the densities be 1d, 2d and 3d for some constant d. The volume of the liquids, the individual liquids will be, because density is equal to mass by volume, volume will equal mass by density. So the volume of A will be mass by density, so that will be 2 into m by d. Similarly, the mass of the volume of liquid B will be 3m by 2d, that is 3 by 2 into m by d. And the mass of liquid C will be 5m by 3d, that will be 5 by 3 into m by d. Now the sum of the mixture will be the sum of the volumes of the individual components. So this will be m by d common 2 plus 3 by 2 plus 5 by 3. That is just adding these 3 numbers up. So you can simplify this. The ratio of 2 and 3, the LCM of 2 and 3 is 6. So this will be m by d into the whole denominator will be 6. Because this is 2 by 1, it will be 12 by 6. 12 plus 3 by 2 will equal 9 by 6 plus 5 by 3 will equal 10 by 6. So this is equal to 19 plus 12 is 31. So this is 31 by 6 into m by d. This is the overall volume of the mixture. Therefore, the overall density of the mixture, the new mixture's density will equal its mass, that is 10m, divided by the total volume, that is 31 by 6 into m by d. You can cancel m and you can take this 6d to the numerator. So this will become 60 by 31 into d. This is the density of the new mixture. We are required to find out the ratio of the density of the new mixture to that of density of B. Density of B is 2d. Therefore, the required ratio is 60 by 31d is to 2d. Here you can cancel d and you can cancel 2 from 60 and d. So this will be 30 is to 31. Therefore, the final answer is 30 is to 31. In this question we are given a graph. We are told that f of x is equal to x square plus 3x, and we are supposed to identify what is the function that is represented by the graph given in the question. So if you look at the graph, you see that it has some sort of an inverted parabola. So we'll first draw the graph for f of x is equal to x square plus 3x, and then try to see how we can relate it to the graph given in the question. If you're trying to draw the graph for f of x is equal to x square plus 3x, that will be an upward sloping parabola. A parabola is basically any quadratic equation. So to find out how it exactly looks, we have to figure out what is the point at which it becomes its minimum. Now the minimum point for this f of x is the negative of the coefficient of x, which is 3, divided by the coefficient of x square and 2. So basically in this case the minimum point will occur at minus 3 by 2, which is basically equal to minus b by 2a, where b is the coefficient of x and a is the coefficient of x square. So in this case it will be an upward sloping parabola which will have its minimum at minus 3 by 2, and its two zeros, that is its two roots, are minus 3 and 0, because x square plus 3x is basically equal to x into x plus 3. So the value of f of x when x is equal to 0 is 0, and the value of f of x when x is equal to minus 3 is also 0. So it will be something like this. This is how the function f of x, which is equal to x square plus 3x, will look like. Now if you notice in the question, it is similar but with a downward slope, and instead of going down over here, that is instead of crossing the x-axis, it is still remaining below the x-axis. So if you try to draw the graph for f of modulus of x, which is equal to modulus of x square plus 3x, it will look exactly the same as f of x, but instead of going down it will be going up. So it will look something like this. This is the graph of f of x is equal to modulus of x square plus 3x, or basically modulus of f of x. It will be the same. The bottom will be at minus 3 by 2 normally, and the roots will be at 0 and minus 3. Whenever x is less than minus 3, the graph will be the same. Then f of x will become 0, and between minus 3 to 0 the value of f of x is negative, but because you are looking only for the modulus, instead of going below the x-axis it will start coming above the x-axis. So it will look something like this. And after x becomes 0, and for all the values of x which are greater than 0, the value of modulus of f of x will look exactly the same as f of x. So this graph and this graph are quite similar, other than the part between minus 3 and 0. This is the graph of f of x is equal to modulus of x square plus 3x, or for the graph of modulus of f of x. As you can see, the graph given in the question is the mirror image of this. So that represents the graph of minus of modulus of f of x. So if you are looking at the options, it will be option B. In this question we are given two equations. 5.55 to the power of x is equal to 0.555 to the power y is equal to 1000. Now once this is given, we are required to find out the value of 1 by x minus 1 by y. So the two equations we are given are similar to each other. 5.55 to the power x is equal to 1000, and 0.555 to the power of y is equal to 1000. We'll take logarithm on both the sides. Therefore x is equal to logarithm of 1000 to the base 5.55, and y is equal to log of 1000 to the base 0.555. We are required to find out 1 by x minus 1 by y. So we will find out that 1 by x is equal to log of 5.55 to the base 1000, and 1 by y is equal to log of 0.555 to the base 1000. For beginners, there is a very simple theorem on logarithms, which is that if x is equal to log of a to the base b, then 1 by x is equal to log of b to the base a. We have just used this formula twice in both the equations. Now we will subtract 1 by x minus 1 by y is equal to log of 5.55 to the base 1000 minus log of 0.555 to the base 1000. This will equal log of 5.55 by 0.555 to the base 1000. This is another simple formula, which is that if x is equal to log of a to the base c minus log of b to the base c, then x will equal log of, notice that the base in both the cases is the same, then this will equal a by b to the base c, which is what we have used here. The corollary is that if x is equal to log of a to the base c plus log of b to the base c, then x will equal log of a into b to the base c. Notice again that the base has to be same in both the cases. Anyway, using the earlier formula, we will get 1 by x minus 1 by y is equal to log of 5.55 by 0.555 to the base 1000. This will equal log of 10 to the base 1000. Now we can easily find out that 1000 is equal to 10 cube. Therefore, the value of this logarithm will equal 1 by 3. Therefore, the answer that we are looking for is 1 by 3. 1 by x minus 1 by y, when simplified, you are going to get a value of 1 by 3. In this question, we are told that the sum of the perimeters of an equilateral triangle and a rectangle is 90 centimeters. So, we have an equilateral triangle, something like this, and we have a rectangle. Let us assume that it is like this. We are told that the sum of these two perimeters is 90 centimeters. We are also told that the area of the triangle, if it is considered to be t, and the area of the rectangle, if it is equal to r, share the relationship r is equal to t square. We are also told that the sides of the rectangle are in the ratio 1:3. So let us assume that the sides of the rectangle are b and 3b. This is 3b, this is 3b, and this is b. And let us assume that each side of the equilateral triangle is, say, small a. So this is a, and a. Now we are required to find out the length of the longer side of the rectangle. That is, we are required to calculate what is the value of 3b. We are given one relationship. We are told that the areas of the rectangle will be equal to 3b into b, so that is equal to 3b square. This is the value of r. This is equal to t square. What is the area of the triangle? That is equal to root 3 by 4 a square. This is the value of t, but because r is equal to t square, that would imply that 3b square is equal to root 3 by 4 a square into root 3 by 4 a square. We can cancel 3 on both sides because root 3 into root 3 is equal to 3, or b square is equal to a square by 4 into a square by 4, or the value of b is equal to a square by 4, or the value of a is equal to 2 square root of b. We are given the sum of the perimeters of both the triangle and the rectangle. What is the perimeter of the equilateral triangle? This will equal 3a. And what is the perimeter of the rectangle? This will equal 3b plus b, that is 4b, plus 3b plus b, so that is another 4b, or that will equal 8b. So we know that 3a plus 8b is equal to 90 centimeters, or we can substitute instead of a 2 square root of b. So this would imply that 8b plus 6 square root of b is equal to 90. Just for ease of calculation, let us assume that square root of b is equal to x, or the value of b is equal to x square. So this equation can be transformed to equal 8x square plus 6x minus 90 is equal to 0. This is a quadratic equation. We can divide the quadratic equation by 2 because all the coefficients are even numbers. So this would imply that 4x square plus 3x minus 45 is equal to 0. Or if you are factorizing this, 4x square plus 15x minus 12x minus 45 is equal to 0, or x minus 3 into 4x plus 15 is equal to 0. So the value of x is equal to 3. The second value of x, which is equal to minus 15 by 4, is not allowed because x has to be a positive number. So if x is equal to 3, what is the value of b? The value of b will equal x square, which is equal to 9. So the length of the sides of the rectangle are 9 and 27. This is also 9 and 27. And the sides of the equilateral triangle A will equal 2 into square root of b, or 2 into 3, that is equal to 6. So this is 6, 6 and 6. What we are required to find out is the value of 3b. which is the length of the longer side of the rectangle, which will equal 27.
In this equation, we are given that x plus y plus z is equal to 3, and we are asked to find out which of the following is correct about p, which is an expression in x, y, and z. Now, if you look at the options, they are looking at either the minimum value of p or the maximum value of p. And you should also recognize that x plus y plus z is symmetrical in x, y, z, and even the p, the expression that we have to find out, is also symmetrical in x, y, z. So let us first write down p and then see how we can solve it. P is equal to x by 4 minus x plus y by 4 minus y plus z by 4 minus z. So you should realize that it will become easier if we can eliminate either the numerators or the denominators and make them constant. Here each of the terms of the expression are differing. So there is x in the numerator and x in the denominator, y in the numerator, y in the denominator, and z in the numerator and z in the denominator. It will become easier if we can eliminate at least the numerator or the denominator. One way to do it is by adding 1 to each of the terms. So p plus 3 is equal to x plus 1, x by 4 minus x plus 1, plus y by 4 minus y plus 1, plus z by 4 minus z plus 1. Then this will become 4 by 4 minus x plus 4 by 4 minus y plus 4 by 4 minus z, or this is 4 into 1 by 4 minus x plus 1 by 4 minus y plus 1 by 4 minus z. This is p plus 3. You should realize that this expression, for example, is a lot more easier than this expression. And if you are looking only at this expression, we know that this expression is greater than or equal to this expression by 3. Say if this expression is x, this x by 3 is greater than or equal to, we are using am is greater than or equal to hm, the harmonic mean, 3 by 4 minus x plus 4 minus y plus 4 minus z. This implies this is greater than or equal to 3 by 12 minus x plus y plus z. This is equal to 3. This we know from the question here. So this is greater than or equal to 3 by 12 minus 3, which is equal to 1 by 3. This is the expression by 3. So we know that this expression is greater than or equal to 1. So p plus 3 is greater than or equal to 4 into 1, which is equal to 4, or p is greater than or equal to 1. So we know that the minimum value of p is 1. We know that the maximum value of p is not 1 because p is always greater than or equal to 1. We also know that the minimum value of p is not 3 by 4 because p can't take any numbers, any values between 3 by 4 and 1. Similarly, the maximum value of p is 5 by 4 is wrong. The only option which is correct is option A. In these kind of questions, just try to simplify the expression so that you get a constant either in the numerator or in the denominator. Keep maintaining the symmetry of x, y, z, and try to see if we can use am greater than or equal to gm, or am greater than or equal to hm, or gm greater than or equal to hm in any one of these expressions to find the final answer. In this case, the final answer is option A.
In this question, it is given that 10 men can complete a piece of work in 8 days. So if you have 10 men, they can complete a piece of work in 8 days. Similarly, if you have 15 women to do the same work, they will take 6 days to complete it. Now we have 9 women and x men, and they complete the work in 8 days, and we are supposed to find out the value of x. So we have to first calculate the ratio of the efficiency of a man to that of a woman, and then calculate the value of x. So let us first look at how many days it will take one man to complete the work. If 10 men take 8 days, one man is going to take 10 into 8, that is 80 days. Similarly, one woman, how many days is she going to take? 15 women take 6 days to complete the work. So one woman is going to take 15 into 6, that is 90 days to complete the same work. So we'll assume that the total work that needs to be done is the LCM of 80 and 90. What is the LCM of 80 and 90? It is 720 units. We are assuming this just to make calculations easy. It can be any number, but if it is the LCM, most of the fractions get eliminated. So it becomes easy to calculate the answer fast. So if you have one woman, how much work does she do in one day? One woman takes 90 days to complete 720 units of work. So in 90 days, she is completing 720 units of work. So in one day, she completes 8 units of work. Similarly, if we have one man takes 80 days to finish 720 units of work. So in one day, he finishes 9 units of work. So if you have 9 women and X men, how much work do they complete in one day? It will be 9 into 8, which is the amount of work done by a woman, plus X into 9. So the amount of work done by these guys in one day is 9 into 8, that is 72, plus 9x. This is the amount of work that they do in one day. So how much work do they do in 8 days, which is what they have taken to finish the work? It will be 8 into 72 plus 9x. But it has been mentioned that this is equal to the total work done, which is 720 units. So this is equal to 720, or you can divide 720 by 8, that will be 90. So 72 plus 9x is equal to 90, or 9x is equal to 90 minus 72, which is 18, or x is equal to 2. So the number of men who have joined 9 women to finish the work in 8 days is 2. In this question, we are told that f of x plus y is equal to f of x into f of y, and we are told that the value of f of 5 is equal to 4, and we are required to calculate the value of f of 10 minus f of minus 10. We are given the value of f of 5, so the value of f of 10, which is equal to f of 5 plus 5, can be calculated. This will be equal to f of 5 into f of 5, or this is equal to 4 into 4, which is equal to 16. So as f of 5 is equal to 4, the value of f of 10 is equal to 16. Now as f of 10 is equal to 16, we will try to calculate the value of f of minus 5, and then we will calculate the value of f of minus 10. What is the value of f of minus 5? Let us assume that the value of f of minus 5 is equal to k. Therefore, the value of 5 can be written as the value of minus 5 plus 10, which will then equal f of minus 5 into f of 10. The value of f of 5 we know is already given to be equal to 4. If you assume that the value of f of minus 5 is equal to k, this will equal k into f of 10, which we have just calculated, will equal 16. Or the value of k is equal to 4 by 16, which is equal to 1 by 4. This is the value of f of minus 5. So if f of minus 5 is equal to 1 by 4, what is the value of f of minus 10? F of minus 10 will equal f of minus 5 plus minus 5, or this is equal to f of minus 5 into f of minus 5. This is equal to 1 by 4 into 1 by 4, which is equal to 1 by 16. So f of minus 10 is equal to 1 by 16, f of 10 is equal to 16, and we are asked to calculate the value of f of 10 minus f of minus 10. So the required answer will be 16 minus 1 by 16. If you express this in decimals, this will equal 15.9375. That is the answer. In this question, we are told that there is a sports manufacturing limited called Kookaburra Sports Limited. It produces cricket bats and cricket balls. All the bats are identical and all the balls are also identical. All the workers are equally efficient. It is mentioned that in one day, 20 workers can produce 60 bats and 40 balls. Therefore, one worker in one day can produce 3 bats and 2 balls. Let us assume that the work needed to make a bat is A and the work needed to make a ball is B. So 3A plus 2B is equal to the efficiency of a worker. Let us assume this is equal to W. This is the relationship that we have. That is, one worker by working for 1 day can produce 3 bats and 2 balls. We are also told that 45 workers in 2 days, they can produce 180 bats and 225 balls. Therefore, in 2 days, one worker can produce 180 divided by 45, so that is 4 bats and 5 balls. Or in 1 day, one worker can produce 2 bats and 2.5 balls. So what this would imply is that the efficiency of a worker is also equal to 2A plus 2.5B. Or you can simplify this as, if you equate both of them, 3A plus 2B is equal to 2A plus 2.5B, or A is equal to 0.5B, or B is equal to 2A. So the work needed to make one ball is twice the work that is needed to make one bat. Now we are told one more thing. We are told that in 6 days, 25 workers produce M bats and N balls. But M and N have been distributed in such a way that they are very close to each other. That is, modulus of M minus N is the minimum possible. And in that particular case, we are supposed to calculate the value of M plus N. So to do that, we'll assume that the work needed to make one bat, A, is 1. Therefore, the value of B will equal 2. This is the work needed to make one ball. Now, what is the efficiency of a worker? The efficiency of a worker is 3A plus 2B, or W is equal to A into 3, so 3 plus 2 into 2, so that is 7 units. So if the efficiency, or if the work needed to make one bat is equal to 1, so we have assumed that A is equal to 1, B is equal to 2A, so B will equal 2 and W will equal 7 units. Now we have 6 days and we have 25 workers. So what is the total amount of work that can be done? The total amount of work that can be done is 6 into 25 into 7 units, so that is 7. So this will equal 25 into 7 is 175 into 6 is 1050. So the total work that can be done by these people is 1050, but they have used this 1050 units to make M bats and N balls. So 1050 is equal to M bats, that is M into A, plus N into B. We have assumed that A is equal to 1 and B is equal to 2. So 1050 is equal to M plus 2N. Now this is true for any M and any N. So you can make M bats. So if you are making, say, 1050 bats, then you will make 0 balls. Similarly, if you are making 0 bats, then you will be making 1050 divided by 2, that is 525 balls. So you can keep changing M and N according to this equation, that is 1050 is equal to M plus 2N. But you are told that modulus of M minus N has to be the minimum possible. So we will actually make M to be equal to N, so that modulus of M minus N will be its least possible value, which is equal to 0. And in that case, if M is equal to N, the value of 3M will equal 1050, or the value of M is equal to 350, which is also the value of N, because M is equal to N. Therefore, the value of M plus N will be 350 plus 350, which is equal to 700. In this question, we are told that one part of a hostel's expense is fixed while the other is proportional to the number of its boarders. So the expense of a hostel is fixed. Let us call the fixed portion to be equal to F plus a proportionality constant K into N. Okay, where N is the number of boarders. As the number of boarders increases, the variable expense also increases proportionally, and the fixed cost will remain the same, which is F. The revenue that it generates per boarder is the same. It is 1600. So the revenue is 1600 N. So the total profit that it makes will be equal to 1600 N, which is the total revenue, minus F minus Kn. So the profit per boarder, which is the information that is given to us, will be equal to this total profit divided by N. So this will be 1600 minus K minus F divided by N. We are given the profit per boarder when the number of boarders is 50. We are also given the profit per boarder when the number of boarders is 75. So when the number of boarders is 50, the profit per boarder will be 1600
minus k minus f divided by 50. This we are told is equal to 200. And when the number of borders is 75, the profit per border will be 1600 minus k minus f by 75. This we are told is 250. So if you subtract the first equation from the second equation, we are going to get that f by 50 minus f by 75 is equal to 250 minus 200, which is 50. F by 50 minus f by 75 is f by 150. F by 150 is 50, or the value of f is equal to 7500. Now we can calculate the value of k also. What is 1600 minus k? In the first equation, you can substitute the value of f in any one of the two equations. If you are substituting it in the first equation, 1600 minus k minus f by 50, that is 7500 divided by 50 is 150, is equal to 200, or the value of k is 1250. We are asked to calculate the total profit when the number of borders is 50. The total profit is 1600n minus f minus kn, or the total profit when n is equal to 80 will be equal to n into 1600 minus what is f, 7500, minus kn. K is 1250 minus 1250n, or simplifying it, this is 350 into n minus 7500. What is the value of n? The value of n is 80. So this is 350 into 80 minus 7500. 350 into 80 is 28,000 minus 7500. So the total profit will be 20,500. In this question, we are given an inequality x square minus 5x plus 1 by x square minus 5 by x minus 4 is less than or equal to 0, and we are supposed to find out the difference between the largest and the smallest possible value, integral value of x. So if you look at the inequality that is given to us, it is x square minus 5x plus 1 by x square minus 5 by x minus 4 is less than or equal to 0. So how do we proceed from this? One of the first things that you should observe is that it has x square and 1 by x square. It also has minus 5x and minus 5 by x. So if you actually assume that x plus 1 by x is equal to t, then we will be able to express this as a quadratic equation in t. Why is that the case? Because if you square both the sides, x square plus 1 by x square plus 2 is equal to t square, or x square plus 1 by x square is equal to t square minus 2. Whenever you see x square plus 1 by x square, one of the first things that you should think about is that it is closely related to x plus 1 by x. So if you look at the inequality, x square plus 1 by x square will be represented as t square minus 2 minus 5 into x plus 1 by x, that is 5t, minus 4 is less than or equal to 0. Or this implies that t square minus 5t minus 6 is less than or equal to 0. Now you can factorize this as t square minus 6t plus t minus 6 is less than or equal to 0, or t plus 1 into t minus 6 is less than or equal to 0. Now once you have factorized this and you have gotten two factors in t, and if it is mentioned that t is less than or equal to 0, what this implies is that t lies between both the roots. Whenever this is less than or equal to 0 and the two roots of the quadratic equation are minus 1 and plus 6, and there is less than or equal to over here, it implies that t lies between these two. If instead of less than or equal to, it is greater than or equal to, it would imply that t would definitely not lie between the two roots. It would imply that t is either less than the smaller root or it is greater than the larger root. Anyway, in this case, it is less than or equal to. So we find out both the roots. One is minus 1 and the other is 6. So t has to lie between minus 1 and plus 6. This would imply that x plus 1 by x is less than or equal to minus 1 is less than or equal to 6. Now what do we know about x plus 1 by x? We know that x plus 1 by x is always, for any real number x, x plus 1 by x is either greater than or equal to 2, that is if x is positive, or x plus 1 by x is less than or equal to minus 2 when x is less than 0. This is an inequality which can be easily proven using arithmetic mean is greater than or equal to geometric mean.
So in the given inequality, if it is mentioned that x plus 1 by x is greater than minus 1, the second case can be ruled out. Because if x plus 1 by x is greater than minus 1, it would imply that x cannot be negative, because if x is negative, it has to be less than minus 2. So if x plus 1 by x is greater than or equal to minus 1, x is not negative, and if x is not negative, x has to be positive, and x plus 1 by x is greater than or equal to 2. So this would imply that 2 is less than or equal to x plus 1 by x is less than or equal to 6. Now what is the smallest value of an integer which satisfies this inequality? The smallest value will be when x is equal to 1, in which case x plus 1 by x will equal to, and the largest value will be when x is equal to 5, in which case x plus 1 by x will be 5 plus 1 by 5, that is 5 1 by 5, which is also less than 6. The moment x becomes 6, x plus 1 by x will be greater than 6, and obviously for all numbers greater than 6, x plus 1 by x will also be greater than 6. So the smallest value of x will be when x is equal to 1, and the largest value of x will be when x is equal to 5. So the difference between the largest and the smallest integral values is 4. In this question we are told to find out the number of pairs of integers x and y such that x is greater than or equal to, y is greater than or equal to minus 20, and 2x plus 5y is equal to 99. So let us try to first figure out what are the boundaries for y. So in this case we are told that x is greater than or equal to y, and 2x plus 5y is equal to 99. So if 2x plus 5y is equal to 99 and x is greater than or equal to y, if we replace y in place of x over here, 2y plus 5y will be less than or equal to 2x plus 5y, because y is less than or equal to y. So 7y will be less than or equal to 99, or y will be less than or equal to 99 divided by 7, which is equal to just 14.14, but because y is an integer, y will be less than or equal to 14. We also know that y it is given to us is greater than or equal to 20. So the list of numbers that y can take is from minus 20 to minus 14, but can take all those values. We will notice that 2x is equal to 99 minus 5y. So if y is even, then 5y will be even and 99 minus 5y will be odd, but the value of 2x will always be even. So you want 99 minus 5y to be even, therefore 5y has to be odd, or y itself has to be odd. Therefore we have to find out all the odd integers which lie between minus 20 to 14, and for each such value of y we will find a unique value for x. And what are all the odd integers between minus 20 and 14? If you are looking at the odd integers which are negative in value, there will be minus 19, minus 17, minus 15, dot dot dot, minus 1. There are 10 such values for y. And if you are looking for positive values of y, there will be 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13. This is 7. So the total number of values that y can take are 10 plus 7, which is equal to 17. And for each such value of y, we will be able to find a integral value for x. So the correct answer is 17. In this question we are given that there are two people, Aman and Mukesh. Aman can do the job in 16 days and Mukesh can do it in k days. Now we are told that they work on alternate days. So the first day Aman can work, so the second day Mukesh will work, and the third day Aman will work, and so on. Or the other way around, where the first day Mukesh will work, the second day Aman will work, the third day again Mukesh will work, and so on. Now they finish the work in exactly the same number of days irrespective of who starts the work. We are required to find out how many values k can take if we know that k is a positive integer. So what we will do is this: we know that Aman can do the job in 16 days and Mukesh can do the job, same job, in k days. So what we'll assume is that the total work that needs to be done is 16 into k. This will just help us make the calculations easier. Total work is 16 into k units. So the number of units of work that Aman does in one day is equal to 16k, which is the total work, divided by the amount of time he takes, that is 16. So he does k units of work every day, while Mukesh does 16 units of work every day. Therefore, we will consider two cases. Case 1 is when Aman has started working. So in that case, Aman on the first day will do k units of work, Then Mukesh will do 16 units of work. Aman will again do k units of work, and Mukesh will do 16, and this will continue. So every 2 days they are doing 16 plus k units of work. Again on the third and fourth day they do 16 plus k units of work. Now therefore the total amount of time that they take will be 16k divided by 16 plus k into 2. This is the total number of days that they do the work. That is because every 2 days they are doing 16 plus k units of work in 2 days. And the total amount of work that needs to be done is 16 into k. Therefore the total number of days is 2 into 16 by 16 plus k units. This is if Mukesh is starting, and the other way around also the total amount of days that they take will be 2 into 16k by 16 plus k. So for both of them to be equal, we want the total number of days taken to be an even number, so that when Mukesh and Aman do, it will be a cycle for 2 days. Then the total amount of work done is 16 plus k. So you want the total number of days that it takes for them to finish the job to be an even number, even natural number. Therefore you want 16k by 16 plus k. You want this to be a natural number. Whenever this is a natural number, every 2 days they will do 16 plus k units of work, so that the total number of days it takes to finish the job will be the same irrespective of who starts. Now when will 16k by 16k plus k be a natural number? So in these kind of questions, whenever the numerator has k, it is difficult to immediately find out the answer. So what we'll do is we'll try to reduce this into a number where the numerator is a constant. It will be a constant number, it will not have the variable k. So we'll reduce 16k by 16 plus k as 16k plus 256 minus 256 divided by k plus 16. Why did we do this? Because we wanted to eliminate this from the numerator. So 16k by plus 256 divided by k plus 16 is 16 minus 256 divided by k plus 16. Now it is easy to find out when this will be a natural number. When will this be a natural number? It will be a natural number whenever 256 by k plus 16 is a natural number, or if k plus 16 is a multiple of 256. So whenever you want k plus 16 to be a multiple of 256, we'll first write down all the multiples of all the factors of 256. There will be 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128 and 256. So you want k plus 16 to be one of the factors, that is you want k plus 16 to be one of the factors of 256, one of these 8 numbers. Clearly k plus 16 cannot be 1, 2, 4, 8 or 16, because then k, the number k will be less than or equal to 0, which is not allowed. So you want k plus 16 to be one of these 4 numbers, or you want k to be either 16 or 48 or 112 or 230, 240. So whenever k is one of these 4 numbers, then the amount of work that they do will be k plus 16, which will be a multiple of 256. In that case, the total number of days that it takes will be the same irrespective of whether Aman starts the work or Mukesh starts the work. So the total number of values that k can take is 4.
In this question, we are told that log of a to the base 15 plus log of a to the base 32 divided by log of a to the base 15 into log of a to the base 32 is equal to 4. And we are asked to find out the interval in which a is going to lie. If you are first cross multiplying, you are given that log of a to the base 15 plus log of a to the base 32 is equal to 4 times log of a to the base 15 into log of a to the base 32. We know that log of a to the base 15 is basically equal to log of a divided by log of 15 plus log of a divided by log of 32. This is equal to 4 times log of a divided by log of 15 into log of a divided by log of 32. We can cancel one log of a from the left hand side and right hand side, and now again multiply both sides with log of 15 into log of 32. So the left hand side becomes equal to log of 32 plus log of 15 is equal to 4 times log of A, or log of 480, which is 32 into 15, is equal to log of A to the power 4. We can cancel logs on both sides. So A to the power 4 is equal to 480. We can calculate the exact value of A, but essentially what we are asked to find out is whether A lies between 2 and 3, or whether it lies between 3 and 4, or 4 and 5, or whether it is greater than 5. That is the options that are given to us. We know that 4 to the power 4 is 256 and 5 to the power 4 is 625. 480 lies somewhere in the middle of 256 and 625. So A to the power 4, which is equal to 480, would imply that A lies between 4 and 5. So the correct answer is option C. In this question, we are told that a batsman bats for n plus 2 innings, and in all the innings he gets out, and his average in this n plus 2 innings is 29. So what is the total score scored by the batsman? The total score scored by this batsman in the n plus 2 innings is equal to n plus 2 into 29. What we are told is that in the last 2 innings he has scored 38 and 15, and in the n innings before that his average score was 30. So another way of looking at the total score is equal to 30n, which is his total score in the first n innings, plus 38 plus 15 in the last 2 innings. As the total score has to remain the same, these two numbers have to be equal. So this would imply that 29n plus 29 into 2 is 58 is equal to 30n plus 38 plus 15 is 53. Or the value of n is equal to 5. So the batsman has batted for 5 plus 2, that is 7 innings, and in the first 5 innings his average score was 30, so his total score over here is 150, and in the last 2 innings he has scored 38 and 15, so his total score across the 7 innings is 203, which is 29 times 7. In the first 5 innings we are told that in none of these innings he has scored 38 runs. So his score in all of these 5 innings is less than 38, and his least score in this innings is X. Let us assume that he has scored X in one of these 5 innings. We are supposed to calculate the minimum value of X. So what we'll do is we'll maximize his score in the remaining 4 innings so that the score or the value of X will become the least, because we know that the sum of the first 5 innings is constant, that is already known, and that equals 150. So in order to minimize X, we'll maximize his score in the remaining 4 innings. Each of these scores, it is told to us, is less than 38. So we'll make each of those 4 scores equal to 37. So this is equal to 37, this is 37, this is 37, and this is 37. So the sum of his scores in the remaining 4 innings is 37 into 4, which is equal to 148. So the minimum possible value of X is 150 minus 148, which is equal to 2. So the minimum possible value of X is 2. In this question we are told that there is a triangle ABC and it has a perimeter of 20 units. So let us draw this triangle. This is how the triangle looks like. We don't know exactly what the lengths of the sides are. Let this be A, B and C. This is A, B and C. But we know that the perimeter is equal to 20 units. So A plus B plus C is equal to 20 units. Which of the following can be the area of the triangle in square units? So let us try to find out what is the maximum possible area of a triangle whose perimeter is 20 units. The maximum will be when all the 3 sides are equal. That is, if A is equal to B is equal to C, and this each of them will equal 20 divided by 3. So this is an equilateral triangle and each of the side is equal to 20 by 3. So what is the area of the triangle? This will equal root 3 by 4 into A square, which is 20 by 3 into 20 by 3. This is 5. So this is equal to 100 by 9 into root 3. This is approximately equal to, not approximately, this is exactly equal to 100 divided by 3 root 3. This is the maximum possible area. What is the minimum possible area? The minimum possible area will equal 0, and that will be when 2 sides A and B are very large, they are close to 20 by 2, that is 10 each, and the third side is very small. So the triangle will look something like this. This is one side which is very close to 10, there will be another side which is also very close to 10,
and the third side is very small, this will be close to 0. In this particular case, the area will be very, very small. This is A, this is B, this is C, where two sides are just less than 10 and the third side is just greater than 0. In this particular case, the area will be very close to 0. You can take it to be as small as possible without actually equaling 0. So the minimum possible value you can assume is equal to very close to 0. And the maximum will be 100 divided by 3 root 3. So any area which lies between these two is a valid answer. Now we are supposed to calculate which of these actually lies between 0 and 100 by 3 root 3. The first one is equal to 32 by root 3. So if you are looking at the maximum possible area, that is 100 by 3 root 3, which is approximately equal to 33.33 by root 3. So option A is the correct answer because it is 32 by root 3, which is less than the maximum possible area. Just for sake of completion, let us look at even the other two options. The second one is 110 by 3 root 3. This is greater than 100 by 3 root 3, which is the maximum possible area. So that is not the correct answer. If you are looking at the third option, it is 20 root 3. If you are looking at root 3 in the numerator, the maximum possible area is 100 by 3 root 3, which is equal to 100 by 9 into root 3, which is approximately equal to 11.11 into root 3. Both of these are the same. So if you have an area equal to 20 root 3, which is greater than 11.11 into root 3, this is also not allowed. So option C is also not the correct answer. Option D says more than one of the above. This is also not correct. So the correct answer is option A, which is 32 by root 3. In this question, we are told that the difference between the lengths of the inradius and circumradius of a right angle triangle is equal to 1/4 the length of the hypotenuse of the triangle. So let us first draw a right angle triangle. Say this is the right angle triangle, and let us assume that the non-hypotenuse sides of the right angle triangle are small a, small b, and let the length of the hypotenuse be equal to c. Because this is a right angle triangle, we know that c square is equal to a square plus b square. We are given some information about the inradius and circumradius. In a right angle triangle, the inradius is equal to a plus b minus c divided by 2. That is the sum of the non-hypotenuse sides minus the hypotenuse side divided by 2. And what is the length of the circumradius? The circumradius is half the length of the hypotenuse. So that will equal c by 2. In this particular case, we are told that the difference in the lengths of the inradius and circumradius, which is equal to capital R minus small r, this would be c by 2 minus a plus b minus c by 2. This is equal to c minus a plus b by 2. This we are told is equal to 1/4 the length of the hypotenuse. That is, this is equal to c by 4. Or you can simplify this as 3c by 4 is equal to a plus b by 2. Or if you multiply both the sides with 4, you are going to get that 3c is equal to 2 into a plus b, or 3c by 2 is equal to a plus b. We are told that a square is constructed using the hypotenuse of the triangle as the base. That is, the length of the side of the square is c. We are required to calculate the ratio of the area of the triangle to that of the square. What is the area of the triangle? That is equal to half into AB. And what is the area of the square? The area of the square is c square. So what we are supposed to calculate is AB divided by 2c square. Or we are required to get a ratio between the product of a and b to that of the square of c. We are told that 3c by 2 is equal to a plus b. So let us square both the sides. So 9c square by 4 is equal to a plus b whole square, which is a square plus b square plus 2ab. But what is the value of a square plus b square? That is equal to c square. Therefore 9c square by 4 is equal to c square plus 2ab, or if you subtract c square from the right hand side, 5c square by 4 is equal to 2ab, or 5 by 8 is equal to ab by c square. We are required to find out the value of ab by 2c square. So ab by 2c square will be equal to 5 by 16.
In this question, we are told that f of x is a polynomial function. That is, f of x is of the form a into x to the power n plus b into x to the power n minus 1 plus dot 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 plus some constant term, say c. We are told that f of a into f of b is equal to f of a plus f of b plus f of a into b minus 2, and we are given the value of f of 4 which is equal to 17, and we are asked to calculate the value of f of 7. Whenever you are given this kind of a question, you are given the value of f of 4 and you are asked to calculate the value of f of 7. The first thing you should understand is that 7 is not very closely related to 4. If you are given say f of 4 and asked to find out the value of f of 8 or f of 16 or some power of 4 or some number which is a multiple of 4, then one way to look about it is if you can try to sort this out, try to find out the value of f of 1, f of 2 and then add them, something like that can be done. But over here you are asked to calculate the value of f of 7, which is a prime number. So the only way to proceed over here is to first figure out the value of f of x. Because you can't really add f of 4 to itself and get f of 7. 7 and 4 don't have any real common factors. The second thing that you should notice is that in functions, especially if you are given f of a into f of b on one side and f of a and f of b, the sum on the other side, a simple trick is to factorize this. How are you going to factorize it? If you bring f of a and f of b to the other side, the given equation will become equal to f of a into f of b minus f of a minus f of b is equal to f of a into b minus 2. Now if you add 1 to both left hand side and right hand side, you add plus 1 over here and you add plus 1 over here. Now the left hand side becomes equal to f of a minus 1 into f of b minus 1, and the right hand side becomes equal to f of ab minus 1. This is something that you should observe if you see the product on one side and the sum on the other side. This is quite useful, especially in functions questions. So suppose you have something like x into y is equal to x plus y plus something. Then if you bring x and y to the other side, you will be simply factorizing the left hand side to be some sort of x minus 1 into y minus 1 is equal to something else. You have to just add 1 on both sides. Remember this is quite useful in functions. Anyway, now if you are looking at g of x to be equal to f of x minus 1, then the left hand side becomes equal to g of a into g of b is equal to g of a into b. What is the value of g of x? Because f of x is a polynomial, g of x will also be a polynomial. Because if you assume that f of x is of the form a into x to the power n plus b into x to the power n minus 1 plus dot 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 plus c, the value of g of x will be very similar. All the powers of x will have the same coefficients, that is this will be equal to a into x to the power n plus b into x to the power n minus 1 plus dot dot dot. Only the constant term will be lesser by 1. So this is also a polynomial function. What is the value of g of 4? Because f of 4 is 17, g of 4 is equal to 16. In this equation, if you substitute the value of a and b to be equal to 1, what is the value of g of 1? G of 1 into g of 1 is equal to g of 1. This would imply that g of 1 is either equal to 1 or equal to 0. You can easily disprove that g of 1 cannot be equal to 0. How can you do that? Because if say g of 1 is equal to 0, what is the value of g of 4? G of 4 into g of 1 will be equal to g of 4. If g of 1 over here is equal to 0, then the left hand side will become equal to 0 and the right hand side will be equal to 16. So this is a contradiction. So g of 1 cannot be equal to 0. G of 1 has to equal 1. Now if you substitute the value of b to be equal to 1 by a, then the left hand side becomes equal to g of a into g of 1 by a is equal to g of 1, which is equal to 1. This is true for all the values of a. This would imply, because it is given that g of x is also a polynomial function, that g of x has to be of the form plus or minus x to the power n. Because in this case, g of 1 by x will become equal to plus or minus 1 by x whole to the power n. So that the product x to the power n and 1 by x to the power n cancel each other and you will be left with 1. We are told that g of 4 is equal to 16. So this would imply that g of 4 from this given equation has to be of the form plus or minus 4 to the power n. So now you can figure out that g of x is equal to x square, and therefore f of x is equal to x square plus 1. Therefore the value of f of 7 is equal to 7 square plus 1, which is equal to 50. In this question, what did we first notice? When we saw that f of 7 is to be found out and we are given the value of f of 4, we have to make a choice that we have to figure out the value of f of x. We can't just substitute the value of a and b to be different numbers and get the value of 7 from 4. The second thing you should notice is that you have f of a and f of b, the sum on the right hand side and the product on the left hand side. So then you should understand that we should be able to factorize this to form f of a minus 1 into f of b minus 1. Once these two steps are formed, finding out the value of f of x is not very difficult. And then you can calculate the value of f of 7, which will equal 50.
Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. In this question, we have a pretty simple question from time and work. So let's take a look at the question and let's see how to solve it. A takes 16 days more and B takes 4 days more than the number of days taken by both of them if they work together to complete a piece of work. How many days does A take to complete the same piece of work working alone? So basically we have if they work together, then they take say A and B together, suppose they take m days to complete a piece of work. Then A alone will take m plus 16 days and B alone will take m plus 4 days as such. So if A and B together take m days, suppose the work to be done is 1 unit, then what is the efficiency of A and B? Efficiency of A and B is 1 by m units, this as such units per day. What is the efficiency of A? Efficiency of A would be 1 by m plus 16. And efficiency of B is equal to 1 by m plus 4. Now essentially efficiency of A and B together is the sum of efficiency of A plus efficiency of B. So this means that 1 by m is equal to 1 by m plus 16 plus 1 by m plus 4. So efficiency of them together, whenever people are working together, we have to add efficiencies. So efficiency of A in this case is 1 upon m by m plus 16 and efficiency of B is 1 upon m plus 4. So if I add them together, I should get 1 by m, which is the time taken or efficiency when they work together. So if I solve this, I'll just try to cross multiply. So this is basically 2m plus 20 divided by m by plus 4 into m plus 16. This is equal to 1 by m. I'll cross multiply, so I get m plus 4 into m plus 16 is equal to 2m square plus 20m. This is equal to m square plus 20m plus 64 is equal to 2m square plus 20m. So 20m cancels, 1m square cancels with this. So I get m square is equal to 64. So m is equal to plus or minus 8. But in this case, m is what? M is essentially the number of days taken by them to do the work. So in that case, m cannot be negative. You can't take negative number of days to do a work. So m has to be plus 8 days. So if m is 8 days, they take 8 days to do the work together. So A alone will take m plus 16, that is 8 plus 16, that is 24 days to complete the work alone. Okay, so the answer to this question is 24. So this is basically how you should solve questions of this type. Always remember, when people work together, you have to add the individual efficiencies together. I found efficiency of A, I found efficiency of B. So their combined efficiency should be the sum of that. Once you get that equation, you solve it to get to the answer. So this is how we solve the questions on time and work. Now that you know how to solve this question, please keep solving from our study room and please keep practicing. Thank you for tuning in.
In this question, we are given that the mean score of 10 batsmen of the Hyderabad cricket team is 60, and if the top 5 scores are removed, then the average falls by 5. That is, the average of the bottom 5 batsmen is 55. We are also told that the top 6 scores are distinct integers. What is the maximum possible score of any batsman? So let us assume that all the 10 batsmen are arranged according to descending order. So this will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. Suppose these are the scores of all the 10 batsmen. We don't know the scores, we'll just put some marks according to each of the numbers. The sum of the scores of the bottom 5 is 55 into 5, this is 275. What is the total score of all the 10 batsmen? The total score of all the 10 batsmen is 60 into 10, which is equal to 600. Therefore, the sum of the top 5 batsmen is 600 minus 275, that is equal to 325. Now you want to maximize the score of any batsman, so you will maximize the score of the batsman who has scored the highest. For that, we will minimize the scores of the batsmen from 2, 3, 4 and 5. Now what is the minimum number of scores that the batsman who has scored 2 can score? Is it equal to 1? It is not equal to 1 because we know that the average score of the bottom 5 is 55. So there is at least one guy who has scored greater than or equal to 55. And the person who has scored 5th has scored more than the person who has scored 6th. Similarly, the person who has scored 4th has scored greater than or equal to the person who has scored 5th, and so on. So in order to minimize the score of the 5th person first, we'll have to ensure that the players from who have scored the 6th highest to the 10th highest, all of them have scored 55. Because we know that their sum is constant and their sum equals 275. The highest, that is the 6th highest score, will be minimum if all of them have scored 55. Because if one of them, suppose the 10th guy has scored only 0, then these 4 guys have to score 275 and their average will be around 63.75. So one of them has to score more than 63, more than 64 basically. You don't want that to happen. So what you are essentially saying is this 275 will be evenly distributed amongst the players 6 to 10 so that all of them have scored 55. And now you know that the scores of the first 6 batsmen are distinct integers. That is, all the players from 1 to 6, all of them have scored differently. This would imply that the 5th highest player has scored a minimum of 56, the 4th highest player has scored a minimum of 57, 3rd highest player has scored a minimum of 58, and the 2nd highest score has scored a minimum of 59. So now we will calculate the minimum possible sum of scores of the batsmen who have scored from 2nd to 5th and then subtract it from 325 to get the maximum possible score of the top batsman. So we'll first calculate 59 plus 58 plus 57 plus 56. 59 plus 56 is equal to 115. Similarly, 58 plus 57 is equal to 115. So the sum of these 4 numbers is 230. But we know that the sum of all the 5 numbers is 325. So the maximum possible score of the player who has scored the highest is 325 minus 230, which is equal to 95. This is 325 minus 230. Note what we have actually done. We know that the players who have scored from 6 through 10, their score is constant, their score is 275, and we want the highest amongst them, that is the 6th highest player, to score as low as possible, because that would keep the scores of all the players from 2 to 6 also low. This would imply that all the players from 6 to 10 have scored 55 each. This would imply that 5th, 4th, 3rd and 2nd have scored 56, 57, 58 and 59, and hence the score of the top batsman will be highest, and that will equal 95, which is the answer.
In this question we are told that there is a circle and inside the circle there is a square, and inside the square there is another circle. Let us assume that this is how the second circle is, and this process continues till infinity. We are asked to calculate the sum of the areas of all the circles. The radius of the first circle is given to be 5 centimeters. So R1 is equal to 5 centimeters. If the radius of the first circle is equal to 5 centimeters, what is the length of the diagonal of the square? The length of the diagonal of the square will be equal to the diameter of the first circle. This is 5 centimeters, so the diagonal will be equal to 10 centimeters. If the diagonal of the square is equal to 10 centimeters, the side of the square will be equal to 10 divided by root 2 centimeters. This is equal to 5 root 2 centimeters. Or essentially, this will be equal to R1, 2R1, which is the diameter of the circle, divided by root 2. This is equal to R1 into root 2 centimeters. Now, if we know the side of the square, can we calculate the radius of the inner circle? The side of the square is equal to the diameter of the inner circle. So, the value of R2 will be equal to R1 root 2 divided by 2, which is equal to R1 by root 2 centimeters. Or essentially, if the radius of the first circle is R1, the radius of the second circle will be R1 divided by root 2. The radius of the third circle will be R1 divided by root 2 whole divided by root 2, which is equal to R1 by 2, and so on. So the area of the first circle will be pi R1 square. The area of the second circle will be pi into R1 by root 2 whole square, which is pi R1 square by 2. The area of the third circle will be pi r1 square by 4 and so on. This is a geometric progression where the first term is equal to pi r1 square and the common ratio is equal to 1 by 2. So the sum of this geometric progression will be equal to a divided by 1 minus r, which is equal to pi r1 square divided by 1 minus 1 by 2, which is equal to 2 pi r1 square. The value of r1 is 5 centimeters. So the sum of the areas of all the circles will be 2 into pi into 25, which is equal to 50 pi. So the correct answer is option C.
In this question we are given a sum. The sum contains 100 cubes. Each of the cube, the sign of the cube is alternating. So initially you have 1 cube and then you have minus 2 cube, then you have plus 3 cube and then minus 4 cube and so on till minus 100 cube, and you are asked to find out the sum of this 100 terms. So how do we proceed? If you look at the terms, let us call this as S. The sum is equal to 1 cube minus 2 cube plus 3 cube minus 4 cube plus 5 cube minus dot 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 minus 100 cube. The first thing you should notice is that if there is no alternating signs plus or minus, finding the sum is very easy. Why is it very easy? Because we have a formula for the sum of the cubes of the first n natural numbers. That is, you have the formula for 1 cube plus 2 cube plus 3 cube plus dot 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 till n cube. For the first n natural numbers, finding the sum of their cubes is very easy. This is equal to n into n plus 1 divided by 2 whole square. On a similar lines, the sum of the first n natural numbers, that is 1 plus 2 plus dot 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 till n, there is a formula for this also. This is equal to n into n plus 1 divided by 2, and the formula for the first n natural numbers squares, that is 1 square plus 2 square plus dot 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 till n square. The formula is n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 divided by 6. So these two formulas are not needed for this question, but they are useful to remember. The only formula that is needed for this question is the sum of the cubes of the first n natural numbers, and this equals n into n plus 1 by 2 whole square. So if the given sum, instead of having alternate plus and minus, if all of them were plus, then finding the sum is very easy. So what we'll do over here is that we will transform the given sum into something that we already know. So what we'll do is that we will represent the given sum as S is equal to 1 cube plus 2 cube plus dot 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 plus 100 cube minus 2 times of 2 cube plus 4 cube plus 6 cube plus dot 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 till 100 cube. So basically what we have done is, the given sum has positive signs for the odd number cubes and negative signs for the even number cubes. So what we have done is we have transformed this into having positive signs all across, and then we have subtracted the cubes of even numbers twice so that it remains essentially the same. Now we can easily calculate what is the sum of the first 100 natural numbers using the formula that we have, and we can even transform the second sum that we need, which is the sum of only the even number cubes, into something that we already know. Because the number which is in the brackets, this is equal to minus of 2 into, if you take 2 cube common, the number in the brackets will become 1 cube plus 2 cube plus dot 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 till 50 cube. Because for example 100 cube is only equal to 2 cube into 50 cube. Similarly 98 cube is equal to 2 cube into 49 cube. So the given number S, we can easily calculate it if we first find out the sum of the first 100 natural numbers, sum of the cubes of the first 100 natural numbers, and then subtract from it 2 into it, that is 16 times the sum of the cubes of the first 50 natural numbers. So we'll calculate both the sums and then we can easily calculate the value of S. For example, the sum of the first 100 natural numbers is n into n plus 1 by 2 whole square, which in this case will equal 100 into 101 divided by 2 whole square, and the sum that we have to subtract from it is equal to minus of 2 into 2 cube is 16 into the sum of the cubes of the first 50 natural numbers. So this becomes equal to 50 into 51 by 2 whole square. Now you can simplify this as, this is equal to 101 square into 50 square minus 16 times of 51 square into 50 square divided by 4. This is equal to 4 times this. So as we want to take 50 square common, this will become equal to 50 square into 101 square, which is the first term, minus 50 square into 4 times 51 square. What is 4 times 51 square? That is equal to 102 square. So this is equal to 50 square into 102 square. Notice that 51 square into 4 is basically equal to 51 square into 2 square, that is equal to 102 square. And over here we will take 50 square common. So this will equal 50 square into 101 square minus 102 square. This is again of the form x square minus y square, which will equal x minus y into x plus y, or this will equal minus of 50 square, which is 2500 into 203. Now if you notice this will equal minus 507500, which is option A.
In this question, we are asked to calculate the 7330th term of the sequence 224444 66666 88888 and so on. So 2 is repeated 2 times. 4 is repeated 4 times. 6 is repeated 6 times and so on. All of them are even numbers, so the 2nth term 2n is repeated 2n times. So after we write 2n for the last time, the total number of terms that have repeated is 2 plus 4 plus 6 plus 2n. And what is the sum? 2 plus 4 plus 6 plus dot 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 plus 2n. This is 2 times 1 plus 2 plus dot 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 till n. That is the sum of the first n natural numbers. We know that the sum of the first n natural numbers is equal to n into n plus 1 divided by 2. You multiply it with 2. So this is equal to n into n plus 1. So after we repeat 2n times, the total number of terms in this series is n into n plus 1. What we are required to calculate is the 7330th term. That is, we are required to calculate the smallest value of n such that n into n plus 1 is greater than 7330. What is the value of that n? The easiest way to do this is by trial and error. Let us assume that n is equal to 50. If n is equal to 50, the value of n into n plus 1 is equal to 50 into 51, which is 2550. This is clearly much lesser than 7000. If n is equal to 60, this will be 60 into 61, which is 3660. If n is equal to 70, this will be 70 into 71, which is 4970. If n is equal to 80, this will be 80 into 81, which is equal to 6480. Now you know that 6480 is very close to 7330. So now let us try n is equal to 85. So we have to calculate the value of 85 into 86. This will be equal to 7310. 7310 is just 20 less than 7330. Therefore, when n is equal to 86, the product 86 into 87 will be greater than 7330 for the first time. So the smallest value of n for which n into n plus 1 is greater than 7330 is when n is equal to 86. So the term which is repeating is 2n, which is 172. This is 2 times 86. So 172 will be the 7330th term. So the correct answer is 172.
In this question, we are told that there is a dishonest milkman. He dilutes milk with water and then sells the diluted milk at 25% more than the price of the purchased milk. We are told that by doing this, he is making a profit of 40%, and we are supposed to find out the volume of water in ml, which is added to 1 liter of every milk. So let us assume that there are 1000 ml of milk, of which he added say W ml of water. It is given that water is free, so the cost of water is 0, Let us assume that the cost of milk is rupees 1 per ml. This will just help us and it will get cancelled, so it doesn't matter what we assume the cost of milk is, we are just assuming it to be 1 for ease of calculations. So the total volume of this mixture is 1000 plus W. This is the volume. And what is the price at which he sells this mixture? He increases the price by 25%. So this will be 1.25 per ml. So what is the total amount of money that he makes? The total amount of money that he makes will be 1000 plus W into 1.25. This, we are told, is generating him a profit of 40%. So the total cost price is just the cost of milk, which is 1000, but because he is generating a profit of 40%, the total revenue that he is getting will be 1000 into 1.4, or this will equal 1400. Now you can easily cancel and you can calculate the value of W. So for example, this will be 1400 is equal to 1250 plus 1.25 W, or 150 is equal to 1.25 W, or the value of W is equal to 150 divided by 1.25. 1.25 is 5 by 4, so this is 150 into 4 by 5, which will equal 120 ml. So for every 1000 ml of milk, he is mixing 120 ml of water, and he is selling the mixture at 25% more price than that of milk, and overall he is generating a profit of 40%. So the correct answer is 120 ml. In this question, we are told that there is a quadrilateral PQRS and there is a point T on the side PQ, such that the angles PST is equal to HTR is equal to TRQ is equal to 45 degrees. So let us draw the quadrilateral PQRS. We are just drawing any quadrilateral. This is a PQRS. So this is point P, this is point Q, this is point R, and this is point S. In PQRS, we have a point T such that, let us assume that this is point T. Then angle PST is 60 degrees. Similarly, angle STR, this is also 45 degrees. And similarly, angle TRQ is also 45 degrees. So if you are writing the angles, this is 45 degrees, this is 45 degrees, and this is 45 degrees. These are the three angles that are given to us. We are told that PS is equal to 16 centimeters. So this is 16 centimeters. And RQ is equal to 24 centimeters. This is 24 centimeters. We are asked to find out the area of triangle TRS, that is the triangle in the middle. How are we going to find out? We will first look at the information that is given to us. If you are considering only lines PS, that is this line, and line TR, because the angles are the same, these are the intersecting angle, the line intersecting two parallel lines gives the same angle. So we can say for sure that because the angle PST is the same as angle TRS, line PS and line TR are parallel to each other. Similarly, if you are looking at only lines TS and line RQ, the angles formed by one line which is intersecting both of them are again the same. Over here, this is 45 degrees and angle TRQ is also 45 degrees. This would imply that line RQ is parallel to line ST. This is basically the information that is given to us, along with the fact that all these three angles are equal to 45 degrees. Now, what we can infer from this is that angle SPQ, if you are assuming that this is equal to A, then the value of angle RTQ, this also will be equal to A, because lines TR and lines PS are the same, even this angle will be the same. Similarly, if you are looking at angle STP, if you are assuming that this is equal to B, then even angle RQT, this also will equal B, because again both the lines are parallel and they are intersected by the same line. Now what we can essentially say is that triangle SPT is similar to triangle RTQ, because all the three angles of both the triangles are the same. We know that angle, one of the angles is 45 degrees, one of the angles is A and the other angle is B. Similarly, even in the triangle RTQ, one of the angles is 45 degrees, the other angle is A and the third angle is B. Whenever you have two triangles in which all the three angles are the same, both the triangles are similar to each other. When you are saying both the angles are similar to each other, it would imply that all the three sides are in proportion with each other. So if you're assuming that PT is equal to X and TQ is equal to Y, then what we are essentially saying is that X by Y, note that X and Y, both of them are opposite the corresponding angle of 45 degrees. This is equal to SP, that is 16, divided by TR, because again both of them are opposite the angle B. This is equal to, what is the third angle? This is ST divided by RQ, which is 24, because again both these ST and the 24 centimeters are opposite the angle, which is 8 degrees. This is basically the property of two triangles which are similar to each other, and two triangles are similar to each other if all the three angles are the same. Once you know this, you can easily find out that the value of ST into TR is equal to 24 into 16. Once you know this, you can easily find out the value of the area of triangle TRS, because what is the area of triangle TRS? The area of triangle TRS, or the area of any triangle A, B and C, if you know the two sides and the angle between them, then the area of this triangle is equal to half into B into C into sine A. This is true for any triangle. In this case, you know the value of the product of the two sides, which is equal to 24 into 16, and you know that the angle between them is 45 degrees. Therefore, the area of triangle TRS will equal half into ST into TR, which is equal to 24 into 16 into sine of the angle between them, that is sine 45, and sine 45 is 1 by root 2. So if you simplify this, you are going to get that this is 12, 16 into 12 by root 2, or you can represent 12 as 6 root 2, because 12 by root 2 is equal to 6 root 2, or the given area will be equal to 96 root 2 centimeters square. So the required answer is 96 root 2. In this question, it is mentioned that there is Muhammad Ismail and he had a very big family which included one kid. So he lost his job and he was dependent on his bank balance to survive, and using his bank balance he and his family would have survived for 90 days. But after 40 days, his family got 4 guests and the balance was empty in 75 days. Because there were 4 guests, the bank balance became empty faster than 90 days. Now, assuming that the expenses were proportional to the number of family members and guests present in the house, and because there is a kid and the kid uses only 1/3 of what an adult would use, we are expected to find out what is the original number of people in Ismail's family. So let us assume that Ismail's family had F adults initially and 1 kid, and suppose each of the person uses, suppose the kid uses 1 unit of resources every day and the adults use 3 units of resources. Because the kid uses only 1/3 of the expenses, so we are assuming that his expenses are 1 unit and that of an adult is 3 units. Normally, without any guests that were coming, every day they would have used 3 into F, so 3F plus 1 units every day, and the bank balance would have survived for 90 days. So the total bank balance that they had, or the total money that they had, was 3F plus 1 into 90. This is 90 days. But after the first 40 days, they had 4 guests who were with them for another 35 days. And the bank balance got empty. So in the 35 days, the number of adults with them is F plus 4. And each of them was again using 3 units. So F plus 4 into 3 plus 1 unit by the kid is what is used every day for this 35 days. And for the first 40 days, it is as usual, as original, which is 3F plus 1 units were used every day. Now we'll again calculate what is the total resources that are consumed by the entire family. The total resources consumed by the entire family is 40 into 3F plus 1 plus 35, because after 40 days, the amount or the bank balance was there only till a total of 75 days. So 35 into F plus 4 into 3 plus 1 is equal to the total balance, which is 3F plus 1 into 90. This would imply, we can just simplify this as 120F plus 40 plus 35 into 3f plus 12 plus 1, so that is 13, is equal to 90 into 3f, that is 270f plus 90. We can again simplify this as 120f, you can cancel this as 150f plus 50. This is 105f plus 35 into 13 will be 350 plus 105. So this is 455 is equal to 150f plus 50, or 45f is equal to 405, or f is equal to 405 by 45, which is equal to 9. So the total number of original members in the family of Muhammad Ismail is f plus 1, because there were f adults and 1 kid. So this is 9 plus 1, that is 10. So initially there were 10 people in the family. In this question we are told that there is a solid right circular cone and the height of the cone is 27 centimeters, and this was cut into two pieces along the plane which is parallel to its base at a height of 18 centimeters from the base. So let us look at the cone. So say this is the cone in 2 dimensions. The height of this cone is given to us as equal to 27 centimeters. So let us draw a line from the apex to the base. This height is equal to 27 centimeters. Now it was cut into 2 parts from at a height of 18 centimeters from the base. So if you draw another line which is perpendicular to the base, and let us name the triangle, say this is A, this is B, this is C, and this is D, and say this is E. The length of ED is given as equal to 18 centimeters. Therefore, what is the length of AE? This will equal 9 centimeters. We are told that the volume of the 2 pieces which are so formed, the difference between those volumes is 225 cc, and we are required to calculate the volume of the original cone. So we know that the height of the original cone is 27 centimeters. Let us assume that the initial radius of the cone is say 3r. So the length of DC, this will equal 3r. So if you consider the 2 triangles AE, say F, this is similar to the triangle ADC, because all the angles will be the same. Angle A is common and EF is parallel to BC. So all the angles, that is AEF, will be same as ADC, and AFE will be same as ACD. So as all the angles are the same, all the sides will be in the exact same proportion. So AE divided by AD will equal EF divided by DC. AE we know is equal to 9 centimeters and AD is equal to 27 centimeters. So this is equal to 1 by 3. We know that the length of DC is equal to 3r. Therefore, the length of EF, which is the radius of the smaller cone, will equal small r. So the height of the original cone is 27 centimeters. Radius of the original cone is 3r. Height of the smaller cone is equal to 9 centimeters, and radius of the smaller cone is r. So what is the volume of the smaller cone? That will be equal to pi by 3 into r square into h. This is the volume of the smaller cone. Let us assume that this is equal to V1. And what is the volume of the original cone, the bigger one? This is equal to pi by 3 into r square. So this is 3r whole square, which will equal 9r square, into h, which is equal to 27. So if you look at it, pi by 3 into 9r square is exactly equal to V1, or the volume of the original cone is equal to 27 times V1. So what is the volume of the frustum, that is the bottom part? This will equal 26 V1. The smaller cone, the new cone that is formed, is equal to V1, and the overall volume of the original cone is 27 V1. We are told that the difference between 26 V1 and V1, that is 25 V1, is given to be equal to 225, or V1 is equal to 9. So what is the volume of the original cone, which is equal to 27 V1? That will equal 27 into 9, which is equal to 243. So the correct answer is 243 cc. In this question we are told that there is a group of 10 students and the mean of the lowest 9 is 42, while the mean of the highest 9 is 47. So let us assume that when you arrange the scores in ascending order, the scores are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. What is told to us is that the mean of the lowest 9 is equal to 42. So what is the sum of these 49 scores? This 9 scores, it will be 42 into 9, which is equal to 378. And the mean of the highest 9 is 47. So if you sum up the highest 9 scores, the sum will be equal to 47 into 9. What is the value of 47 into 9? That will be 470 minus 47, which is equal to 423. So this is equal to 423. Or essentially what it is being told is that the highest score minus the lowest score will equal 423 minus 378. That is, the highest score minus the lowest score is equal to 423 minus 378, which is equal to 45. Now we are told that for the group of all the 10 students, what is the maximum possible score and what is the minimum possible score and what is the difference between those two. So we know that the 10th highest score minus the least highest score is equal to 45, or the 10th highest score is equal to 45 plus the least highest score. Now what is the minimum value of the least highest score? First let us try to calculate the maximum value. Because the mean of the smallest 9 is equal to 42, the lowest score cannot exceed 42. Because if it exceeds 42, all the scores which are above it will also be greater than 42, and hence the mean itself will be greater than 42. The maximum possible value of the least score is equal to 42. So the maximum possible value of the highest score is equal to 42 plus 45, which is equal to 87. Therefore, what is the maximum possible value of the sum? The maximum possible value of all the 10 scores will be equal to 378, which is the sum of the lowest 9 scores, plus 87. So that will be equal to 465. And the maximum value of the average is equal to 46.5. Now let us try to identify what is the minimum possible sum and minimum possible average. If you are trying to find out the minimum possible sum for the 10th highest score or the highest score, you know that the sum of the average of the highest 9 scores is equal to 47. So the 10th highest score cannot be equal to, or basically the highest score cannot be less than 47. Because if this score is less than 47, then all the scores to the left of it will also be less than 47, and hence the sum of all of these scores will also be less than 47. The average will be less than 47. This is not possible. So the minimum possible value of the highest score will equal 47. And in this case, what is the minimum possible value of the lowest score? That will be 47 minus 45, which is equal to 2. And in this particular case, what is the minimum value of the sum? The minimum value of the sum, again like we have done earlier, will be 378, which is the sum of the 9 scores which are other than the highest, plus the minimum value of the highest score, which is equal to 47. This is equal to 425, and the average min will equal 425 divided by 10, which is 42.5. So if you are looking for the difference between the mean of the maximum possible mean minus the minimum possible mean, that is 46.5 minus 42.5, which is equal to 4. In this question, you are given an equation. It has one variable, which is x, and we are supposed to find out the number of integral solutions for the given equation. If you look at the equation, it is 2 to the power x into 4 minus x is equal to 2 into x plus 2. Or this is 2 to the power x minus 1 is equal to x plus 2 divided by 4 minus x. Now we know that x is an integer, and we also know that for any power of 2, 2 to the power x minus 1 will always be greater than 0. So you know that 2 to the power x minus 1 is greater than 0. So the right hand side, which is x plus 2 by 4 minus x, also has to be greater than 0. So if you multiply the numerator and denominator with 4 minus x whole square, you will get x plus 2 into 4 minus x has to be greater than 0. Or if you multiply the left hand side and right hand side with minus 1, you will get x plus 2 into x minus 4. Now the sign of the inequality will change because you multiplied it with minus 1, will be less than 0. So the value of x has to lie between the roots of this quadratic equation. The roots of the quadratic equation are -2 and 4. So it has to lie between -2 and 4. So as we know that x is an integer, the only possible values of x will be that x is equal to -1, or x is equal to 0, or x is equal to 1, or x is equal to 2, or x is equal to 3. These are the only possible values, but still we have to check if the given equation actually holds true. So if you're looking for x is equal to -1, the left hand side will be 2 to the power -2. And what is the right hand side if x is equal to -1? It will be -1 plus 2, so that is 1 by 5. This does not hold true, so x is equal to -1 is not a solution of the given equation. If you are putting x is equal to 0, the left hand side will become 2 to the power -1, which is half, and the right hand side will become x plus 2, so that is 1 by, sorry, x plus 2 will be 2 because x is 0 by 4. This is equal to half. So x is equal to 0 is a solution of the given equation. If you are inputting x is equal to 1, the left hand side will become 2 to the power 1 minus 1, so that is 2 to the power 0, and the right hand side will become 3 by 3, which is 1. 2 to the power 0 is also 1, so this is also a solution of the given equation. If you are inputting x is equal to 2, the left hand side will become 2 to the power 2 minus 1, so that is 2, and the right hand side will become 2 plus 2 by 4 minus 2. This is 2 plus 2 is 4 divided by 2, so this is also equal to 2. So x is equal to 2 is also a solution. The last possible value is x is equal to 3, so let us again check to see if it will satisfy. The left hand side will become 2 to the power 3 minus 1, so that is 2 square, which is 4, and the right hand side will become 3 plus 2, that is 5, divided by 4 minus 3, that is 1, which is 5. So this is not a solution because the left hand side is 4 and the right hand side is 5. So the only three integral values which satisfy the given equation is 0, 1 and 2. So it has three integral solutions. In this question it is given that there is a triangle ABC and 2 points P and Q are on AB and BC respectively, such that AP is to BP is 1:4 and BQ is to CQ is 2:3. So let us first draw the triangle. So suppose this is the triangle. This is A, this is B, and this is C. We are given that AP is to BP is 1:4. So something like here. This is P, where this is 1 and this is 4. And BQ is to CQ is 2:3. So something like here. This is Q, where this is 2 and this is 3. Now we are required to find out the ratio of the triangles BPQ. So this triangle BPQ and the quadrilateral PQCA. If you notice, we can we'll first try to figure out the ratio of BPQ by ABC, the triangle ABC, because the area of the quadrilateral PQCA is just the difference of the area of triangle ABC minus BPQ. So let us first try to find out the ratio of BPQ is to ABC, and then we can easily find out the area of PQCA. Let us assume that the side AB is 5x, so this will be 4x and this will be x. Similarly, let the side BC be 5y, so this will be 2y and this will be 3y. Now area of triangle ABC using the sine rule is equal to half into the length AB, which is 5x, into the length BC, which is equal to 5y, into sine of the angle between the two lines. This is equal to sine B. So this is equal to 25xy by 2 into sine B. Similarly, the area of triangle BPQ, which also contains the same angle B, is equal to half into the side BP, which is 4x, into the side BQ, which is equal to 2y, into sine B. This will be 8xy by 2 into sine B. Here we can cancel off 2, but it is easier for simplification. Once we have found out these two, we can easily calculate the area of the quadrilateral PQCA by just subtracting the area of BPQ from the area of ABC. So area of triangle PQCA, which is equal to ABC minus BPQ, will be 25 by 2 xy by into sin B minus 8x by 2 into sin B. So the difference will be 17xy by 2 into sin B. Now we are required to find out the ratio of these two values. We can cancel sin B, we can cancel xy by 2. So the required ratio will be 8:17. This is the answer which you can easily get if you know the sin. The area of a triangle is equal to half AB into sin C.
In this question, we are told that Aditya, Vikas and Chandu, three of these guys, take 12 days to complete a job. That is, Aditya plus Vikas plus Chandu, when they are working together, they are taking 12 days to complete a job. We are given the time that they take to finish a work, but we are not given how much work they actually do. So let us assume that the total work that needs to be done is a multiple of 12, because then the calculations become easy. So let us assume that this is 120 units. We can assume this to be any number. We are just assuming that this is 120 units because 120 is 12 into 10. So calculations become easy. So these guys take 12 days to do 120 units of work. So every day A plus B plus C, the amount of work that they do is 10 units, which is 120 divided by 12. We are also told that the time taken by Aditya and Vikas, that is, if Aditya and Vikas are working together, they can finish the job in 25% of the time that is taken by Chandu. So if Aditya and Vikas are working, they will finish the job in 1/4 of the time that Chandu actually takes to do it alone. This would imply that the amount of work that Aditya and Vikas do every single day is 4 times the amount of work that is done by Chandu. So using the first equation, we know that A plus B plus C is 10 units and A plus B is 4C. So this would imply that 4C plus C is equal to 10, or the value of C is equal to 2 units. That is, the amount of work done by Chandu in a given day is 2 units. And the amount of work done by Aditya and Vikas in one day is 4 times that, which is 8 units. We are also told that the time taken by Chandu and Vikas to complete the job is equal to the time taken by Aditya alone. If the time taken is the same, then the amount of work done is also the same. So B plus C is equal to A. We know that C is equal to 2, so B plus 2 is equal to A. We know that A plus B is equal to 8. This would imply that B is equal to 3 units and A is equal to 5 units. This is the amount of work that these guys are actually doing in a given day. We are asked to calculate the time taken by Aditya and Chandu to finish the job. But here we are told that Aditya is only working at 80% of his efficiency and Chandu is working at his full efficiency. So what is the value of 0.8A when A is 5? That will be 0.8 into 5 plus what is the value of C? C is 2. 0.8 into 5 is 4. 4 plus 2 is equal to 6 units. So these two guys will do 6 units of work every single day. The total work that needs to be done is 120 units. So the time taken will be 120 divided by 6, which is equal to 20 days. So the correct answer for this question is option C. In this question, it is given that John takes twice as much time as Jack to finish a job. So let us assume that there is John and there is Jack. If Jack is doing 2 units of work every day, the amount of work done by John in one single day will be 1 unit. It is also given that Jack and Jim together, Jim is another person, they take 1/3 of the number of days that is taken by John to finish the job. This would imply that Jack and Jim are 3 times as efficient as John alone. So the amount of work that is done by Jack and Jim together will be 3 units of work per day. But out of these 3 units, Jack alone will do 2 units. So the work done by Jim alone will be 1 unit of work per day. It is also given that John takes 3 days more as compared to all 3 of them working together to finish the job. So if you assume that the total work that needs to be done is equal to say n units,
the time taken by John will be n days, because that is n divided by the units of work he does in one single day. And the amount of work done by Jack will be n divided by 2 units of work that he is going to do every day. Now if all three of them are working together, John plus Jack plus Jim, what is the total units of work that they do in one single day? It will be 1 plus 2 plus 1, so that is 4 units of work per day. So what is the number of days that they will take to finish the job? It will be n divided by 4. What is told to us is that n minus n by 4 is equal to 3. Or this would imply that 3n by 4 is equal to 3, or the value of n is equal to 4. So the total units of work that needs to be done is 4 units. We are required to find out the number of days that it takes Jim to finish this job. In one day, Jim does 1 unit of work. There is a total of 4 units. So Jim alone will finish the work in 4 days.
In this question, we are told that an infinite geometric progression has the sum equal to 10, and we are required to find out the possible integral values of each of the first terms of all such possible geometric progressions. So whenever you hear about an infinite geometric progression, what exactly does it mean? It means that a geometric progression is of the form a, ar square, dot dot dot, and ar to the power infinity. Basically, there are infinite such terms. Now an infinite geometric progression is defined only if the value of r, that is the modulus of r, is less than 1. So each of the terms, the absolute value of the terms is actually decreasing, and for those kind of geometric progressions we have the sum possible. So for example, for any geometric progression where the first term is a and the common ratio is r and the number of terms is equal to n, the sum of the geometric progression is a into 1 minus r to the power n by 1 minus r. Now for an infinite geometric progression, modulus of r is less than 1. So r to the power n, as n becomes very large, if n becomes infinity, r to the power n becomes very close to 0. So the sum of a infinite geometric progression is equal to a by 1 minus r. Notice that in this case, r to the power n or r to the power infinity is assumed to be 0. So the value of this geometric progression is, sum of the geometric progression is a by 1 minus r. Over here we are told that there is a infinite geometric progression such that its sum is equal to 10, and we are required to find out all the possible values of the r, of all the possible values of the first term, which is a. Now as we discussed earlier, for an infinite geometric progression the modulus of r is less than 1 and it is greater than 0. So r lies between 1 and minus 1, and r will not equal 0 because common ratio of 0 doesn't make any sense. So over here we can easily calculate the value of a. So a is equal to 10 into 1 minus r, or a by 10 is equal to 1 minus r, or r is equal to 1 minus a by 10. Here we know the boundaries of r. We know that r lies between minus 1 and 1, so we can easily calculate the boundaries for a. So 1 minus a by 10 will lie between minus 1 and plus 1. Or if we subtract 1 from all the inequalities, minus 2 is less than minus a by 10 is less than 0. If we multiply all the inequalities with minus 1, we will have to change the inequalities also. So this will become 2a by 10 and 0. But because we are multiplying with a negative number, the side of the inequality changes. So this becomes 2 is greater than a by 10 is greater than 0. Or a 20 is greater than a is greater than 0. But we also know that the common ratio r will not equal 0. So this implies that 1 minus a by 10 is not equal to 0, or a is not equal to 10. So here we know all the possible values of a. A can be 1, 2, dot 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 till 19, but a cannot equal 10. So the sum of all the possible values of a will be the sum of the first 19 natural numbers minus 10. So the sum of the first 19 natural numbers is 19 into 19 plus 1, that is 20 by 2. Remember that the sum of the first n natural numbers, that is sum of 1 plus 2 plus dot 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 till n, is equal to n into n plus 1
by 2. Over here, when you are substituting the value of 19 for n, we'll get 19 into 20 by 2. This is equal to 190. From this sum, we'll have to subtract 10 because a cannot equal 10. So this will be 180. Therefore, the sum of all the possible values of the first terms of geometric progressions, of infinite geometric progressions, whose sum is equal to 10 is 180. In this question, we are given two squares. There is an outer square, the side of the square is 2 centimeters, and there is an inner square, the side of the inner square is 1 centimeter. So let us first draw both the squares. So this is, say, the outer square, and say this is the inner square. The outer square's length is, the side length is 2 centimeters. This is 2 centimeters, and the inner square's length, side length is 1 centimeter. Now we are also given there are 4 arcs of circles such that they intersect at 4 different places. Suppose that these are the arc of the circles. Now we are told that the area of one part is y, this is y, and the area of another part is x, as given in the diagram. Now we are required to find out what is the value of y minus x. Now from the looks of it, it looks to be a very complicated question where we will have to figure out the lengths of each of the side arcs and then try to find out the value of y and also find out the value of x and then find out what is the value of y minus x. But there is a simple way to actually solve it. Let us first write down the points so that we can understand what exactly is being explained. Suppose the sides of the larger square are a, b, c and d, and the vertices of the inner square are E, F, G and H. Now again I am giving some names to the middle one. Say this is P, Q, R, S, T, U, V and W, and let us assume that the outer ones are like, say, small a, small b, small c and small d. Now if you are looking only at the inner square and if you remove y from it, what we are going to get, the area is, suppose this is the inner square. Let me erase it so that we can explain it better. Suppose this is the inner square. This is the square whose side is 1 centimeter. Now we are only looking at if you are removing 4 y's from it, that is if you are removing this y and this y and this y and this y, we can easily calculate the area of the remaining part. The area of the remaining portion is area of the smaller square minus 4y. As the side of the smaller square is 1 centimeter, the area of this square minus the edges is 1 minus 4y. Now to this let us add the 4x. That is, we are adding these x. Now if you are looking only at this portion, what we are looking at is basically something of this sort. We are looking at an area which is basically adding 4 chords. So the area of this portion is 1 minus 4y plus 4x. 1 is the area of the smaller square, of which we have removed the edges of the smaller square, and we have added 4x. Now 1 minus 4y plus 4x can be easily found out. The area, if you just ignore y's and x's, of what exactly is remaining is, if from the larger square you are removing 4 parts of the circle, then whatever is remaining is basically the same shape. Now we can easily calculate the area of the outer square. The area of the outer square is, because the side of the square is 2 centimeters, the area of the outer square is 2 square, that is 4. From this you will have to remove 4 quarter circles. If you remove 4 quarter circles, you are going to get the same shape, but we know that the area of that shape is 1 minus 4y plus 4x. Now if you are removing 4 of the outer quarter squares, you know that the radius of the quarter square is half the length of the larger square. Half the length of the larger square is 2 by 2, that is 1 centimeter. Therefore the area of 4 of these quarter squares will be 4 into pi r square by 4, because the area of each of this quarter square will be pi r square by 4. As there are 4 such quarter squares, the whole area will be pi r square. We know that the value of the radius is 1 centimeter. Therefore the area that is removed from the larger square is pi. So the area that is left behind is 4 minus pi. But we already know that this is equal to 1 minus 4y plus 4x. Now you can simplify this as 4y minus 4x will be pi minus 3, or y minus x, which we are actually supposed to find out, is pi minus 3 by 4. So the answer is pi minus 3 whole divided by 4. In this question, we are told that the cost of 4 pens, 10 pencils and 14 erasers at a stationery shop is 120. So you have pens, you have pencils and you have erasers. Let us assume that the cost of a pen is A, the cost of a pencil is B and the cost of an eraser is C. We are told that 4A plus 10B plus 14C is equal to 120. This is the first equation. We can divide the entire equation by 2 because all of them are multiples of 2. So you will get 2A plus 5B plus 7C is equal to 60. So let us call this the first equation. We are also told that at the same shop the cost of 6 pens, that is 6A, and 10 erasers is plus 10C is equal to 60 more than that of 12 pencils. So this is equal to 60 plus 12b. You can again simplify this by dividing the entire equation by 2. So this would imply that 3a minus 6b plus 5c is equal to 30. This is the second equation. What we are required to find out is by how much does the cost of 78 pencils, 78 pencils cost is 78b, and 2 erasers plus 2c greater than that of 12 pens. That is, what is the value of 78b plus 12c minus 12a? This is what we are supposed to find out. We have two equations and we have 3 unknowns, and we are asked to find out the value of 78b plus 2c minus 12a. So how are we going to proceed? We will proceed by transforming the two equations to get the third equation. So let us assume that we are multiplying the first equation by a number a and we are adding it to the second equation plus b, such that we are going to get the same coefficients for a, b and c. In this case, if we are able to find out the value of a and b, we are done. So how are we going to find out the value of a and b? We are going to simply calculate and equate each of the coefficients. If you multiply the first equation by a, you are going to get 2a into small a plus 5a into small b plus 7a into small c is equal to 60a. And if you multiply the second equation by b, you are going to get 3b into small a minus 6b into small b plus 5b into small c is equal to 30b. Now we are saying that if you multiplying a and b and add them up, the respective coefficients of a will be equal to minus 12, the respective equation of b will be 78, and the respective equation for c is equal to 2. So let us calculate that. So we are going to say that 2a plus 3b is equal to minus 12, and for b it will be 5a minus 6b is equal to 78. And we also have a third equation which we should check afterwards, which is that 7a plus 5b, which is the coefficient of c, should equal 2. The reason we are saying this is because we have 3 equations and 2 unknowns, and all the system of the equation should remain consistent. So we will calculate the value of a and b using any of the 2 equations. Once we calculate the value of a and b, we will substitute it in the third equation to know and check that it is actually being satisfied. Once it is being satisfied, the answer will be equal to 60a plus 30b. If it is not being satisfied, for example, after we calculate the value of a and b and we notice that 7a plus 5b is actually not equal to 2, then it would mean that we will not be able to calculate the value of 78b plus 2c minus 12a. In this case, if it is consistent, then we will be able to calculate the value of 78b plus 2c minus 12a. Anyway, let us use the first 2 equations to calculate the value of a and b. In this case, we can multiply the original equation or the above equation by 2. So this will become 4a plus 6b is equal to minus 24. Now we can add both of them up and we can cancel 6b. So it would imply that 9a is equal to 54, or a is equal to 6, Once you get the value of A, you can easily get the value of B. So in this case, 3B will be equal to minus 12 minus 12, that is minus 24, or the value of B is equal to minus 8. So the value of A and B which will satisfy these two equations is that A is equal to 6 and B is equal to minus 8. Let us substitute them in the third equation to see if it is consistent. In this case, 7A will equal 42 plus 5B will be 5 into minus 8, which is minus 40, which is equal to 2. So this system is consistent. This would imply that we will be able to calculate the value of 78B plus 2C minus 12A, and it will equal 60A plus 30B. That is 60 into 6 plus 30 into minus 8. This will equal 360 minus 240, which is equal to 120. So the required answer is 120. In this question, we are told that a contractor had agreed to build a 6-kilometer road in 200 days. He employed 140 persons for this work, and after 60 days, he realized that only 1.5 kilometers of the road was completed. So 140 people worked, and they worked for 60 days. And after working for 60 days, how much distance of the road were they able to build? They were able to build 1.5 kilometers. So how much of the road is remaining? You have 4.5 kilometers of the road which is remaining. This would also tell us that if one man was working for 1 day, how much road would he build on his own? He would have built 1.5 kilometers divided by 140 into 60. Now we are asked to find out how many additional people would he need to employ to finish the work exactly on time. 60 days have already elapsed, so how much time is remaining? 140 days are remaining, and let us assume that he has employed a total of n people. So what is the total amount of road that they would build in 140 days? It would be equal to n into 140 into, as each person in 1 day builds this much road, 1.5 divided by 140 into 60. This is equal to the remaining road that needs to be built, which is equal to 4.5. So using this equation, we can calculate the value of n. We can cancel, for example, 140 in the numerator and denominator, and 1.5 is 4.5 divided by 3, so this will be 3, or the value of n is equal to 60 into 3, which is equal to 180. So the total number of men that should work for 140 days to finish the 4.5 kilometers which was remaining on time is 180. We are asked to find out how many additional people he should hire. He already has 140 people, so he needs to hire 180 minus 140, which is equal to 40 additional people to finish the work on time.
In this question, we are told that there is a function p of x which represents the probability that a palindrome natural number chosen randomly which is less than x is divisible by 11. Then we are given some options where we are required to calculate the probability of p less than 5000, p less than 1000 and p less than 10,000. What does this actually mean? Let us assume that we have first p of 1000. Suppose the total number of palindromes which are less than 1000 is say x, out of which the number of palindromes which are divisible by 11 is say a. Then p of 1000 would represent a divided by x. We can calculate the number of palindromes which are less than 1000 and the number of palindromes which are less than 1000 and divisible by 11, but just for the sake of understanding, let us assume that there are say 50 palindrome numbers less than 1000, and out of this 50, suppose there are say 10 palindrome numbers which are divisible by 11, then the value of p of 1000 will be 10 by 50, which is equal to 1 by 5. Now to solve this question, we need not actually calculate the number of palindromes which are less than 1000, 5000 and 10,000. Why is that the case? Because if you look at a number which has even number of digits and which is a palindrome, that will have say x as the first digit and x as the last digit. That will have say y as the second digit and y as the penultimate digit. Because we are only talking till numbers which are till 1000, that would be a 4-digit number or a 2-digit number which will have the same digit which is repeated 2 times. Both of these numbers are divisible by 11. Essentially, any palindrome number which has 4 digits is divisible by 11. Any palindrome number which has 2 digits is divisible by 11. A palindrome number which has 3 digits, something like say this x, y, x, this need not be divisible by 11, because for this to be divisible by 11 you would want x plus x, that is 2x, to be equal to y. So there will be some numbers something like 3, 6 and 3, which is a palindrome which has 3 digits and is divisible by 11, but that need not necessarily be the case. For example, you will have a number which is say 2, 5 and 2. This is a palindrome number, but it is not divisible by 11. That is because it has 3 digits. But if you are looking for any palindrome number which has 4 digits, something like 3, 3, 4, 4, this will be definitely divisible by 11. How do we know that this is divisible by 11? Because you calculate the sum of the numbers which are placed in odd digits and the numbers which are placed in even digits. In this case, 3 plus 4 is equal to 7 and 4 plus 3 is equal to 7. So all the palindrome numbers which have 4 digits are divisible by 11. All the palindrome numbers which have 3 digits need not necessarily be divisible by 11. Some of them are divisible by 11 and some of them are not divisible by 11. Understanding this concept, let us try to solve this question. Let us assume that you have 10,000, you have 5,000 and you have 1,000. Suppose the number of palindrome numbers which are less than 1,000 is x. Suppose the number of palindrome numbers between 1,000 and 5,000 is say b. And suppose the number of palindrome numbers which are between 1,000 and 5,000 is say a. This is the total number of palindrome numbers. Now out of these palindrome numbers, if we are looking for palindrome numbers which are divisible by 11, all the numbers which lie between 5,000 and 10,000 have 4 digits. So all of these palindrome numbers, that is all a of them, will be divisible by 11. Similarly, all the numbers which are lying between 1,000 and 5,000 have 4 digits. So all of these palindrome numbers will be divisible by 11. But for palindrome numbers which are less than 1,000, they can have either 1 digit or 2 digits or 3 digits. If they have 2 digits, they will be divisible by 11. If they have 3 digits, they might be divisible by 11. If they have 1 digit, they won't be divisible by 11. So let us assume that the number of palindrome numbers which are less than 1,000, which are also divisible by 11, is equal to y. In this case, y will be less than x, because we have some palindrome numbers which are less than 1,000 which are not divisible by 11. Then the value of p of 1,000 is equal to y by x. The value of p of 5,000 is equal to y plus b divided by x plus b. The value of p of 10,000 is equal to y plus a plus b divided by x plus a plus b. Now in this case, because y is less than x, we will know that p of 1,000 is less than p of 5,000 is less than p of 10,000. You can get an understanding. Suppose y is equal to 12 and x is equal to say 23. P of 1,000 will be 12 by 23. Then you are adding a positive number to the numerator and denominator. Let that positive number b be equal to say 5. You are going to get 17 by 28. Then you are adding another number to the numerator and denominator. Let that number be 10. This will be 27 by 38. This will be less than the second one, which will be less than the third one. This is a common case, especially when you are looking for two numbers which are, if you are looking for the ratio of two numbers such that the numerator is less than the denominator. Then if you are adding a positive number to the numerator and denominator, the obtained number will be greater than the first number. Anyway, in this particular case, the answer is that p of 1,000 is less than p of 5,000, which is less than p of 10,000. So the correct answer will be option B. In this question, we are given that n is a multiple of 72 and all the digits of n are distinct, and we have to find out the largest possible value of n. Now, if n is a multiple of 72, it is a multiple of both 9 and 8. That is the first thing that we should remember. And if it is known that all the digits of n are different, let us first find out which number is that without having the condition of it being a multiple of 72. So the largest number where all its digits are independent are 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
1 0. Now for a number to be a multiple of 9 and 8, if a number is a multiple of 9 and 8, it will be a multiple of 72. Now any number where it has all these digits 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0 will be a multiple of 9. Why is that the case? Because the sum of its digits will be 9 plus 8 plus 7 plus dot 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 plus 1 plus 0. This will equal 9 into 10. This is just n into n plus 1 by 2, which is equal to 45. As 45 is a multiple of 9, we can say that this number is a multiple of 9. So any permutation of these digits will be a multiple of 9. Now if we can figure out, or if we can prove that this is a multiple of 8 also, we can say that the largest such number is 987, this given number. Now we know that a number is a multiple of 8 if the last 3 digits, in this case 210, are divisible by 8. Now 210 unfortunately is not divisible by 8. How do we know that? We know that 200 is divisible by 8. So 208 will be divisible by 8. So 210 will not be divisible by 8. Now in that case we will see if any permutation of 210 will be divisible by 8. Now in this case the 6 permutations that are possible are 0, 1, 2, 1, 0, 2, 1, 2, 0, 2, 1, 0, 2, 0, 1 and 0, 2, 1. Now this is not divisible by 8, 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 but this is divisible by 8. Now so we do know that any other permutation of these 9 digits will definitely be less than this multiple, this number, that is 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. So the last 3 digits in this case will be 120. So what have we done? We have first identified that for a number to be divisible by 72, it has to be divisible by 9 and 8. Then we came to the conclusion that any permutation of these 10 digits will be divisible by 9. So we just need to figure out what is the largest number, which is a permutation of these numbers, which is divisible by 8. Then we have identified that 8 will be divisible, a number will be divisible by 8 if the last 3 digits are divisible by 8. So if we keep these 7 numbers constant, this is the maximum possible value of these 7 numbers, and we have identified that 120 is divisible by 8. So the answer to this question will be 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 1, 2, 0. In this question we are given a circle and we are given 2 chords AB and CD. They intersect each other at an angle of 90 degrees and they intersect at a point E as shown. We are also told that the length of the chord AB is 6 centimeters and the length of the chord CD is 10 centimeters. We are told that angle OED is 30 degrees and we are required to find out the radius of the given circle. So let us first draw perpendiculars from the center of the circle to both the chords. Let us assume that the first perpendicular from O to AB intersects AB at a point like say X, and similarly let us assume that a perpendicular from O to CD, this intersects CD at Y and this is say X. Now let us also connect O to E because we are given the angle OED. This is given to us. Now if we can identify the lengths of the perpendiculars from the center to each of the chord, we can easily identify the radius of the circle. Why can we identify the radius of the circle? Because whenever you draw a perpendicular from the center to any chord in any circle, say this is a circle and say this is a chord, if you draw a perpendicular from the center to any chord, it will intersect the chord at exactly the midpoint. Now you know the lengths of both the chords. We know that AB is 6 centimeters, so the length of AX will be 3 centimeters. Similarly, the length of DY will be half of CD, which is 5 centimeters. So if you know the length of the perpendicular, we can easily identify the radius because this will be the radius. We know the midpoint, the length of the chords. So if you can identify the length of the perpendicular, we can easily identify the radius. So what we'll do over here is we'll just concentrate only on the rectangle OXEY. So let us draw this rectangle the rectangle will be something like this. It is slightly turned. Say this is O, this is X, this is E, and this is Y. We are also given the angle OED, which will equal the angle OEY. So let us connect both of them, O to E. So we have connected this. So this is given as equal to 30 degrees. Therefore, angle OEX, this will be equal to 60 degrees. Let us assume that the length of OE is capital X. Therefore, what is the length of OX? The length of OX will be X into root 3 by 2. And what is the length of OY? That will be equal to X sine 30 degrees, which is X by 2. So we know the length of OY is X by 2 and OX is X root 3 by 2. Now let us connect again O to A, as we have discussed earlier. This will be the radius, and again we can connect O to D. This will also be the radius. So if this will be capital R and this will be also be equal to capital R. Now if you are looking at triangle OXA, this is a right angle triangle and the hypotenuse is equal to the radius. So R square is equal to 3 square plus X root 3 by 2 whole square, which is equal to X square into 3 by 4. If you are looking at the other right angle triangle, which is OYD, this is also a right angle triangle, and in this case R square is equal to 5 square plus X by 2 whole square. This is the second side, which is equal to X square by 4. We can equate both of these, the right hand sides. We can ignore R square for now and calculate the value of X square. Once we calculate the value of X square, we can substitute it to calculate the value of R square. So 3 square plus 3x square by 4 is equal to 5 square plus x square by 4, or x square by 2 is equal to 5 square minus 3 square, that is 25 minus 9, which is equal to 16, or x square is equal to 32. Once you know the value of x square, we can easily calculate the value of r square using any one of the two equations. So the value of r square is equal to 5 square, which is 25, plus x square by 4, that is 32 divided by 4, which is equal to 8. This is equal to 33, or the value of r is equal to square root of 33 centimeters. In this question, it is given that C is a circle and the radius of the circle is 5 meters and it has a center at O. So let us assume that this is the circle C and let the center be over here. This is O. We are told that PQ is a chord of C such that it passes through 2 points A and B. A is located 4 meters north of O. So let us assume that this is somewhere over here. This is A and this is B. We are told that AO, if you connect A to O, this is 4 meters, and if you connect O to B, this is perpendicular because one of them is in the east direction and one of them is in the north direction, and this is equal to 3 meters and this is equal to 4 meters. This is A and this is B. If you extend AB such that they meet the circle, they will meet the circle at points P and Q. So it will be something like this. Now what we are supposed to calculate is the length of PQ. So to calculate the length of PQ, or basically the length of a chord, if we can identify the distance of the chord from the center, we can easily identify the length of the chord because we know the radius of the circle. So let us first join or draw a perpendicular from O to the chord AB, to the chord PQ, and let us assume that it touches the line at a point. Let us say this is equal to D. Now let us assume that AD is equal to small a and let us assume that BD is equal to small b. Because the lines AO and BO are perpendicular to each other and their lengths are equal to 3 and 4, they are part of a right angle triangle, and therefore the length of AB, which is equal to small a plus b, will equal square root of 3 square plus 4 square, because this is a right angle triangle, and that will equal 5, or the value of a plus b is equal to 5. Let us assume that the length of OD, which is the perpendicular from O to AB, is equal to small d. So again a square plus d square is equal to 4 square, and b square plus d square is equal to 3 square. Now we can subtract one equation from the other. Therefore a square minus b square is equal to 4 square minus 3 square, that is 16 minus 9, which is equal to 7. a square minus b square is equal to a minus b into a plus b. This is equal to 7. We already know that a plus b is equal to 5. So the value of a minus b will equal 7 divided by 5, which is equal to 1.4. So again, a plus b is equal to 5 and a minus b is equal to 1.4. So the value of a is equal to 5 plus 1.4, that is 6.4 divided by 2, which is equal to 3.2. Using this, we can calculate the length of d square, or the length of d square will equal 4 square minus a square. So that is 16 minus 3.2 whole square. 3.2 whole square is 10.24. So this is equal to 5.76. This is the length of d square. So using this, we can calculate the length of the chord PQ. How are we going to do that? Suppose we just have a circle and we know that there is a chord PQ over here, and you draw a perpendicular from the center to the chord. We know the radius of the circle. This is given to us as equal to 5, and the perpendicular is equal to d. So if you assume that this is P, this is Q, and this is D, and this is O. So the length of PD square is equal to 5 square minus d square. What is the length of 5 square? This is equal to 25 minus d square is 5.76. So this is equal to 19.24. Or the length of PD will be equal to the square root of 19.24, which will be approximately equal to 4.4. So PD is equal to 4.4. Similarly, QD will also equal 4.4. Or the length of PQ will be 2 into 4.4, which is approximately equal to 8.8. So the correct answer is option A.
In this question, we are told that a shopkeeper bought 23 pens, 60 pencils and 28 erasers for 2530. The next day, he bought 17 pens, 44 pencils and 21 erasers for 1890. On one fine day, he bought only 4 pens and 16 pencils. He did not buy any erasers. We are asked to calculate how much he has to pay. Let us assume that the cost of a pen is A, cost of a pencil is B, and cost of an eraser is say C. From the first piece of information, 23 pens will cost 23A, 60 pencils will cost 60B, and 28 erasers will cost 28C. This is equal to 2530. Similarly, from the second piece of information, 17 pens will cost 17A, 44 pencils will cost 44B, and 21 erasers will cost 21C. This is equal to 1890. What we are asked to calculate is the value of 4A plus 16B. Note that there is no term which contains C. So let us try to eliminate C from the two given equations. In the first equation we have 28C, and in the second equation we have 21C. The ratio of 28:21 is 4:3. So essentially what we will do is we will multiply the first equation with 3 and we will multiply the second equation with 4 and subtract 1 from the other, so that the term which contains C is eliminated. If you multiply the first equation with 3, you are going to get 69A plus 180B plus 84C is equal to 2530 into 3, which is 7590. If you multiply the second equation with 4, you are going to get 4 into 17A, which is 68A, plus 44 into 4 is 176B, plus as expected 21C into 4 is 84C. This is equal to 4 times 1890, which is equal to 7560. Now if you subtract the second equation from the first equation, you are going to get A plus 4B is equal to 30. What we are required to calculate is the value of 4A plus 16B. So you multiply this with 4. So you are going to get 4A plus 16B will be equal to 120. So the correct answer is option B. In this question, we are given an equation in logarithm of x minus 1 and logarithm of x minus 3, and we are required to calculate the sum of all the possible solutions of x. So if you look at the equation that is given, we are told that log of x minus 1 to the base 9 is equal to log of x minus 3 to the base 3. When is a logarithm defined? A logarithm is defined only if the argument is greater than 0. So the argument that we have, which is that x minus 1 and x minus 3, both of them have to be positive. So both of them have to be greater than 0, or x has to be greater than 1 and x has to be greater than 3. This would imply that both of them are satisfied if and only if x is greater than 3.
So this is a prerequisite for the logarithm to be actually defined. Now if you look at what the equation is implying, you can extract both the bases, because the bases are 9 and 3, which are both powers of 3, and represent this as log of x minus 1 to the base divided by log of 9 is equal to log of x minus 3 divided by log of 3. What is the value of log 9? Log 9 is equal to log of 3 square, or that is equal to 2 into log 3. So this can be replaced with 2 into log 3. You can cancel log 3 on both sides and take 2 to the other side. So log of x minus 1 will become equal to 2 into log of x minus 3, or if you want to take 2 inside the logarithm, x minus 1 will become equal to x minus 3 whole square. This is a simple quadratic equation in x, so we can solve for x and find both the roots of x, and then we can add their sum if both of them are greater than 3. So x minus 1 is equal to x square minus 6x plus 9, or x square minus 7x plus 10 is equal to 0. This is the simplified quadratic equation. You can write this as x minus 5 into x minus 2 is equal to 0, or the roots of this quadratic equation are x is equal to 5 or x is equal to 2. But we know that the value of x has to be greater than 3 for the given equation to be defined. So x is equal to 2 is not a possible solution for x. So this equation has only one possible solution, that is x is equal to 5. Therefore the sum of all the possible solutions of x is equal to 5. In this question we are given a point A, and we are given two tangents from A to a circle, that is AB and AC, and we are told that the radius of the circle is 5. We are told that the length of each of the tangent is 5 root 3. We are required to find out the area of the shaded region. So let us just draw the diagram in a bigger manner. So say this is the circle and this is a point A from which we have two tangents. They are not straight lines, but assume that they are straight lines. So say this is A, this is B, and this is C. This is the point O. Now the point O will be perpendicular to C and B because they are tangents. So any tangent, when you draw a line from the center to the point where the tangent meets, in this case B, it will be a right angle. Now let us connect O to A, and this is the area of the half the area of the shaded region. So what we plan to do is we will first find out the area of this shaded region. We will multiply it by 2 to get the total area of all the shaded region. Now to go ahead with even this, what we will do is we will first find out the area of the triangle OAB. From that subtract the area of the circle, that is part of the circle OA, say if this is D, OABD, and then get the area of half of this shaded region and multiply it by 2 to get the whole shaded region. Now to proceed further, we will have to first calculate the angle BOA. We know that OB is 5 and the length of the tangent AB is 5 root 3. Now if you assume that the angle BOA is theta, tan theta is equal to 5 root 3, which is the side opposite to it, by 5, which is the side adjacent to it. So this is 5 root 3 by 5, which is equal to root 3. Therefore theta is equal to 60 degrees. This is the first step in solving this. Then we can calculate the area of this chord, the arc that is subtended, which is OBA. So if you are calculating the area, this area of OBD, this is equal to 1/6 the area of the entire triangle. Why is it 1/6? Because we know that theta is 60 degrees. So the area of this circle, area of the part that is shaded is 60 by 360 into pi r square. Pi r is 5, so r square is 25. So this will come to 25 pi by 6. Now what is the area of the triangle BOA? Area of triangle BOA is equal to half into base into height. Base is 5 root 3 into height is 5. Because this is a right angle triangle, we just have to multiply these two. This comes to 25 root 3 by 2. Therefore, the area of this shaded region is the difference between these two. That is the difference between the area of this triangle minus the difference of this chord. So if you are doing that, you will get this as 25 root 3 by 2 minus 25 pi by 6. But remember that this is only half the shaded region. To get the total shaded region, we will have to multiply it by 2 because of symmetry. So if you are multiplying it by 2, this will be the final answer. If you simplify this by taking 25 common, this will be 25 into root 3 minus pi by 3. This is the answer. To calculate it, once you get the angle of BOA correct, which is equal to 60 degrees, everything else will fall into place quite easily. In this question, we are required to find out the number of real valued solutions for the equation 2 to the power x plus 2 to the power minus x is equal to 2 minus x minus 2 whole square. So if you look at the equation that is given, and if you look at the left hand side of the equation, this is equal to 2 to the power x plus 2 to the power minus x, or this is equal to 2 to the power x plus 1 by 2 to the power x. For every value of x which is a real number, 2 to the power x is always greater than 0. So this term is always greater than 0. So if you are looking at the term 2 to the power x plus 1 by 2 to the power x, this is always greater than or equal to 2. And the equality occurs, that is 2 to the power x plus 1 by 2 to the power x will be equal to 2 if and only if 2 to the power x is equal to 1, or if the value of x is equal to 0. Because for any positive number, the value of a plus 1 by a is always greater than or equal to 2 by using the arithmetic mean, which is greater than or equal to geometric mean theorem. And the equality will occur if and only if a is equal to 1. So in this particular case, the left hand side is always greater than or equal to 2, and the equality will occur if x is equal to 0. Now if you are looking at the right hand side, which is equal to 2 minus x minus 2 whole square, you know that x minus 2 whole square is always greater than or equal to 0. So 2 minus x minus 2 whole square is always less than or equal to 2, and the equality will occur when x minus 2 is equal to 0 or when x is equal to 2. So when x is equal to 2, the right hand side will be equal to 2, and for all other values of x, right hand side is less than 2. Similarly, if you are looking at the left hand side, the left hand side will equal to if x is equal to 0, and for all other values of x, the left hand side is greater than 2. So as you can see, left hand side and right hand side will never be equal to each other, because their minimums which are the same, that is the value 2, but they don't occur at the same point. The left hand side reaches its minimum at x is equal to 0, and the right hand side reaches its maximum at x is equal to 2. So the number of real valued solutions for the given equation is 0. In this question, we are asked to find out the product of the distinct roots of this equation that is given, which is modulus of x square minus x minus 6 is equal to x plus 2. So what we will do is, because there is modulus over here, we will first consider both the cases. Case 1 is when the expression inside it is negative, and case 2 is when the expression inside it is positive. So we will divide it into two cases. This is when x square minus x minus 6 is greater than 0, and this is when x square minus x minus 6 is less than 0. If it is equal to 0, it won't matter because it will lie in both the cases, but the answer will remain the same. So in this case, when x square minus x minus 6 is greater than 0, modulus of x square minus x minus 6 will equal x square minus x minus 6. Now we are told that this modulus is equal to x plus 2. So this will mean that x plus 2 is equal to x square minus x minus 6. So then we can simplify it, and it will become x square minus 2x minus 8 is equal to 0. X square minus 2x minus 8 is equal to x minus 4 into x plus 2 is equal to 0, or x is equal to 4 or minus 2. Now we'll have to check if in both these cases x square minus x minus 6 is greater than 0. I am putting it as greater than or equal to 0 because it won't matter in case of modulus. So when you put x is equal to 4, it will become x square minus x minus 6 will become 16 minus 4 minus 6, which is equal to 6. This is greater than 0, so this is a valid answer. Similarly, when you put x is equal to minus 2, x square will be 4, minus x will be plus 2, and minus 6 will be minus 6. So this is equal to 0. So this is also a valid solution. So in this case, the two solutions that we have are x is equal to 4 and x is equal to minus 2. Similarly, if you consider the case where x square minus x is less than or equal to 0, in this case, modulus of x square minus x minus 6 will equal minus of x square plus x plus 6, because this is negative. So modulus of y when y is negative is equal to minus y. This is true whenever y is less than 0. So in this case, x square minus x minus 6 is minus of x square plus x plus 6, but we know that the value of this modulus is equal to x plus 2. So x plus 2 is equal to minus of x square plus x plus 6. You can cancel x and you can take x square to the other side, and then you will get x square is equal to 4, or x is equal to plus 2 or minus 2. Again, we'll have to check whether in this case x square minus x minus 6 is less than or equal to 0. So if you input that, you are going to get if x is equal to 2, it will be 4 minus 2 minus 6. So this is equal to minus 4. So this is a valid solution. If you input x is equal to minus 2, as we have seen earlier, x square minus x minus 6 will equal 0. So this is also a valid solution. So the number of distinct roots that you have are, the actual distinct roots are 4, minus 2 and 2. These are the only three cases. We have considered minus 2 twice because in both the cases we have put greater than or equal to 0. So when you look at the distinct roots, there are 4, minus 2 and 2, and their product will equal minus 2 into 2 into 4, which is equal to minus 16. So the answer that we are looking for in this case is minus 16. So whenever you see a question where there is a modulus, try to see if you can consider two different cases where the value inside the modulus is greater than 0 or the value inside the modulus is less than 0. And then you can solve it, find the distinct roots and then answer the question.
In this question, we are told that the coefficient of x to the power 8 in the expansion px square plus 1 by qx whole to the power 13 is equal to the coefficient of x to the power minus 8 in px minus 1 by qx square whole to the power 13. We are required to calculate the relationship between p and q. So let us first identify the coefficient of x to the power 8 in the first expansion and the coefficient of x to the power minus 8 in the second expansion. In the first expansion, the rth term, that is any particular generic term, will be equal to 13 CR into px square whole to the power r into 1 by qx whole to the power 13 minus r, or this will be equal to 13 CR into p to the power r divided by q to the power 13 minus r into x to the power 2r divided by x to the power 13 minus r, or the power of x will be equal to x to the power 3r minus 13. This is the value of any term in the expansion. We are looking for the coefficient of x to the power 8. So let us equate the power of x to equal to 8, that is 3r minus 13 has to equal 8, or the value of r is equal to 7. So the coefficient of x to the power 8 will be when we substitute the value of r to equal 7, and that is going to equal 13c7 into p to the power 7 divided by q to the power 6 into x to the power 14 divided by x to the power 6, which is equal to x to the power 8. So the coefficient of x to the power 8 is 13c7 into p to the power 7 divided by q to the power 6 in the first expansion. What is the coefficient of x to the power minus 8 in the second expansion? Again, the generic term in the second expansion will be 13cr into px to the power r into minus 1 by qx square to the power 13 minus r, or any term, if you are simplifying, will be equal to 13cr into p to the power r into minus 1 by q to the power 13 minus r into x to the power r
divided by x to the power 26 minus 2r, or the power of x will be equal to x to the power 3r minus 26. Let us equate 3r minus 26 to equal minus 8, because we are looking for the coefficient of x to the power minus 8. If 3r minus 26 is equal to minus 8, the value of 3r will be equal to 18, or the value of r is equal to 6. So the sixth term of this expansion will have a coefficient of x to the power minus 8, and its coefficient will be equal to 13c6 into p to the power 6 into minus 1 by q to the power 7, which is 13 minus 6, into x to the power, this will be 6, and this is x to the power 26 minus 12, so x to the power 14. X to the power 6 divided by x to the power 14 is x to the power minus 8, like we expected. This is the coefficient of x to the power minus 8 in the second expansion. This has to equal 13c7 into p to the power 7 divided by q to the power 6. So this is equal to 13c7 into p to the power 7 divided by q to the power 6. 13c7 is equal to 13c6. Because 6 plus 7 is equal to 13, the value of 13c6 will equal 13c7. Remember that NCR is equal to NCN minus R for any value of R. So here 13c6 will equal 13c7, so we can cancel it. We can also cancel p to the power 6 from both the sides, so we are left with p in the numerator. Similarly, we can cancel q to the power 6 and q to the power 7, so this will be equal to minus 1 to the power 7 divided by q, or the product of p into q will equal minus 1. So the relationship between p and q is that p into q is equal to minus 1, which is option C. In this question, we are told that there is a cricket camp of which 500 cricketers were invited. Some of them are batsmen, some of them are bowlers, and some of them are all-rounders. That is, they can both bat as well as bowl. We have been given some information in percentages, so let us first draw two circles which overlap. One circle will represent the number of people who bat, that is the number of batsmen, and the second one will represent the number of bowlers. We are told that 60% of the players are batsmen, so the percentage of players who are batsmen is 60%, and the percentage of players who are bowlers is 70%. So we can identify the percentage of players who are both batsmen as well as bowlers. How can we do that? It will be 60% plus 70% minus 100%, which is the total number of players who are attending the camp. 60 plus 70 is 130, minus 100 is equal to 30%. So 30% of the players are all-rounders. They are both batsmen as well as bowlers. So how many of them are pure batsmen? That is, how many of them are batsmen but not bowlers? That will be 60 minus 30. So this is equal to 30%. And how many of them are pure bowlers? That is, they are only bowlers and they are not batsmen. That will be 70% minus 30%, which is equal to 40%. We have been given some more information about the number of people who are left-handed. We are told that 50% of the pure batsmen, that is 50% of 30%, so that is 15%. These are left-handed. 60% of the pure bowlers, so that is 60 into 40%, so that is equal to 24%. And 20% of the all-rounders, so that is 20 into 30%, so that is equal to 6%. These are the left-handed players. So what is the percentage of left-handed players who attended the camp? It will be 15 plus 6, that is equal to 21, plus 24, so that is equal to 45%. So the number of left-handed, the percentage of left-handed people who attended the camp is 45%. So what is the percentage of right-handed players who attended the camp? That will be 100 minus 45%, which is equal to 55%. What we are required to calculate is how many right-handed players attended the cricket camp. So that will be 55% into 500, that is equal to 275. This is the answer. In this question, we are told that a shopkeeper has 5 dozen apples. That is, he has a total of 5 into 12, which is equal to 60 apples. He sold 12 apples for 600 rupees. So he sold 12 apples for 600 rupees. And he incurs a loss which is equal to the cost price of 2 apples. So the selling price is 600. If you assume that the cost price of an apple is A, the cost price is equal to 12A and the loss is equal to 2A. So selling price plus loss will equal the cost price, or 12A is equal to 600 plus 2A, or 10A is equal to 600, or the cost price of an apple is equal to 60 rupees. And he has a total of 60 apples, of which he already sold 12 apples and he got 600 rupees. What is the cost price of all the 60 apples? The cost price of all the 60 apples, the total cost price will equal 60 into 60, 60 into 60, which is equal to 3600. Now, at what total price should he mark the 4 dozens remaining, such that even after giving a 20% discount, he has an overall profit of 10%. The total cost price is 3600. The profit percentage is 10%. So what should the total selling price be? The total selling price should be 3600 into 1 plus 10%, or that should equal 3600 into 1.1, which is equal to 3960. This should be the total selling price of the 60 apples. By selling 10 apples for 600, what should the total selling price of the remaining 48 apples be? It should be 3960 minus 600, which is equal to 3360. This should be the total selling price. What should the mark price be? Because we know that the discount is 20%, the total mark price of the remaining 48 apples should be equal to 3360 divided by 1 minus discount percentage, which is 1 minus 0.2, or this should equal 3360 by 0.8, which is equal to 4200. So the mark price of the remaining 48 apples, the 4 dozen apples, should be 4200. On this, he will give a discount of 20% and sell them for 3360. Because he made 600 earlier, the total selling price would be 3960, which would result in an overall profit percentage of 10%. So the required answer is 4200.
In this question, we are given an inequality and we are asked to calculate the number of positive integral solutions for the given inequality. The inequality is log of 3x minus 7 divided by 2x plus 3 to the base 2 is less than or equal to 0. For any logarithm to be defined, the argument has to be greater than 0. So 3x minus 7 divided by 2x plus 3, this has to be greater than 0. Or 3x minus 7 into 2x plus 3 has to be greater than 0. Because if you are multiplying the left hand side and right hand side with a positive number, which is 2x plus 3 whole square, the denominator will disappear. So x has to be either greater than 7 by 3 or x has to be less than minus 3 by 2. This is necessary for the logarithm to be defined. Now if you want the logarithm to be actually less than or equal to 0, you would want 3x minus 7 divided by 2x plus 3 to be less than or equal to, if you are taking 2 to the other side, 2 to the power 0, which is equal to 1. Or 3x minus 7 divided by 2x plus 3 minus 1 has to be less than or equal to 0. This would become equal to 3x minus 7 minus 2x minus 3 divided by 2x plus 3 has to be less than or equal to 0. Or you want x minus 10 divided by 2x plus 3 to be less than or equal to 0. Or again multiplying the left hand side and right hand side with 2x plus 3 whole square, we are going to get x minus 10 into 2x plus 3 has to be less than or equal to 0. So now x has to lie between minus 3 by 2 to 10. So x has to lie between minus 3 by 2 to 10. X has to be greater than 7 by 3 or less than minus 3 by 2, and x has to be a positive integer. The positive integers which satisfy these given inequalities will be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. That is 8. That will be the answer.
Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. I'm Saili Kale. I'm one of the co-founders of Cracku and an alumna of IIM Ahmedabad. In today's video, we are going to take a look at a slightly more difficult question from quadratic equations. It's a very conceptual question. So if you know the different concepts in quadratic equation, you will be able to answer this question. So let's take a look at the question first. Which of the following can't be the sum of the squares of the roots of the equation x square plus p plus 6 times x plus p plus 21 by 4 is equal to 0 if both the roots are imaginary? So you're given that the roots are imaginary and you are asked to find out which of these values the given sum of squares cannot take. So let alpha and beta be the roots of the equation, and you're given that the roots are imaginary. If the roots are imaginary, then the discriminant d is less than 0. Also, whenever you have a question like this, essentially just remember you will have to figure out what are the bounds that a particular sum of squares can take. So you'll get that the sum of squares alpha square plus beta square has to be greater than some lower bound and has to be less than some upper bound. This might be minus infinity, this might be plus infinity, but essentially you have to place bounds on them, and once you have placed the bounds of values that this can take, then you can say that of the two options this value cannot be taken because it is out of bounds. So generally whenever you have something like that, the values that lie in the middle are pointless. You just have to basically check whether it can take the value 21/4 or it can take the value 13/4. So that is the only thing that you have to check, because the middle values are irrelevant, because in general they will be part of the bound as such. So that is generally the case. It might happen that some specific value cannot be taken. For example, in certain questions where you have divide by 0 kind of condition, there you can't have some specific value. But generally if it is given that sum of squares cannot be this value, it is about the upper and lower bound. So by default you should know that you have to check whether 13/4 can be the answer or 21/4 can be the answer. Now before we go to all of that, let us first figure out what is the bounds on the value of p given that the discriminant is 0. So in this case, firstly I am given that discriminant is 0. So what would be the discriminant in this case? That is b square minus 4ac is less than 0. So b is basically p plus 6 the whole square minus 4 into 1, that is coefficient of x square, into p plus 21/4 is less than 0. So essentially b is coefficient of x, a is coefficient of x square, c is the constant as such in the given equation. So this is basically b square minus 4ac is less than 0. So this is p square plus 12p plus 36 minus 4p minus 21 is less than 0. So if I solve this, this becomes p square plus 8p plus 15 is less than 0. So I get a bound on this. I can factorize this as the addition is 8 and the product is 15. So it should be 5 and 3. I can split it up as 5 and 3. So I can write this as p square plus 3p plus 5p plus 15 is less than 0. So this is essentially p plus 3 into p plus 5 is less than 0. So this basically means that one of the terms should be negative and the other term should be positive. So basically, given the fact that this is essentially p plus 3 and this is p plus 5 and p has to be real, then essentially this term will be positive and this term will be negative if one of the terms has to be negative. At p greater than minus 3, at p greater than minus 3, both terms will be positive. At p less than minus 5, both terms will be negative. But from minus 5 to plus 3, this will be negative and this term will be positive. Then the product will be negative. So essentially this means if this condition holds, then p lies between minus 5 to 3. This is a strict inequality, because if p is equal to minus 5 or p is equal to 3, then this is going to become equal to 0, and then the roots won't be imaginary, the roots will be equal, because then d will be equal to 0. So p is from minus 5 to minus 3. Okay, this is p plus 3. So it is from minus 5 to minus 3. Only then would this product be less than 0. So now we have gotten the bounds on the values of p. The second part is we are asked what is the bounds on the sum of square. So sum of square is basically alpha square plus beta square. So alpha square plus beta square, I can write this as alpha plus beta the whole square minus 2 alpha beta. Alpha plus beta the whole square, I can write this as, this is basically minus b by a the whole square minus 2 times c by a. So this is equal to how much? Minus b. So that is b square by a square. So that is basically p plus 6 the whole square divided by 1 square minus 2 times c by a. So that is p plus 21/4 divided by 1. So I'll just erase this part. We don't need it anymore. We just know that p is between minus 5 and minus 3. Okay. So if p is between minus 5 and minus 3. Now this is the value of alpha square plus beta square. So this is equal to how much? This is p square plus 12p plus 36 minus 2p minus 21/2. So this is equal to how much? This is p square plus 10p plus this is 72 by 2 minus 21 by 2. So that is 51 by 2. Okay, so this is our quadratic equation. Now essentially I have to find out the upper and lower bound to it. So the first thing that I can sense is that see, basically P has to be if I put it in as part of a proper constant plus some square term, then I'll get an upper and lower bound more easily. And essentially I have to see that P has to lie between -5 and -3. So I can write this as, essentially I can write this as P square plus 10P. This is 2 into 5, so this is 25 plus half. Because essentially 51 by 2 is essentially 50 by 2, that is 25 plus half. So this is essentially P plus 5, the whole square plus half. Now when P is equal to -5, then this becomes 0 and then the value becomes half. When P is equal to -3, the value actually becomes some positive value, that is that becomes 2, so that is 4, 4.5. So essentially as the value of P increases beyond -3, this is going to go on increasing. Similarly, as the value of P goes below -5, it is also going to go on increasing. Essentially between -5 to -3, what we see is that as the value of P increases from -5 to -3, this value inside the bracket goes on increasing linearly. That is, it is an increasing function from -5 to -3. So basically when P is equal to -5 or just about equal to -5, we get the lowest possible value, which is around half. Okay. And when P is equal to -3, we get this as 4.5. So this means that the value of alpha square plus beta square should be in this region from half to 4.5. This is 4.5. I have not written it cleanly. So when P is equal to -5, this should be equal to half. When P is equal to -3, this should be equal to 4.5. Again, I put round brackets to indicate they can't actually take that value, because essentially half is when P is exactly equal to -5 and it cannot be exactly equal to -5. So essentially alpha square plus beta square should be in this bound from half to 4.5, given that P is in this region as such. So let us see which of the following options, 13 by 4 and 21 by 4, is out of these bounds. 13 by 4 is essentially 3 point something something, so it is within this bounds. 21 by 4 is 5 point something something, so it is out of the bounds. So of these, if both roots are imaginary, then the sum of squares cannot be 21 by 4, because we found that the sum of squares has to be between half and 4.5, both not included. So this is basically how you should solve questions of this type. Make sure that you write down equations wherever possible and then place limits on the values that can be taken as such. Always remember, you can also use options in these kind of questions. The options will help you eliminate unnecessary options, especially the values that are there in between are generally not sensible also. So this is how you should solve questions based on this particular from quadratic equations. Now that you know how to solve, please practice more questions from the study room. Thank you for tuning in.
In this question, we are told that there is a group of 11 distinct positive integers and their average is 57. So what is the sum of these 11 distinct positive integers? The sum will equal 57 into 11, which is equal to 570 plus 57, which is equal to 627. This is the sum of the 11 distinct positive integers. We are told that the average of the smallest 6 integers is 23. So you have, if you are assuming that the numbers are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and 11. The average of the smallest 6 numbers is 23. So what is the sum of the smallest 6 numbers? The sum will be equal to 23 into 6, which is equal to 138. Therefore, what is the sum of the largest 6 numbers? That will equal 627 minus 138. This is equal to 9, 8 and 4. So the sum of these 5 numbers is equal to 489. We are supposed to calculate what is the maximum possible value of the largest integer. So to calculate the maximum possible value of the largest integer, we will have to calculate what is the minimum possible sum of the remaining 4 integers which are in the top 5. That is the 7th highest, 8th highest, 9th highest and 10th highest. We are told that all these numbers are distinct and all these numbers are positive integers. So what is the minimum possible value of the 7th largest integer? You know that the 6th largest integer has to be at least equal to the average of the first 6 integers. So this has to be at least equal to 23. So you would think that the minimum possible value of the 7th largest integer will be 24, but that is not correct. Why is that the case? Because you know that the sum of the the smallest 6 integers is equal to 138 and all of them are distinct. So if you make the 6th largest integer to be equal to 23, the 5th largest integer will be 22, the 4th largest will be 21, the 3rd largest will be 20, the 2nd largest will be 19 and the smallest number will be 18, and the sum of these numbers will not be equal to 138. Because the average is 23, you want 23 to fall somewhere in the middle. So let us calculate it by assuming that the numbers are 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 and 25. Now let us try to calculate what is the sum of these numbers. The sum of these numbers will be 20 plus 21 plus 22, this is equal to 63, plus 23 plus 24 plus 25, this is equal to 72. So the sum is equal to 135. So even now the sum is less than 138, so we'll have to increase the sum by 3. The way we can increase the sum is by making the largest 3 numbers to move them by 1 to the right. So we can assume that the 6 numbers which are smallest are 20, 21, 22, and instead of 23 you will have 24, 25 and 26. In this case the sum of the 6 numbers will be 138 and the 6th highest number, or the sum of the highest of these 6 numbers, will be 26, which is the smallest such number possible. So if the 6th highest number is equal to 26, the 7th highest number should be at least equal to 27, the 8th highest number should be at least equal to 28, the 9th highest number should be equal to 29, and the 10th highest number should be at least equal to 30. And what is the sum of these 4 numbers? It is equal to 27 plus 28 plus 29 plus 30, which is equal to 57 plus 57, which is equal to 114. Now you know that the sum of the highest 5 numbers is equal to 489, and the sum of the 4 highest numbers other than the largest number should be at least equal to 114. Therefore the largest possible value of the number will be equal to 489 minus 114, which is equal to 375. Just to recap, we know that the sum of the highest 5 numbers is equal to 489 and the sum of the smallest 6 numbers is equal to 138. Now you want to make the 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th numbers to be as small as possible, because that would ensure that the 11th highest number or the highest number amongst all of these numbers will be maximum. In that case, you will have to find out what is the smallest possible value of 7, 8, 9 and 10. To find out what is the smallest possible value of 7, 8, 9 and 10, you want to first calculate what is the smallest possible value of 6, because 7 will be at least greater than 1 greater than 6. And you realize that the smallest possible value of 6 is 26. It can't go less than 26, because in that case the average of the smallest 6 numbers will not be 23. Now that you know that the smallest possible value of the 6th largest number is 26, you made the 7th largest number to be 27, 8th largest to be 28, 9th largest to be 29 and the 10th smallest number to be 30. And finally you know that the largest number has to, the maximum possible value is 489 minus 114, which is 375.
Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. In this particular question, I'll be solving this slightly difficult question that came in slot 3. This question is not an easy question. At first glance, most would actually leave this question because it involves a lot of enumeration. But let's take a look at the question. Can this question be solved without enumerating all the cases that are possible? So let's take a look at the question. The number of distinct pairs of integers m comma n satisfying modulus of 1 plus mn less than modulus of m plus n, which is less than 5, is how much? So I see there are 2 moduli signs and there is 5 also, and there is a strict less than condition over there. So first thing that I'll actually do is that I'll take the square of the equation just to remove the modulus sign. So if I take the square of the equation, what do I get? 1 plus mn the whole square should be less than, because modulus sign, it gets removed when you take the square of the equation. So that should be less, and all this is positive and 5 is also positive. So there is no changing of the inequality sign. So this should be strictly less than m plus n the whole square, which should be less than 5 square, which is 25. So if I expand this, I get 1 plus n square plus 2mn should be less than m square plus n square plus 2mn and should be less than 25. But I want to cancel off these 2mn, so I can, if I cancel this off, I get that 1 plus n square should be less than n square plus n square. So if I take all of these terms to the other side, I get 0 should be this should be less than m square plus n square minus m square n square minus 1. So if I take the terms in common, what do I get? So m square minus m square n square, so I can take m square in common. So that becomes 1 minus n square, and this is n square minus 1. So if I take minus 1 in common, I can write that as 1 minus n square. So what do I get? I get that 0 should be less than m square minus 1 times 1 minus n square. But 1 minus n square and m square minus 1 doesn't look symmetric, and I want symmetric pairs as such as much as possible, so that I can just multiply it by this. Moreover, if I take this as n square minus 1, this becomes less than. So that means that m square minus 1 into n square minus 1 should be what? This should be less than 0. Now this is interesting because I am taking this, multiplying this term by minus 1, then inequality sign should flip, which means that this should be less than 0. Now this is interesting because this means that m square minus 1, one of these two terms has to be negative and the other one has to be positive. So I get two cases. The first case is case 1, which is that n square is greater than 1 and n square is less than 1. Or the second case is m square is less than 1 and n square is greater than 1. Now consider in both of these cases, these are integers, so they have to be real numbers, which mean that m square and n square have to be positive, and since they are integers, the only value that n square can take or n square can take which is less than 1 is 0 when either m or n is less than 0. So if this is the case, okay, m square is greater than 1, n square is less than 1, that means in the first case n has to be equal to 0, because that is the only integral value square that it can take such that it is less than 1. So if you consider minus 3, minus 4, minus 5, all of this, minus 1 onwards, the square's value will be 1 or greater. Plus 1 onwards also, all integers, it will be 1 or greater. These are integral pairs, only m and n can take integral values. So the only way that n square is less than 1 is if n is equal to 0. Similarly, the only way that m square is less than 1 is if m is equal to 0. So essentially these two cases that I get from this particular equation is that either n is 0 or m is 0. Now in both cases, what happens to our original equation? If n is 0, what happens to our original equation? This term becomes 0. So essentially 1 has to be less than modulus of m, which has to be less than 5. Now in this case, what values can m take? M can take the values 2, 3, 4. And it can also take negative values because of the modulus. It can take minus 2, minus 3 and minus 4 as such. So m in this particular can be 2, 3, 4 or minus 2, minus 3 and minus 4. Now consider the other case where m is equal to 0. If m is equal to 0, what happens to this equation? Again this particular term becomes 0, and then again the equation becomes 1 should be less than the modulus of n, which should be less than 5. Again then in this case n is equal to 2, 3, 4 or minus 2, minus 3 and minus 4. So essentially I get, for each of the two cases, I get 6 values or 6 pairs each. So there are 12 pairs as such. When n is equal to 0, m can take 6 values. When m is equal to 0, n can take these 6 values. There is no overlap, so 6 plus 6 becomes 12. So how many distinct pairs of integers m and n are there? There are 12 such pairs of integers. Right answer to key in would have been 12. As you can see, this does not involve entire enumeration. Whenever you see a modulus, try to see whether the complexity of the equation can be reduced by just taking a square term as such. If you square both sides, maybe you can cancel something off, and then you can reduce the number of terms that you have to consider, the number of cases you have to consider. So this is how you solve this particular question.
In this question, we are told that a compound M has to be created, and for that to be created, we require 3 units of X, 4 units of Y, and 6 units of Z. We are told that 1 unit of X can be made by A and B in the ratio of 5:7. So A and B contribute to 1 unit of X in the ratio of 5:7. Similarly, 1 unit of Y is made by B and C, and the contribution ratio is 2:3. While that of Z, the contribution ratio of A and D is 1:4. What is the approximate percentage of the contribution of A for 1 unit of M? So if you are making 3 units of x, 4 units of y and 6 units of z, what is the total number of units in M? The total number of units is 13, and out of this 13, how many have actually come from A? A contributes to x. So in 3 units of x, what is the contribution of A? The contribution of A will be 3 into 5 divided by 5 plus 7. A doesn't contribute to y, y is contributed only by B and C, but A does contribute to z. And in 6 units of z, what is the contribution of A? It will be 6 into 1 divided by 1 plus 4. So what is the total contribution of A? It will be 3 into 5 by 12 plus 6 into 1 by 5. 3 into 5 by 12 will be equal to 5 by 4, which is 1.25, plus 6 by 5 is 1.2. So the total contribution of A is 2.45. The total units in M is 13, out of which A contributes 2.45. So the percentage contribution of A will be 2.45 divided by 13 into 100. You can use your calculator and the percentage will come to 18.84%.
In this question, we are told that there are 3 lines which divide the triangle into 5 areas as shown in the diagram over here. And the areas of 3 parts are given. The areas are 10, 30 and 18. And 2 unknown areas are given. They are x and y. We are supposed to calculate what is the ratio of x divided by y. So how are we going to proceed? First thing we'll do, just for understanding the question better, is we'll give names to the points which are not named right now. This is P, this is Q, and the center, let us assume, is O. Now whenever you have a straight line which is dividing the triangle into different parts, you know that it won't be random. There would be some sort of a order or some sort of a ratio in which the line will divide the circle into. So if you're looking at it, if you're looking at A, OQ, this circle, the line OQ, this line divides the triangle into 2 parts. The area of one part is y and the area of the other part is 18. Now what is the ratio of the areas of these 2 parts? It is y is to 18. But can we say anything more than that? What we can actually say is that the ratio of y is to 18 is the same as the ratio of AQ by QC. Why is that the case? Because if you draw any triangle over here, suppose that this is a triangle and you have a line drawn like this. Now just for simplicity, let us assume that this is W, X, Y and Z. Now what is the ratio of the areas of W, X, Y to that of W, Y, Z? The ratio will be the same as XY is to YZ. Why is that the case? Because if you consider the 2 triangles WXY and WYZ, the altitude of both the triangles is the same. The altitude will be the length of a perpendicular that you draw from W to the line XZ. Let us assume that this line is H, the length of this line. Now that is the same altitude for the triangle WXY. So suppose this is WXY. If you are trying to calculate the altitude of WXY, it will still be H. So the area of WXY is half into XY into H. This is the area of WXY. And what is the area of WYZ? WYZ, the area is half into YZ into again the height, which is again H. So if you are looking at the ratio of these 2 areas, WXY by WYZ, it is nothing but XY divided by YZ. That is the ratio in which the line WY divides the line XZ. XY is to YZ. We are going to use the same principle multiple times over here to get different equations for x and y and calculate the value of x and y and then find out the ratio of x divided by y. For example, in this case, AQ by QC is the ratio of the areas of triangle AOQ and OQC. So this is equal to y by 18. But AQ by QC is also the ratio if you are considering the triangles ABQ. This is ABQ. The base of ABQ is again AQ and the base of BQC is QC. Now again, the ratio of the 2 areas will be the same as AQ by QC. So this is again equal to 10 plus X plus Y divided by 30 plus 18, that is 48. So using this you are going to get one equation in x and y. Similarly, if you are considering the line CP, that is this line, you are going to get another set of equations. For example, in this case BP by AP is the ratio in which the line OP divides AB. Therefore, BP by AP is equal to 10 by x. This is only if you are considering the triangles POB and AOP. But this is also the base, that is BP is also the base of the bigger triangle BPC. And AP is the base of the bigger triangle APC. So BP by AP is also equal to 40 divided by 18 plus x plus y. So using this you can easily calculate what is the value of x, what is the value of y, and from that you can calculate what is the value of x by y. There are multiple ways in which you can do it. You have two equations and you have two unknowns. So let us try to do that. For example, if you are looking at the first equation, 48y is equal to 180 plus 18x plus 18y. This is just by cross multiplying. Or 30y is equal to 180 plus 18x. So if you are dividing the first equation by 3, you are going to get 10y is equal to 60 plus 6x. This is the first equation. Similarly, you can look at the second equation. You can cross 10 on both sides. So you get that 18 plus x plus y is equal to 4x, or 18 plus y is equal to 3x. Therefore 3x is equal to 18 plus y, or 6x will be 36 plus 2y. So 10y is equal to 60 plus 36 plus 2y, or 8y is equal to 96, or y is equal to 12. When you know that y is equal to 12, you know that 18 plus y, that is 30, is equal to 3x, or x will equal 10. Therefore the required ratio, which is x by y, will be 10 by 12, which is 5 by 6. In this question, we are required to find out the distinct positive integer solutions for the equation x square minus 7x plus 11 to the power x square minus 13x plus 42 is equal to 1. Here we know that x is a distinct positive integer. So the value of x square minus 7x plus 11 will be an integer. It might be positive or negative, but this will be an integer. Similarly, even the term in the exponent, that is x square minus 13x plus 42, will also be an integer. So this is of the form a to the power b is equal to 1, where a and b are both integers. So there are three possible cases for this to happen. The first case is that the number in the exponent is equal to 0, that is b is equal to 0. The second case is that a is equal to 1. This is of the form 1 to the power anything, that will be equal to 1. The third case is that a is equal to minus 1 and b is an even number. This is of the form minus 1 to the power 4 or minus 1 to the power 10. So let us try to see how many possibilities are there for each of these three cases. In the first case, when the number in the power is equal to 0, that would mean that x square minus 13x plus 42 is equal to 0. This can be factorized as x minus 6 into x minus 7 is equal to 0, or the value of x has to be either 6 or 7. In the second case, where the number in the base is equal to 1, it would imply that x square minus 7x plus 11 is equal to 1, or x square minus 7x plus 10 is equal to 0. This can be factorized as x minus 2 into x minus 5 is equal to 0. So this would imply that x is equal to either 2 or 5. Finally, in the last case, we want the number in the base to be equal to minus 1 and the number in the exponent to be an even number. So we want first x square minus 7x plus 11 to be equal to minus 1, or this would imply that x square minus 7x plus 12 is equal to 0, or this would be x minus 3 into x minus 4 is equal to 0. So x is equal to either 3 or x is equal to 4. But now we have to check if when x is equal to 3, the number in the numerator, whether it is even or odd. The number in the numerator will be equal to, in the exponent will be equal to x square minus 13x plus 42. When x is equal to 3, this will equal 9 minus 39 plus 42, which will equal 12, which is an even number. So this is a valid solution. Similarly, when x is equal to 4, what is the value of x square minus 13x plus 42? That will be 16 minus 13 into 4 is 52 plus 42. This is equal to 6. This is also an even number, so this is also a valid solution. So the total number of valid solutions will be 2 plus 2 plus 2, which is equal to 6. In this question, it is given that if you use an escalator to go down, it takes 80 seconds. One day the escalator was not working, so you walk up and you reach the top in 50 seconds. Now, if the escalator is going down and you continue to walk up, how much time will it take for you to go to the top on a working escalator? So let us assume that the number of steps in the escalator is n. The escalator is going down. Let us assume that it is going at e steps. E represents the escalator per second. This is the rate at which it is going down. Now let's suppose a person is going up a stationary escalator, an escalator which is not working, at p steps per second. This is the rate of walking speed of a person. Now using this, we'll try to calculate the time it will take for a person to go up a working escalator which is actually coming down. Now for a person who is standing on the escalator, it takes 80 seconds for him to come down. That is, the escalator covers n steps at e steps per second in 80 seconds. This would imply that the value of n is equal to 80e. Similarly, if the escalator is not working and if somebody is able to walk up n steps in 50 seconds, n would also mean to equal 50 times p, or essentially e is equal to n by 80 and p is equal to n by 50. Now if a person is going up at p steps per second, but the escalator is coming down at e steps per second, what is the relative velocity of the person with respect to the ground? He is continuing to go up at p minus e steps per second because he is going up but the escalator is bringing him down. Now what is the value of p minus e? That will equal n by 50 minus n by 80. So p minus e is equal to n by 50 minus n by 80, which is equal to by 400 3n. So effectively his speed is 3n by 400 in the upward direction. So how much time will it take to cover n steps? That will be n divided by 3n by 400. You can cancel the common terms. This will equal 400 by 3 seconds. This is equal to 133.33 seconds. If you are trying to convert it into minutes, you have to divide this by 60. So this will be approximately equal to 2.2 minutes. So the correct answer is option B. In this question, we are told that there are three people, Akram, Bikram and Chandan. They are taking part in a race. Akram can give Bikram a head start of 64 feet. So if the length of the track is say L, when Akram travels L, Bikram will finish at the same time by taking a head start of 64 feet. So Bikram would travel L minus 64. If you are assuming the speed of Akram to be A and the speed of Bikram to be B, A by B is L by L minus 64. Similarly, the head start that Chandan can give Bikram is 40 feet longer than the head start that he can give Akram. So if there is Chandan and Chandan covers L meters, if suppose he has given Akram a head start of small a, then Bikram can cover only L minus a by the time Chandan covers a. Then what is given is that Bikram can get 40 extra feet as head start. So this is L minus a minus 40. Again, if you are assuming the speed of Chandan to be c, we know that c by a is equal to L by L minus a and c by b is equal to L by L minus a minus 40. Now we are also told that if one person is twice as fast as the other one of the other two persons, that is one of these three ratios is exactly equal to 2, and the length of the track in feet is an integer. We are also told that L is an integer. Then what is the length of the track in feet? So we are required to find out the value of L. When you first look at it, it looks like there are way too many variables. There is A, there is B, there is C, there is L, and there is A. So there are 5 variables and we have only 3 equations. So I don't think it is possible to actually calculate the value of L, but let us try to see if we can go ahead and try, because we are given some more information like L is an integer and that one of the ratios is 2. So we'll try to calculate, we'll try to simplify and see where it takes us. So one thing that we should do is, because we know C by A and C by B, we can easily calculate A by B, which is, if we are taking this as the first equation, this as the second equation, and this as the third equation, 3 by 2 is equal to A by B. So this implies that this is equal to L minus A by L minus A minus 40. But we already know that A by B is equal to L by L minus 64. So this is equal to L by L minus 64. Now if we cross multiply and try to cancel the common terms, we are going to get L square minus AL plus 64A minus 64L is equal to L square minus AL minus 40L. We have just cross multiplied this equation. Then you can cancel the common terms, which is L square and minus AL, and you are going to get that 24L is equal to 64A, or A is equal to 3 by 8L. So this is the first step that we have achieved, where we got a relationship between small a and L. So you can simplify and you can calculate the value of C by A, because it is given only in terms of L and A. Therefore C by A is equal to L by L minus A. So this is equal to 8 by 5. So we know the ratio of the speeds of C and A, and it is not equal to 2. So one of the other two terms is actually equal to 2, one of the other two ratios, either A by B or C by B. Now we can simplify A by B. If we assume that A by B is equal to 2, then L by L minus 64 is equal to 2, or L is equal to 2L minus 128, or L is equal to 128. This is one equation that is possible, in which case A will equal 3 by 8 into L. So that will be 3 by 8 into 128. This is 48. This is one possible solution. The other possible solution is if you are assuming that C by B is equal to 2, in which case L by L minus A is 5 by 8L minus 40 is equal to 2, in which case L is equal to 10L by 8 minus 80. Or this will simplify as L is equal to 320 and A will equal 3 by 8 into L, which is 120. So it can be either one of the two. L can be either 128 or 320. Both of them are given as one of the options. Option A is 128, option C is 320. So the correct answer is more than one of the above. So we don't know exactly the value of L. It can be either 128 or it can be 320. So the correct answer in this case is option D.
In this question, we are told that in an infinite geometric progression, the sum of any 3 consecutive terms equals 26 times the sum of all the terms that come after them. What is the ratio of any term of the geometric progression to the sum of the terms that come after it? If you have an infinite geometric progression which is of the form A, AR, AR square, and so on till infinity, the sum of this infinite geometric progression will be equal to A, which is the first term, divided by 1 minus R. This is valid only if R lies between 1 and minus 1. In this particular case, if you are looking at the 3 terms as A, AR and AR square, the terms which come after these 3 terms will be AR cube, AR to the power 4, AR to the power 5, and so on till infinity. The sum of the first 3 terms will be A plus AR plus AR square. The sum of all the terms that come after them will be the sum of the first term of the remaining terms, which is AR cube divided by 1 minus R. This, we are told, is 1 by 26th of the sum of the first 3 terms. You can cancel A on all sides. So 1 plus R square is equal to 26 r cube divided by 1 minus r. If you cross multiply 1 minus r into 1 plus r square is equal to 26 r cube. This product is equal to 1 minus r cube. This is equal to 26 r cube, or the value of 27 r cube is equal to 1. So the value of r is equal to 1 by 3. If the geometric progression's common ratio is 1 by 3, the geometric progression is of the form a by 3, a by 9, and so on till infinity. Now the sum of any of this term to the sum of all the terms that come after it can be easily calculated. What is the sum of a by 3 plus a by 9 plus dot 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 till infinity? That is the sum of the first term, which is a by 3, divided by 1 minus the common ratio, which is 1 by 3. This is equal to a by 3 divided by 2 by 3, which is equal to a by 2. Therefore, the given ratio will be a divided by a by 2, which is equal to 2. So the required ratio is 2, which is option C.
In this question, we are told that x is equal to 4096 to the power 7 plus 4 square root of 3, and we are asked to find out what is the value of 64. One other thing that you should notice is that 64 square is equal to 4096. So let us try to express x in terms of 4096. So 4096 will become equal to x to the power 1 by 7 plus 4 square root of 3. But if you are looking at the term 1 divided by 7 plus 4 square root of 3, if you multiply the numerator and denominator with 7 minus 4 square root of 3, the denominator, that is 7 plus 4 square root of 3 into 7 minus 4 square root of 3, will become equal to 7 square minus 4 square root of 3 whole square. 7 square is equal to 49 and 4 square is 16 into 3 is equal to 48. So this becomes equal to 1, or the denominator is equal to 1. So the value of 1 by 7 plus 4 square root of 3 is equal to 7 minus 4 square root of 3. So the value of 4096 is equal to x to the power 7 minus 4 square root of 3. We are asked to find out the value of 64. So 64, which is equal to square root of 4096, will equal x to the power 7 minus 4 square root of 3 divided by 2, or this is equal to x to the power 7 by 2 whole divided by x to the power 4 square root of 3 divided by 2, which is equal to 2 square root of 3. So that will be option C.
In this question, it is given that there is a person who is standing between two poles and the initial angles of elevation are 60 degrees and 45 degrees. He moves towards one of the poles and the angles of elevation change to 30 degrees and 60 degrees, and we are required to find out the ratio of the two poles. So let us first draw the diagram. So let us assume that these are the two poles and this is the line connecting both the poles. So the person is standing somewhere on this line. Let us assume that he is standing somewhere over here. So the angles of elevation we know are initially 45 degrees and 60 degrees. So say this is 45 degrees and this is 60 degrees. Then he moves towards one of the poles. So the angles of elevation change. So again these are the two poles, but this time he has come closer to the first pole. So this becomes 60 degrees, and because he has moved away from the second pole, the angle of elevation decreases over here and becomes say 30 degrees, and this is 60 degrees. Now we are required to find out the ratio of the heights of both the poles. Let us assume that this is A and this is B. The heights of the poles will not change based on the movement of the person. So again they will remain the same. They will be A and B. Let us assume that the foot of the poles are A and B, and the initial point at which the person was standing is C, and the initial point where the final point where he is standing is say D. Then AC will equal small a. Because this is a 45 degree angle of elevation, this triangle will be an isosceles triangle and AC will equal A. Similarly, we can calculate the length of BC. BC will equal B divided by tan 60 degrees. Because tan 60 degrees is the opposite side B divided by the adjacent side BC.
Therefore, if you want to calculate the value of BC, it will be B by tan 60, which is equal to B by root 3. In the bottom figure, we can again do something similar. AD will equal A by tan 60 degrees, because in this triangle A is the opposite side and AD is the adjacent side. So small a by AD is tan 60, therefore the length of AD is A by tan 60, which is equal to A by root 3. Similarly, the length of BD will equal B by tan 30 degrees. So this will equal B root 3. But notice that the length of AB will remain the same. Irrespective of where the person is standing, the distance between the two poles will remain the same. Therefore, AC plus CB will equal AD plus DB, or A plus B by root 3 will equal A by root 3 plus B root 3. Now A into 1 minus 1 by root 3 is equal to B into root 3 minus 1 by root 3. We can simplify this as A into root 3 minus 1 is equal to B into 2. We are cancelling root 3 in the denominator on both sides. Therefore, B by A, which is the ratio of the heights that we need, is equal to root 3 minus 1 divided by 2. So the correct answer is root 3 minus 1 by 2. In this question, we are told that an alloy is prepared by mixing three metals A, B and C in the ratio 3:4:7 by volume. So we have three metals A, B and C. In the alloy, let us assume that their volume is 3V, 4V and 7V, because we know the ratio is 3:4:7. We are also told that the weights of the same volume of the metals A, B and C is in the ratio 5:2:6. So let us assume that 1 liter of A is going to weigh 5x kgs, then 1 liter of B is going to weigh 2x kgs and 1 liter of C is going to weigh 6x kgs. So now if you are looking at the alloy, we know their volumes, so let us try to get a sense of their weights. So what is the weight of 3V liters of A? It will be 3V into 5x, which is equal to 15 into Vx. And what is the weight of B? It is 4V into 2x, so that is 8Vx. And what is the weight of 7V liters of C? That will be 7V into 6x, which is equal to 42Vx. So what is the total weight of the solution? It will be 15 plus 8 plus 42, that is equal to 65 into Vx. But now we are told that the weight of the alloy is 130 kgs. So 65 Vx is equal to 130, or the value of Vx is equal to 130 divided by 65, which is equal to 2. So the weight of metal C in the alloy will be 42 into Vx, which is equal to 42 into 2, which is equal to 84 kgs. In this question, you are told that there is a sphere which is placed on top of a cylinder as shown in the figure. You are given that the radius of the sphere is 14 centimeters. You are told that the radius of the cylinder is 7 centimeters, and you are asked to find out, you are also given the height of the cylinder, that is 10 centimeters, and you are required to find out the total height of the figure. So what exactly is the problem? If there is no overlap, so say this is the sphere, some part of the sphere is going into the cylinder, say till over here. If there is no overlap over here, finding out the total height is quite easy. The total height will be the height of the cylinder, which is 10 centimeters, plus 2 times the radius, that is the diameter of the sphere, that will be plus 28. So if there was no overlap over here, the total height of the given figure will be 38 centimeters. Quite easy. But because there is an overlap over here, we are counting this height, that is the height of the cylinder, which is inserted into the height of the sphere, which is inserted into the cylinder twice, which we don't want to do. So what we'll do is we'll just consider the sphere and the part of the sphere which is already inserted into the cylinder. Now say this is the center of the sphere. You are told that the radius of the sphere is 14 centimeters. Now the chord that you see over here is basically the diameter of the cylinder. Now the radius of the cylinder is given as 7 centimeters. So the height of the sphere which is above the cylinder and below the center of the sphere can be easily calculated, because this is a right angle triangle. The hypotenuse is 14 centimeters and the length of the chord is 7 centimeters. The third side will be square root of 14 square minus 7 square. 14 square is 196 minus 7 square is 49. So this will be square root of 147, which is 7 root 3. So this is 7 root 3. So if you look at the height that we are supposed to calculate, this is basically how the given figure will look on a cross section. The cylinder's height over here is 10 centimeters. You have the center of the sphere, the part of the sphere which is below its center but above the cylinder, we have just calculated this as equal to 7 root 3 centimeters. And then you have one radius of the sphere which is 14 centimeters above. So the total height of the figure is 14 plus 10, that is 24, plus 7 root 3. This is the height of the figure.
In this question, we are given an expression, a logarithmic expression in m, and we are asked to find out its approximate value. If you look at the options, the options are 2.5, 2.6, 2.7 and 3. Now let us first expand the expression that has been given and see if we can find some sort of a pattern.
So it has been given that logarithm of m is equal to 300 into logarithm of 1.00333 is actually 1 plus 1 by 300. The reason we write it this way is because we already find 300 in the expression and we are trying to see if there is some sort of symmetry involved. Now we can take this 300 inside the logarithm. So this will become log of m is equal to log of 1 plus 1 by 300 to the power of 300. We can cancel off log on both sides because neither of them is equal to 0. So we know that m is equal to 1 plus 1 by 300 to the power of 300. Now we can expand this binomial expression and try to see if we can ignore the terms as they progress further. So this will be 1 plus 300 C1 into 1 by 300 plus 300 C2 into 1 by 300 square plus 300 C3 into 1 by 300 cube plus dot dot dot. This will equal 1 plus 300 C1 is equal to 300 into 1 by 300 is equal to 1 plus 300 C2 is 300 into 299 by 300 square into 1 by 2 factorial. This is equal to 300 C2. Similarly, plus 300 into 299 into 298 by 300 cube into 1 by 3 factorial. This is equal to 300 C3 plus dot dot dot. Now we can approximate that 300 into 299 by 300 square is equal to 1. So what we are doing is we are trying to approximate this is equal to 1. Similarly, we are approximating this is equal to 1. So this is approximately equal to 1 plus 1 plus 1 by 2 factorial plus 1 by 3 factorial plus 1 by 4 factorial plus dot dot dot. Now you can find the approximate value of this. This is equal to 1 plus 0.5 plus 1 by 3 factorial is 1 by 6. So this is equal to approximately 0.16. 1 by 4 factorial is 1 by 24. So this becomes roughly 0.04. And 1 by 5 factorial is 1 by 120. So from then on you can actually kind of ignore the terms. This will come to around say 0.008 or so plus dot dot dot. Now you can add them up and you can find that this will approximately equal 2.71. So the answer in this case is answer C. Approximately equal to 2.7, which is option C. Now one thing that you should remember in this kind of an expression is the value of the expression 1 plus 1 by n whole to the power n as n tends to infinity approximately it tends to 2.71. I think 2.718. This is a constant that is called E. So as n keeps on getting larger, the expression 1 plus 1 by n to the power n becomes close to 2.718. In this question, we are given two graphs. we are given two curves. The first curve is x square plus y square is less than or equal to 25, and the second one is that modulus of y is greater than or equal to 5 by square root of 2. So we are required to find out what is the area of this region. So once you are asked this kind of a question, the first thing you should do is draw both the graphs, understand what is the area that is being talked about, and then try to find its area. So how will you first draw the graphs of both the curves? Both of them are inequalities. First one is x square plus y square is less than or equal to 25. So first draw the graph of the equality, that is x square plus y square is equal to 25. Once you draw this graph, then you can easily identify which of the regions is greater than or equal to 25 and which region is less than or equal to 25. Now what is the graph that is represented by x square plus y square is equal to 25? Any function of this type is a circle. So for example, if you are given the standard equation of a circle, this is x minus a whole square plus y minus b whole square is equal to r square. This is the standard equation of a circle. This represents a circle, the radius of which is r and the center is a comma b. In this particular case, this is x square, so that is x minus 0 whole square plus y minus 0 whole square. So the center will be 0 comma 0, which is origin. So let us first draw the x axis and the y axis. This is the y axis and this is the x axis, and in this case the radius r is 25. So if you think about it, this will be something like this. So this is the circle, the center of the circle is the origin, and the radius of the circle is 5. Now which of the areas is actually represented by x square plus y square is less than or equal to 25? Whenever it is less than or equal to 25, you pick any one point to check whether it is less than or greater than 25. So if you are, for example, checking origin, that is x is equal to 0 and y is equal to 0. For origin, x square plus y square is equal to 0, which is less than or equal to 25. So the area that is represented by the inequality x square plus y square is less than or equal to 25 is all the area which is inside the circle. So all this area is basically x square plus y square is less than or equal to 25, and all the area that is outside the circle is x square plus y square greater than 25. So we have drawn the first equation, first region we have found out. This is a circle with center origin and whose radius is 5. Now if you are looking to find out what is the region represented by modulus of y is greater than or equal to 5 root 2, split it into two different inequalities, because modulus of y can be either plus y or minus y. So when y is greater than 0, the given inequality will become y is greater than or equal to 5 by square root of 2. When y is less than 0, it will become minus y is greater than or equal to 5 by square root 2, or y is less than or equal to minus 5 by square root 2. When you multiply both sides with minus 1, the sign of the inequality changes. So this becomes less than or equal to minus 5 by square root of 2. So how are you going to find out which region is represented by these two inequalities? Again, we'll follow the same principle that we have done earlier. We'll first find out the region. We'll first draw the line y is equal to 5 by square root of 2. This is when y is greater than 0. And the second case is when y is equal to minus 5 by square root of 2. This is when y is less than 0. So once you draw that, again the line y is equal to 5 by square root 2 is a line which is parallel to the x-axis, and y is equal to minus 5 by square root 2 is a line which is again parallel to the x-axis, which is less than the origin. Remember that the equation of the x-axis is that y is equal to 0. So the line y is equal to 5 by square root of 2 will be parallel to the x-axis. It will be 5 by square root 2 units above the x-axis, and the line y is equal to minus 5 by square root 2 will be below the x-axis. Now, so we now know what is the region that is being asked about. The area that we have to find out is the top part and the bottom part of this circle. This is the area that we are required to find out. Now by symmetry, both the areas will be the same. So we'll first calculate the area of the part which is above origin, that is this part, and then multiply it by 2 to get the required answer. How can we find out the area of this region? For that, we'll first find out the angle that it subtends at the origin, which is at the center. So we'll find out what is the angle over there. Using the angle, we can find out the area of the sector, and from the area of the sector, we'll subtract the area of the triangle. Then we'll get the area of the required region. for example, just to avoid any confusion, A, O and B, we'll first calculate the area of the sector AOB. This is the area. To calculate the area, we need the angle subtended at the center. We'll first calculate that. Then we'll subtract from it the area of the triangle AOB. So once you subtract the area of the triangle, we can easily calculate the whatever is the difference is the area of the region. So how are we going to do that? First, let us calculate the angle that is subtended at the center. The radius is 5 units that we have known, and the height of the triangle, this is 5 by root 2. So as you can see, this is 5 by root 2 and this is a right angle triangle. The height is 5 by root 2 and the hypotenuse is 5. So the angle subtended is 45 degrees on one side and 45 degrees on the other side. Therefore, the area of the sector will be 90 by 360 into pi into what is the radius of the circle. The radius of the circle is 5. So this is 25. So this is equal to 25 pi by 4. This is the area of the sector. Now what is the area of the triangle? To find out the area of the triangle, we need the base. The height, as we have discussed earlier, is 5 by root 2. The base, because this is 5 and this is 5 by root 2, even this side will be 5 by root 2, because again this is an isosceles right angle triangle. As this is 45 degrees, even this angle will be 45 degrees. Therefore, if this point is D, AD will also be 5 by root 2. Therefore, AB, which is the total base of the triangle, is twice of AD. So this becomes 5 root 2. This is AB. This is the base of the triangle AOB. Therefore, what is the area of AOB? The area of AOB is half into AB, which is 5 root 2, into the height, that is DO, that is 5 by root 2. This you can cancel. This is equal to 25 by 2. Therefore, the area of the region that we are supposed to find out, only the part which is above the origin, will be 25 pi by 4 minus 25 by 2. So that is equal to 25 into pi by 4 minus 1 by 2. This is the part which is above the origin. We have a similar part which is below the origin. So to get the required area, we'll have to multiply this with 2. So you multiply it by 2. And the required area of the region is 25 into pi by 2 minus 1. So the required answer is 25 into pi by 2 minus 1. The value of x is given to be equal to 8 minus square root of 32. And the value of y is given to be equal to 2 plus square root of 2. 8 minus square root of 32 is equal to 8 minus 4 square root of 2. We are asked to calculate the value of x plus 1 by y whole square. The value of x plus 1 by y whole square is equal to xy plus 1 divided by y whole square. So let us try to understand what is the value of x into y. This is x and this is y. So if you multiply x into y, you are going to get this to be equal to 8 minus 4 square root of 2 into 2 plus square root of 2. This is equal to 16 minus 8 square root of 2 plus 8 square root of 2 minus 4 square root of 2 into square root of 2, which is equal to 8. You can cancel the terms which are of opposite sign, so it will become equal to 16 minus 8, which is equal to 8. So x into y is equal to 8. The required expression is xy plus 1 divided by y whole square. Xy itself equals 8, so xy plus 1 will equal 9. So the required expression will become equal to 9 by y whole square, which is equal to 81 by y square. Now if you look at the expressions that are given to us, the options, it is definitely not option C, it is definitely not option B, because the coefficient should be 81 divided by y square. A and D have x square in them, so let us try to convert this in terms of x. The value of x into y is equal to 8, so the value of 1 by y is equal to x by 8, because x into y is equal to 8. So what is the value of 1 by y square? This will equal x square by 64. So 81 by y square will become equal to 81 by 64 x square. Now if you look at the options, this is equal to option D, which will be the correct answer. In this question, we are asked to find out the number of ways we can get a pair of integers x comma a they can be chosen such that x square minus 2 modulus of x plus modulus of a minus 2 is equal to 0. Note that x and a are integers, they can be both positive as well as negative. So what we'll do is quite simple. We'll assume that modulus of x is equal to y. So y is greater than or equal to 0. And we'll assume modulus of a minus 2 is equal to p, which is also greater than or equal to 0. Then we'll try to find out the different values for y and p which satisfy the given equation, and based on it we'll find out the different values of x and a which will satisfy the same equation. So in terms of y, the given equation will transform to y square minus 2y plus p is equal to 0. We have p which is greater than or equal to 0 and we have y which is greater than or equal to 0. This is a quadratic equation, and for the quadratic equation to have real roots, the discriminant should be greater than or equal to 0. The discriminant is the coefficient of y whole square, that is 4, minus 4 times the constant term which is p into the coefficient of y square. So 4 minus 4p should be greater than or equal to 0, or p should be less than or equal to 1. Note that in any quadratic equation which is of the form ax square plus bx plus c is equal to 0, this quadratic equation will have real roots if and only if b square minus 4ac is greater than or equal to 0. Therefore, we want p to be less than or equal to 1. So now we have two cases. P is both an integer, and as we have discussed earlier, p has to be greater than or equal to 0. So the first case is that p is exactly equal to 0, and the second case is that p is exactly equal to 1. These are the only two positive integers for which will satisfy the fact that modulus of a minus 2 is greater than or equal to 0. If p is equal to 0, modulus of a minus 2 is equal to 0, or a minus 2 is equal to 0, or a will be exactly equal to 2. Now what is the possible values for x? If p is equal to 0, then y square minus 2y is equal to 0, or the value of y is equal to 2, or y is equal to 0. If y is equal to 0, it would imply that modulus of x is equal to 0, or x will equal 0. If y is equal to 2, it would imply that modulus of x is equal to 2. So x can be either 2 or x can be equal to minus 2. So in this particular scenario, what are the total possible cases? X can take any one of these three values and a can take exactly one value. So the total number of cases is 3 in this particular scenario. Let us look at the second case where p is equal to 1. If p is equal to 1, then modulus of a minus 2 is equal to 1, or a minus 2 is either equal to 1 or a minus 2 is equal to minus 1. Therefore, a is either equal to 3 or a is equal to 1. So here we have two possible values for a. Now what is the scenario for x? If p is equal to 1, y square minus 2y plus 1 is equal to 0, or y minus 1 whole square is equal to 0, or y will exactly equal 1. If y is equal to 1, modulus of x is equal to 1. So the value of x is either 1 or x is equal to minus 1. So x can take two values, it can be either 1 or minus 1. Similarly, a can take two values, it can be either 3 or 1. So the total number of cases in this particular scenario is 2 into 2, that is 4 cases. So what are the total number of ordered pairs that are possible? It will be 3 plus 4, which is equal to 7 cases. So the correct answer is 7.